go make a copy of this so we can look at it together.
Sure.
You good on water and food and all that?
I'm good on water, right? I'm good.
You hungry though?
I'm fine right now, thank you.
All right. Alright, let's do this. I'm going to sit next to you so we can look at it together. So what I want to do is, we have a bunch of people coming in, you know, from your neighborhood. Somebody saw something, somebody knows where these kids are. And I keep saying kids, I'm sorry, the kids in your life.
I'm noticing.
And I should say, I work these quite a bit, and so tonight, if I make one of those mistakes when I say kids instead of your wife and kids, I apologize. We work it a lot, and so I apologize if something comes out wrong or, anyway. So, I know you're going through a lot, so we're not going to keep you here all night. Can we go through this? So, okay, let's see, you're 148, doorbell detected visitor. What does that mean?
So the doorbell has a camera on it when you get up to a certain proximity, and when you ring it, it detects a visitor.
Okay. People are already distracting me out here.
Oh.
So in fact, you know, let's do this. So I work a lot of stuff like this in bank robberies, and when I talk to, you know, a witness at a bank robbery, sometimes I find it best for them to just say, tell me what happened, get it all out, and then once you get it out, let's go over it, okay? So just get it all out as far as this. Tell me exactly what you remember, and I'll take notes about where we can go.
Okay. So this 1:48 a.m.
You know, let me switch chairs.
Okay.
Because when they come knocking, when they come knocking, I gotta use that key. Do you need more water?
No, I'm fine.
I brought you here.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Alright, so 1:48 a.m., doorbell detects the visitor. So when we were over at the neighbor's house, the next day we were looking at his camera as well, and it didn't show anybody walking up to the driveway, which was kind of weird. That's the only reason I put that on there, because it showed Nicole dropping her off, but nobody actually walking up to the house. It was kind of weird, but she was in the house.
Okay. And what time are we talking?
This is still 1:48.
Okay.
So, 2 a.m., Shanann gets into bed with me. 4 a.m., that's when my alarm goes off for work, and I proceed to get dressed, brush my teeth, everything I do upstairs.
Okay.
4:15, that's when I get back, slide right into bed next to her, and start having a conversation with her about having the house up for sale, and talking about it, like actually proceeding with the separation.
Okay.
And obviously it gets pretty emotional, like we're talking about, you know, like we felt the disconnection was there, like falling out of love, and trying to stay together, maybe just for the kids' sake, but realizing that doing like our homework, it's not, most of the time that's not going to work.
Yeah.
And it gets pretty emotional because we have 2 beautiful kids and we have one on the way. So it's just a matter of like, it was very emotional, we were both crying, and at the end, we just said, you know, she said she was going to take the kids to her friend's house for the day. She would be back. Okay. I was like, okay, it's fine. And so I went downstairs, made my protein shake. That was 5 a.m., that's when I did that.
Okay.
Packed my lunchbox, had my oatmeal, chicken, filled my water jug up. 5:15, I went outside, backed my truck up, was loaded up. Had my book bag, my lunchbox, computer, water jug, my big clear container. I put big clear containers in my truck so it's easy just to pull out, pull in, just depending on what I'm going to use. My O-ring kit, and I knew I was going to do some stuffing box rubbers that day, so I got some various open wrenches from my toolbox, and I know those would work better than the ones they would give me.
Okay.
5:30, that's when I went to work.
Okay.
And I hadn't heard from Shanann for about 2 hours there, so at 7:40 I texted her and asked her if she could tell me where the kids were if she took them anywhere.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
At 12 I texted her again, call me. Nothing. And then about 12:10 p.m. that's when my doorbell visitor, it read another visitor, and I was like, it popped up on my phone and it says it was Nicole. And I was trying to put it on my phone to see if she's just trying to get in or whatnot. And I hear like she's on the phone trying to I could hear her on through my phone saying she was trying to get to Shanann, so that's when I called her. Yeah, I called her at 12:20, see what was going on. She told me that Shanann hadn't responded to any of her calls all day, or any of her friends' calls all day.
Okay.
And that's very strange, just because, I mean, if she doesn't get back to me, that's fine. You know, like, she gets busy with kids, whatever. So if she doesn't get back to her people, like, the people, like, she works with direct sales.
Okay.
So if she doesn't get back with them, that's strange.
Is she the type to answer the phone?
For them, yeah, it's like all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. For me, it's just like, hey, wait, I'll see you later.
Okay.
So about 12:40, a few more efforts from Nicole to reach her while she's there, like outside the house.
Mm-hmm.
And at 1 o'clock, that's when I left, and I was like, all right, I'm on my way down there. 2 o'clock when I got home, because they couldn't get in because the front door had a top latch to keep the kids in. Nicole and the police officer that was there.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So they couldn't get in because top latch on the front door was hinged, and the keypad on the outside does not work to get in the garage. So they had to wait till I got there so I can get the remote opened.
Okay.
So that's when I got home. I opened the garage door and we went inside the house and looked everywhere. Shanann, Bella, and Celeste, nowhere to be found. Shannan's wedding ring's on her nightstand, her phone's still on the couch, her purse is still there, the medicine for the kids is still there, the car and the car seat is still there, and there's no sign of them anywhere.
Okay.
3 o'clock, the police officer, detective, Howard, right?
Oh, yes.
I butcher his name every time. Asking Nicole and I, questions about where she could have gone or who she could be with. At about 4 o'clock, the police officer that was there, he was checking the neighbor security footage. At 5 p.m., the same police officer, detective, and then sergeant, another officer, they showed up and they searched the house again. About 6 o'clock, I began calling around to anyone that may know something, called hospitals and hotels. 7:30, my friend Nick and Men showed up to show support, and from then on, it's his friends just showing up. So it's Lauren, Dave, Jeremy, and 10 o'clock's pretty much about laid down, but I didn't go to bed till probably like 2 a.m. just because fielding texts and calls all night.
Okay.
And I was just hoping that, I left all the lights on in the house, I was hoping that I'd get a knock on the door. But nothing happened.
What do you think happened?
At first, I really thought maybe she was just at somebody's house, just decompressing.
Blowing off steam.
Yeah. But after today, like with the onslaught of all the cars, all the police cars, all the news, all the K-9 units, it's making me lean the other direction about someone took her.
Okay.
But it's just, if someone took her, it would have to have been someone she knew. Because there's no sign of anything like being disturbed, broken.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's the way I'm leaning now. At first I thought for real she was just decompressing somewhere. I thought she was safe, even though everything in the house was left there. But now it's just after the day with the news crews and everything, it feels more the other direction, and it's freaking me out because I have no idea where they are.
Okay. If you could think of anything that we could do to find them, what would it be?
Everything that I've exhausted so far is like people that have car seats, because she left the car seats. And she would never just, Bella could sit in a regular booster chair because she's about that time.
Mm-hmm.
Celeste isn't quite there yet, but all the people that I know that have cars, they've contacted me.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's, there's definitely a chance it's somebody I don't know. Being a guy or a girl, and she has plenty of friends through like direct sales that I've never met that could have a kid that they come and just say, hey, let's go, like just back up in the back, put them in, let's go. But I wouldn't have the name, I wouldn't know who they are.
Okay.
And this is like that's what's driving me nuts. Like when I told the news crew, like if she's out there, like just come home. Like if someone has her, or like not just has her, but she's at somebody's house and she's just decompressing, it's time to come back. Because now this is real.
Okay.
This has gone to a different level.
Absolutely. Okay. do you have an inkling of if it's good or bad?
Yesterday, I would have thought that she was safe and it was good that she would come home. Today, it's more on the other side. I don't think that she would let it get this far if she was just decompressing somewhere. I mean, she's not talking to anybody. As far as, people that have reached out to me that I haven't talked to in like a year that are friends with her. Like one of her best friends, Mark Judy, lives in Florida. She works in the police department down in Miami. And she called me today. Like, that's one of her friends she would confide in.
Oh, okay.
So,
and she hasn't heard anything?
Nothing.
And nobody's heard anything?
Her parents, she doesn't like talking to her mom, but still her mom calls her enough that she would at least answer once.
Yeah. And if she's, I'm married, I know how it is. If she's hacked off at her husband, would she call her mom?
She would call one of the friends that contacted me.
Okay.
At least one of them, because she has a close-knit group.
Okay.
But the fact that none of them know anything is very strange, because one of them would have said something by now, seeing what this is escalating to.
Is it possible that her close-knit group isn't close with you and there is somebody who knows where she is right now?
I don't think so, because, Nicole she's very close with Nicole. And the way Nicole is acting right now, as far as how emotional she is, there's no way, she knows.
What does that mean?
There's no way, she would know, where she is if she knew.
Oh, so you're saying if Nicole knew?
Yeah, Nicole knew, the way she's acting right now, she's as freaked out as I am.
Okay.
So there's no way, she would know where she is if she knew.
Do you know Nicole that well?
Decent. She's been over at our house a good amount of time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you've obviously spoken with Nicole?
Oh, yeah.
And you don't have any weird feelings from her?
No, she was there at the house. She was the one that was ringing the doorbell trying to see what was going on.
Okay. Do you have a sense that the police here or the FBI here, do you have a sense that we have a good enough list of people to call and check with?
I think so, because I've gone through my entire phone. I know Nicole's gone through her entire phone. Amanda, anybody that lives here that knows Shanann, they pretty much have the same contact list.
Okay.
So if there's somebody that's not on my phone, it's on theirs.
Okay. Has somebody, I think the police have Nicole's phone, your wife's phone, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to pronounce her name wrong.
Shanann.
Shanann? Okay. So the police have Shanann's phone?
Yep.
Do they have your phones? Have they looked at your phones?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can I run that out and have them look real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any password I'm going to run into?
3307.
3307?
3387.
3387. Are there any other phones you can check? Okay. When they look at this, what's the best thing that they can do to say, look for these contacts, look for this Instagram, look for this Snapchat?
So the only thing on here that I would say is going to be weird, because our contact list is the same.
Oh, you guys have a shared contact?
Yeah,
every Google?
Yeah, what drove me nuts is that when she downloaded it to the cloud, it multiplied or duplicated.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, so this is the same person over and over.
Same people over. Oh, okay.
So we have the same contact.
Okay. So I'm going to run this out.
Okay.
So 330 or 3387. And I really want them to just not physically rip this phone apart, but really dive in.
Okay.
And are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to hand this off to somebody.
Okay.
All right. I'll be right back. Are there any other phones at home we can look at?
That's the only ones I know of. It's hers and mine.
Computers.
She has a laptop, but she barely uses it.
Okay. Where's the laptop?
In the office.
At home?
Yep.
Okay. I think that, I'm sorry that I'm catching up here. This always happens. The police are the first people to get a call. Then when it's serious like this with missing kids, then a day or two later we come in. So I'm sorry I'm playing catch up. It's always good to repeat it though. So laptop at home, does it have a password?
I don't think so. It might, but that's the one she uses.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just in her office.
Do you have any idea?
I have an idea what the password could be.
Okay.
It's like 428-4915, capital S, lowercase w. That's their main password.
428-4915, capital S, lowercase w. And we'll probably just have you bring that invoice. Is that okay? Okay, so they don't have it now, the cops don't have it now. Okay. So laptops, any other, like a Fitbit, is there, tablets?
iPad, but I have not found that.
Does she have it?
I've not found it yet. She has it, but I haven't seen it in the house.
Okay. So possibly she has it?
Possibly.
Oh, okay. When did you buy that?
Ooh, that was a long time ago.
And so is it a full-on iPad, like?
Yep.
You could use it to, like,
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi? Could you use it to navigate to an address?
You could text from it.
Oh, okay. So then, if it's possible and she has it and she's somewhere hurt or somewhere that we can't find her, she can't. In other words, could we somehow track that? Does that GPS?
It has to be connected to Wi-Fi for it to actually.
Oh, so it's not like a phone then? It's a.
No.
Okay.
She has a watch as well, but I have not found that.
She has like a
Apple Watch.
Apple Watch. Okay.
Do
you know where that is?
I have not found it. It's not on the charger.
And it's not at your house that you can tell? Okay. Do you think the password for the iPad's the same?
No, it'd probably be 2385.
238. Is that common for her?
Yes.
And
On a 4-digit it is.
Okay. What about for her Apple Watch?
2385.
2385. Okay. I don't have an Apple Watch. Is that one where you have to unlock it usually? Okay. And does she usually have a password?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On her phone it's different because it's 6-digit, but.
Okay. What's her phone number?
It's going to be 013119.
Is that a birthday or something?
Of the next baby.
Oh,
Due date.
Due date. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. So she's, and again, this is probably something that the cops in the other room know about. If she's due in January, she's 4 or 5 months pregnant?
And she was 14, 15 weeks.
Okay. All right. Do you guys know the sex of the baby?
We weren't going to tell anybody yet.
But you do know it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That she knows it?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's finish this, and then we'll get into more of this. Okay. So how else can we track her? Does she have another phone that you know of?
That's the only phone I've ever seen her use.
Okay. What's the phone number?
910-850-3286.
Okay. So, strap on your CSI hat. You can imagine the FBI has some pretty cool tricks and toys and everything. Is there anything you can think of that we should be doing that we're not?
Honestly, everything that I saw there was like, it took me on a whirlwind. I didn't think all that was going to happen. So that everything that happened today, I thought you guys were like spot on.
Okay. Is there anything that a friend has said? Oh, has the FBI done this? Well, you probably didn't know the FBI was involved until an hour ago.
Yeah.
Is there any good ideas that your friends have had saying, man, I got to try this, I got to do this?
A lot of people have asked about Amber Alerts, but I'm not sure like why that. I'm not sure I'm sure Amber Alerts have to do with like, all right, if you know someone has taken a kid, but since the last person you saw was the mom, and you don't think everybody's gone. Yeah. That's probably why Amber Alerts not really used in this respect.
Well, they did a press statement, so Amber Alerts are a little bit different. One thing that helps Amber Alerts is cars. When you're driving down the freeway and you say, missing person, look for this car. What car do we look for?
That's the only car she has is the one that left in the garage.
A Lexus? Mm-hmm. And that's what you drove here tonight?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have any other cars that you drive?
Just my work truck.
Okay. Lexus. Does pull it out. The Lexus is here. Okay. How could she have left the house?
Only way she could have left the house is if somebody picked her up, but it would have to have been from the back. Because it's the camera in the front, when the neighbor, the way it faces the driveway, it would have picked that up. Only thing it picked up was me leaving at like 5:26.
Okay. How do you know? Is it your camera?
It's neighbor's camera.
Oh, did he tell you?
Yeah, we were all over there watching it with the officer.
Okay. All right.
They just showed me loading up my truck.
Oh. Is it on all the time?
His camera's on all the time, yep.
Okay. And all it saw was you leaving?
Yep.
Did it show her coming home?
I didn't show her walking in, no.
Okay.
But she was in the house when I left.
Obviously.
So I was just like
I'm just trying to think. So the camera Is it possible that it doesn't catch everything? Like a motion detector?
From what I saw, I think, like, he showed me other, like, examples, but it was picking up, like, minuscule things here and there. Like, it was like, it didn't take much to, like, just get it start recording.
Oh, so it probably is a motion detector then. It's a start point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So then there's his camera, your security system.
And my doorbell camera right there.
Your doorbell camera.
And the only thing that was strange about mine that morning was that when I left, it said garage door 2 remained open.
When you left? Were you parked in the garage when you left?
I pulled out and it said, I thought it shut.
Oh, okay.
And it said main garage door 2 open when I went back and looked at all the history. And Nicole said that it was shut when she got there.
Okay.
But it said it was, because on my notifications, it'll say something's left open, but it won't say when it's shut.
Oh, so you got a notification it was open after when you thought you shut it?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Next I looked back, I saw it shutting.
Okay. Kids, do they have any security little watches? You know, something they have the call home button? Nothing like that?
Nothing like that yet.
No iPads? How old were they?
4 and 3.
Oh, they're pretty young. Okay. Anything else you can think of?
Honestly, like, we've exhausted, like, every option, every friend that we know that could have helped her.
Okay. So we talked about her decompressing a few times. Where would you do that?
She would have to go to her friend's house to do that. She wouldn't just go anywhere, not with the kids.
At a hotel?
I've checked. If she had any cash on her, I'm not sure like how much she would have had on her. She usually doesn't carry much cash, and the cash she had in her wallet was from Nicole the previous day.
From who?
From Nicole.
Oh, okay.
She told me that was the cash she gave her when I saw her when we found her purse.
For what?
I'm not sure. She didn't tell me.
Okay.
But that was the only cash she had in her wallet.
And is that still at the house, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So is her license in the wallet?
Yeah.
So she's got no cash that we know of, no license, no phone. Anything about the clothes in the closet, the hamper, the drawers that makes you think she packed some boots, she's going to the mountains?
Like, she has so many clothes in that closet. Like, it'd be hard to really tell if she took a little amount.
Okay.
I mean, if she took a big amount, it'd be pretty obvious, but like a little amount, you would never know.
Okay.
All right. She has like, say like that whole wall, and then the bottom, and the other side.
Okay.
If you take this room, it's about the size of it.
A woman with a lot of clothing? You don't say?
No.
Okay. Shoes, anything about the shoes that you think?
She has a whole shoe closet.
So there's nothing obvious that screams at you she's preparing for this type of activity. Okay.
And the kids' clothes too. There was enough that was there that I saw missing.
Okay. So, all right. So I know it's hard to talk about. You mentioned that there was a hard conversation the two of you had about
Separation.
Your marriage and separation. Now that you've had a little bit of time to think, looking back on that conversation, can you connect the dots between both of you being upset and crying, and here we are, and now she and the kids are gone? What do you think about?
I think about, like, did I cause this? Like, did I make her feel like she needed to leave? And, like, did she really feel, like, the things she was saying, did she really feel the same? Did she really feel like, all right, the disconnection? Did she really feel all that, or she was just saying it? Like, maybe, like, us falling out of love, was that really registering her at that point in time, or did it register after I left to go to work? And then she's just like, I'm just going to leave.
Okay.
It's like, I'm not sure, because she laid back down.
Okay.
She was still there when I left.
Okay.
But, like, maybe she sat there and thought about it, like, do I really need to stay here right now? Like, if he doesn't love me, maybe I should just go.
Can you really get into that conversation with me? And what I want to know is, you obviously have a very deep relationship with her. She's your wife. But it's going to be easy for me to listen to what was said and maybe think that there are some clues about maybe she did just lay down and cry a little bit longer and something happened to her. Or maybe she did get frustrated and she left. So can we recreate that conversation?
Mm-hmm.
So tell me what happened.
So when I crawled back in bed.
So sorry, let's start from she gets home late at night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll start from that point.
Okay. So she got home about 2 a.m.
And were you already home?
Oh yeah, I was passed out.
Okay.
Yeah, so like I felt her get into bed. That was about it. But about 4 a.m. That's when my alarm. That's when my alarm went off to go to work.
Okay.
That's when I got ready and everything.
So she gets in at 2. Alarm was off at 4. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you were sleeping that whole time?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So the conversation hasn't started?
No.
Okay.
So about when my alarm goes off, that's when, after I get ready for work, I crawl back in bed and we have that conversation.
So you wake up at 4.
Mm-hmm.
At 4, then what until you start the conversation?
Get dressed, get my clothes on, brush my teeth, deodorant, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Shower?
No.
Okay.
Shower up. Yeah, at 4.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I work in the oil and gas.
Okay. So then it doesn't matter if you go to work without a shower. Okay.
Doesn't really matter.
All right.
It's going to be bad anyway.
Yeah. So then you wake up, you get ready. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
You're fine.
So then what time are we talking about when you're ready to talk with her?
About 4:15 or so.
Okay. And so she was asleep from the time she got in from 2 to 4,
Mm-hmm.
or 4:15. You wake up at 4:15, you're ready. Okay, and at 4:15, you start talking.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you talk at 4:15 in the morning?
I felt like I needed to talk to her face to face because like I wanted to say something. I like when she was in Arizona, like I didn't want to do it through a text. I didn't want to do it through a call. I was like, I got back in bed. I was like, I needed to talk to her about this because she had told me like when she was going to fly back that she wanted to get up with me so she could take a shower. She wanted to get the airport off of me.
What do you mean when she got back?
When she flew back in.
From Phoenix?
Yeah.
Okay. So she told you, let's have a talk?
No, she wanted to get up with me so she could take a shower and get the airport off her because she was her flight was delayed.
Oh, okay.
Her flight was supposed to get in at 11, but it didn't leave till 11.
Okay. And so did she call you or did she text you?
I think there was a call.
Okay.
On that one.
All right. And so at 4:15, what happens?
That's when I crawled back in bed and I woke her up.
Okay.
And then I proceeded to talk to her about how I was feeling, about how I felt like what's been going on with us the last, what she's seen like the last 6 weeks, because she was in North Carolina and I was down there just the last week. But from just being apart and just like figuring out who people are. It's like the best way for people to really find out who they are is to spend time apart.
I agree.
And just kind of just like, you can just see yourself. And then on the last week, that's when I went back to North Carolina and I was there for the last week there.
Okay.
And when we were together, we could feel like it wasn't there, that spark. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of cliche, but that spark wasn't there anymore. Mm-hmm. And on that night, early that morning, mm-hmm. I told her like the disconnection it's there, like it's not going away. Like the connection we had in the beginning, mm-hmm. it's not there anymore. It's like I don't feel like the love we have is there anymore.
Okay.
And it's just like I don't feel like. I mean, if we want to stay together for the kids, I'm not sure if that's going to work. Mm-hmm. Like bringing another.
That's what you told him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like having another baby and bringing us in this relationship. Do you think this is going to work? Mm-hmm. With us being together, or separation, I think is going to be the best possible route for us. And that's when like all the crying and everything proceeded, and it was very hard just to talk about that. Mm-hmm. But I needed to do it face to face.
Okay.
And I needed to see her face like while I did it. I couldn't text, phone, whatever. I needed to be face to face and be able to see her and know that she was going to be at least reciprocating back to me.
Oh, what did she say?
She said that she wanted to kind of work on it, mm-hmm. but if that's the way I was feeling, then she respects that.
Okay.
And she said that most of the time when you have kids and you have a relationship where people like, they love each other more, they fall out of love, this connection, that having kids, even bringing a new baby into the equation, doesn't always work as well as keeping the couple happy and the kids happy. It's like it almost is like better if two are mm-hmm. on different sides.
Yeah, you don't want to spend your whole marriage just liking each other and faking it for the kids.
Yes, and that's one thing.
Okay. And is it accurate? I don't know.
That's totally accurate.
Okay.
I mean, you don't want to be the people parading around with like a mask on when the kids are around, and then when the kids go to sleep, you just go your separate ways.
Okay.
Like, that's what I don't want.
Okay.
And that's why we're talking about that separation that night.
Okay.
And that's why I got so emotional right there.
Okay. Emotional for you too?
Oh yeah, I was bawling my eyes out.
Okay. So then as a result, how long did that conversation last?
It lasted, so about 4:15 when we started. We talked about the house as well.
Okay. What did you say about the house?
Like, we needed to sell the house. Like, there's no way, like, we can stay in this house and have another kid and be able to just keep everything afloat.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, well, where do you want to move to? I was like, well, we can move to Brighton. We can move, are you familiar with the area?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. So we can move to Brighton. We can move Longmont. We can move, like, wherever.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere that's cheaper.
Okay.
And she was like, well, because she had already contacted the realtor the week before through an email.
Oh.
To see, like, what she thought. And that's when, like, I actually contacted Ann that day. Like, it was, like, pretty much probably about 8 o'clock that day.
Who's Ann?
The realtor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And asked her, like, if we can get the ball rolling, like, see what she thought.
So you said your wife called the week before to the realtor?
Emailed her.
Okay. So then this conversation early in the morning wasn't a shock to either of you or a surprise. It was the next step in the long conversation you have to have leading up to. Okay.
This was not like just like weighing up like a Big Bang Theory type thing. It was just like, this was, that's why it was just an emotional conversation. Sure. Like, cause it wasn't just like come out of nowhere left field type of thing. Like, we knew like something wasn't, we knew about what we wanted to do with the house. We knew like what's going on with it. Like, we knew something was.
Okay. Is it accurate to say that then the time when you were away from each other when she was in North Carolina, the time when she was in Arizona, maybe the two of you knew that could have been time you were talking, and so when you finally get together, it's, we can't wait another second, we're going to talk. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Okay. And tell me if it's wrong.
No, you're right.
Okay. So then the conversation starts at 4:15. You talk about each other and your marriage. You talk about the house. Then what?
And that's when the conversation ends, and we're talking. That's when she says she's going to take her friends, or take her and her friends take her and the kids to her friend's house. Which friend? That's what she did. She did not say.
So she did say, I'm taking the kids to a friend's house. Yeah. Are you sure she said that?
Yes.
You're positive?
Yes.
Okay. That's good. Now we're back to the blowing off steam probability, which we like, right?
Yeah, that's what I like.
Okay. So let's, if we're going to play the DVR, let's rewind 5 minutes. So we're at the house. You're talking about the house. You're saying this isn't going to work with the kid. We're going to sell this house. Then how do you remember what led to her talking about the kids?
As far as like taking them to her friend's house?
Yeah, like what conversation did you guys have?
Well, that's when I rolled out of bed, and that's when she pretty much told me, like, I'm taking the kids to a friend's house today, and I'll be back later.
Are you sure she said she'll be back later?
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how positive?
That's a 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
Okay. So she said, I'm going to take the kids to a friend's house, but I'll be back later. Why?
From what I just told her.
That doesn't make sense, though, because you'd be at work. Why would she have to leave?
That's the thing. Like, why? I'm not sure why she wanted to go somewhere.
Okay.
But that's what she wanted. Like, maybe she didn't want to be in that house after what we were just talking about.
You just talked about, it's no longer mentally, emotionally her house then.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So let's focus on, I'm going to take the kids to my friend's house. What does that mean?
Hopefully it's someone that she trusts. Hopefully it's someone that she knows pretty well, and hopefully maybe they have a kid that Bella and Celeste can play with.
But you have no idea who that would be?
Because we have exhausted all those information, all those people.
Okay. Does that surprise you? Because I don't know your wife, but maybe that's something that's in her wheelhouse. Does that surprise you that she said that and did that?
It doesn't surprise me that she went somewhere. Like, she said could have been a play date.
Okay.
But she was very vague in the fact that she just said she was going to a friend's house.
Okay.
And didn't say who.
Okay.
That's why I texted her, like, you can tell me, like, where the kids are.
What time did you text her?
That was 7:40.
Okay. And no word from her, obviously.
No.
Okay. So then we're at I'm going to take the kids I'm gonna go to a friend's house. You sure she didn't say I'm gonna take him somewhere to a hotel or something?
Oh, no.
You're positive if you said to a friend's house. And not just someone's house, but a friend's house.
Yeah, because like, if it was a hotel, I would have definitely asked the question, like, why are you going to a hotel?
Yeah. Okay.
That wouldn't, yeah.
Where can we look to find friends that you might not know about?
Honestly, Facebook's the only place.
Facebook?
Because that's the one she frequents.
Okay.
That's the only place.
What's her Facebook account? Or her username?
It's a Shanann Watts.
Just regular Shanann Watts?
Well, they have access on her phone.
SHANN.
ANN.
And so they can, I think they can log into the phone, right? I think they're in her phone, right?
Oh yeah, they just gotta hit the icon and it's right there.
So it's right there. They can
do whatever they want.
And they can, okay. All right.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. It's always logged in.
Okay. Doesn't she do something online? Doesn't she have an online presence or something?
It's with Thrive, the direct sales business.
Is that like her job?
Yeah.
It's called what? Thrive?
Yeah. The company's called Lavelle, but the company's called Lavelle.
Lavelle?
Yeah, LE-VEL.
LE-VEL. Okay.
Yeah, but the product's called Thrive.
Okay. What is it?
It's a probiotics, prebiotics, vitamins and minerals. It's all plant-based stuff. It works very well.
Dietary, supplementary. Okay. And what does she do for them?
She's a promoter.
Okay. Sales?
Yes.
Okay. Is this I think I've heard of Thrive. Is this like you try to sell it personally to people you know? Okay, so she doesn't have a storefront that she works at?
No, it's all cloud-based.
Okay, home-based. She can work from home.
I can work anywhere.
And so where would be a list of contacts at Thrive that we could go start talking to people?
Oh, we've already gave them all to them. Like everybody that she contacts through Thrive, they have them in that phone.
Have that?
Yep.
In that phone?
Mm-hmm.
Through what? An app?
No, just like all the people that she contacts throughout the day.
Okay.
Like from Addie and Sam, and they're all in there.
Addie and Sam, who are they?
Addie Maloney's one of her leaders back east.
Okay.
Sam Paley, another leader.
Someone who's supporting her sales.
Yeah.
What about people who, because she's in sales, what about customers she tries to reach out to she doesn't even know? How does she do that?
Messenger.
You message strangers?
Either it's her Facebook page is I guess it's public.
Okay, so she has friends on Facebook that might someday think that they want Thrive. They can reach her.
Mm-hmm.
How else does she do it?
It's mainly just through Facebook.
Through Facebook?
Yeah, like if she has any, she might do it on Instagram. She'll like sync them both, so that goes to both. But
Facebook and what was it? Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay, what's her Instagram username?
I have no clue.
You have no idea?
No, it might just be Shanann Thrives. Shanann with the underscore and Thrives.
So you don't do Thrive?
I do. She kind of runs it.
Okay. Do you do it separately from her then?
It's a different team, but I'm under her.
Okay.
It's like she signed me up under her.
Okay.
So whatever I do helps her.
Right. Okay. What else was not thinking of? So let's continue with, I'm going to go to my friend's house. Then what happens?
That's when I go downstairs, make my protein shake, get my lunch, everything ready.
Because you're not going back to bed at this point?
No,
okay.
I gotta go to work now.
And this is somewhere near
5:15.
Okay.
And then that's when I go out, get my truck, load everything in it, and 5:30 or about what the neighbors think said, about 5:26, I'm gone.
Okay, and she's still at the house then? Are you sure?
There's that. She never came back downstairs.
And explain your house to me. Do you leave through downstairs?
I'll leave, go downstairs and leave through the garage.
So then this conversation happened upstairs?
Yes.
In the master bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And you're sure she didn't come down?
Once I was in the garage, so I didn't see anything after that.
Did you see her car in there?
Yes.
Okay, and you left when her car was in there?
Yep.
So it's clear she's in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to determine if there's any other time she could have disappeared. And then, so from 5:30 then what?
That's when I went to work.
Okay. All right.
And then 7:40 is the next time I texted her.
And why'd you text her then?
I hadn't heard from her, and I was just seeing if she knew or just seeing where she went.
texted Shanann, right?
Yep.
Shanann?
Yep.
And asked if she could tell me where she was taking the kids. Oh, okay. So at this point, it's 2 hours later, and you're thinking, I wonder where she's going.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that text on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Then all the way, what happened between 7:40 and noon?
I was working. I was outside working.
Okay. Noon, texted Shanann to call me, and that's going to be on your phone too. Okay. 12:10, doorbell visitor.
That's when Nicole was at the door, and it pinged on my phone.
Okay. What's she doing there then? Oh, then 10 minutes later, you called Nicole to see what was going on, and she told me she couldn't get a hold of Shanann either, and that her shoes were whose shoes? Shanann's shoes?
Yep.
Were next to the door, and her car was in the garage, next to the door, inside or outside?
Inside. There's like a little small rectangular window next to the door.
Okay.
You can see right in there.
Does that mean anything to you that Shanann or her shoes always by the door?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you come in the house, does she usually come in the front door?
Unless she drives in.
Okay.
Then she goes into the garage.
Okay.
But that was just from the previous night when she came in.
Oh, okay. So then, let's think about this for a minute. If she comes in, drives in with, what's your other car, Lexus?
Yep.
She drives in the Lexus, comes in.
She comes in the garage door that way if she drives in the garage. But since Nicole dropped her off that previous night, she came in the front door.
Oh, someone else is driving. The Lexus is already there.
The Lexus is already there.
Okay, so then that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. You see what we're trying to do? We're trying to be like, did she walk out or was she taken out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it makes sense that her shoes are still right there.
Mm-hmm. But
She's obviously not wearing those shoes. Okay. All right, let's keep going. 12:40. A few more efforts by Nicole to reach her. How do you know?
Because that's when she was still at the front door, and I was
to reach her at the front door.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 p.m. I'm now on my way home to check on my family. Is that just because you're worried based on the conversation with Nicole? Had the police contact you by then?
No.
Okay. 2, I arrived. Sorry, go ahead.
But Nicole says she was probably going to call the cops.
Okay. All right. Now, so it sounds like Nicole's pretty worried.
Mm-hmm.
More worried than you.
Well, so once she couldn't get anything out of her and nothing was going on in the house, I was like, all right, I got to go home.
But it sounds like Nicole was more worried.
Yeah, because if she doesn't text me, I understand that.
Okay.
Sometimes that happens.
Okay.
But for her not to get back to her direct sales group, that was very unorthodox.
Okay. And you had a pretty tough morning with her.
Yeah.
So she's, again, decompressing,
yeah.
She said. So it's okay that she's not texting you maybe, but you're going to come home and check just in case.
Mm-hmm.
But Nicole's freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And I'm walking myself through this. You tell me, no, that's not what happened.
No, I mean, she for her not to get back to her friends like that, that's not normal because, she'll get, tons of text messages throughout the day from direct sales.
All right.
If she doesn't get back to me, I just assume that she's busy.
Okay. I'm now on my way home to check my family. 2 p.m. I arrive home, open the garage door. How?
I have my button.
Okay. It's in your truck?
Yeah.
Okay. And get inside the house. Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. Who are Bella and Celeste?
That's with my kids.
Okay. Oh, are not in the house. Oh, okay. Shanann's wedding ring is on her nightstand. Her phone is on the couch. Her purse is still here. The medicine for the kids is still here. The car with the car seats are still here. There is no sign of them anywhere. Frederick police officer and detectives are asking Nicole and I questions about where she could have gone or who she could be with. How did that go?
I mean, we're trying to go through from what we could gather, where she could have gone.
Okay.
As far as cause what we saw in the house, it didn't really make sense.
Okay.
So that's when we're just starting to look through the phone and just kind of call around. Once we found the phone and Nicole knew what the passcode was, we just kind of loaded up and see what transpired. And obviously there was 50 something text messages that popped through.
Okay. All right.
Because the phone was off.
Okay. What do you mean the phone was off?
It was off.
When you found it was off?
Off.
Was the battery dead?
No.
Why are you making that?
I have no clue. Why was it off and why was it not with her?
It's weird, right? Because if you're saying that she does a ton of texting and marketing and sales and calling certain people back, okay, how would it turn off?
you'd have to turn it off.
Okay.
Because it wasn't dead. It was like 50% or so, I think.
Are you sure? Okay. And it was on the couch?
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that?
So, usually it's not right by her nightstand.
Okay.
That's usually where it always is.
Nightstand in the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else about that?
No, that is weird that it was sitting like on the couch cushion like right there.
Okay. So, can we back up a tiny bit? You come home, no one has been in the house?
No.
Okay. No one could get in the house, is that right?
Yeah, unless you had a garage door.
Okay. And that's how you got in?
So I got in.
So at this point, you get there. Are the police there at this point?
Yes.
So you, the police, Nicole, that's it?
Her son.
Her son. What's her son's name?
I think it's Nick. I think his name's Nick.
Nick. And so you and Nicole aren't besties per se. You and Nicole.
Oh no, like we're friends, but yeah, my wife and her are really good friends.
Okay. And so Nick, you're not spending much time with Nick?
No.
Okay. Why is Nick there?
That he was just with his mom.
Okay. Is there anything weird about Nicole and Nick?
Not that I really think of.
Do you think anything about your wife not being around has anything to do with Nicole and Nick?
I would hope not. I mean, like, Nicole is one of her good friends.
Okay.
I don't think they could have done anything, like, as far as, like, helping her get out and then being so emotional when they couldn't find her. I don't think they could be capable of that.
So then they're at home. Police officers there.
Mm-hmm.
Then walk me through that.
So as we go through the house,
Do you immediately go through the house?
I open the garage door and I just go into the house. I'm looking, like I just go in the garage door and I'm looking.
Is the police officer saying, "Hey, let me talk to you for a minute"?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
What's the vibe like?
I go up there, shake his hand, but I'm like opening the garage door at the same time.
Okay.
And then I go through, and then they're waiting at the front door. I go in, open that up, and then they come in.
Oh, so they didn't go in the garage door with you? Okay.
Well, they went in the garage. They didn't come in the way I did.
All right. So then everybody goes in. Okay, and then what?
I run upstairs and I look in the bedrooms.
Okay. And because that's where she would be?
That's where I would expect.
So is this a standard house? Upstairs bedrooms, downstairs living area?
Yep.
Okay.
And there's one office downstairs.
Okay. And then upstairs, then what?
I'm going to Bella's room, going to Celeste's room, playroom, master bedroom. I'm looking everywhere, like bathrooms, and nothing.
Okay. And then?
I found the wedding ring right there on the nightstand, and then.
Right then?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that weird?
She only takes it off and she covers her hair.
Okay.
And she'd already covered her hair like the week before, so.
Okay.
That was just like probably a result of her conversation.
Oh.
I would think.
Okay.
And then Nick finds her phone on the couch.
And why did he find her phone on the couch? What's he looking for there?
I don't know, he was looking.
For
clues? Clues, just looking around too, and just happened to run across it right there on the couch next to the cushion.
So he found it, it's not as though you were calling it to find it, he just found it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what?
Saw Nicky puts the passcode in. It was a 4-digit passcode before, and it was a 6-digit this time. So now
like 013119.
Yeah.
She knew her friend's passcode?
Yeah, I didn't, because it used to be 2385, but when she changed it to 6.
How did Nicky know it?
Maybe she knew it over the weekend, because I'd never seen a 6-digit passcode on her phone.
Is that normal to you that Nicole might share her passcode with somebody?
I wouldn't think so.
Do you know her to have done that before?
No, because she's only told me her passcode before. Like her phone's her lifeline. So.
Okay. Are she close with Nicole?
She's decently close.
How long have they known each other?
Probably at least over a year.
How did they meet?
when Shanann's mom lived here, Shanann's mom worked at she's a hairdresser, and Nikki was like one of the managers.
Oh.
Nicole, sorry.
Okay. And then did Shanann get her hair done there or something by Nikki?
No.
Okay.
It was just Shannan's mom and Nicole were friends, and then Shanann got Nicole into the Thrive, and went from there.
All right. So now we're at finding the phone, Nicole unlocking the phone, then what?
Waiting for everything to load up and watching all the text messages pop up, phone calls, missed calls pop up, and go from there.
And what were they?
It was just people asking, like, are you okay? Where are you? Type things.
Okay. All right. Okay, then what?
The police officer, he looks at the phone, he just kind of looks through it just to see like if anything looks, up any of the text messages.
Mm-hmm.
And then I walk downstairs and I'm looking around down there, seeing if I see anything at all. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay.
And then I think that was at 4 o'clock. That's when the officer, I went over to the neighbor's house to see if he saw anything. And
whose idea was that?
I think it was the officer, because he just went over there. And then that's when the neighbor called him back over to show him he had some stuff from the other night.
Okay.
Just show him like whatever he had that put motion on it.
Okay. Who originally called the police?
Nicole.
Okay. And is that the time when you were telling me you're coming home and she's freaking out?
She said that she told me she was going to call the police, but I thought, okay, I'm coming home. It's like, let me look through everything. Let's see what's going on here. And on my way home, that's when she called me and said the cops are here.
Okay. All right. Okay. Frederick police officer and detectives are asking Nicole and I questions about where she could have gone or who she could be with. 4 p.m. Police check neighbor security footage and question them as well. Okay. Have we talked about that? Is that where we're okay?
That's where we're at.
Anything else about that?
No, it just shows Nicole dropping her off, but her not walking up, and it shows me loading my truck up.
Okay.
About the time I told you I left.
Okay. Officer, detective, and sergeant come by to search the house and ask some more questions. How'd that go?
They just had me sign the paperwork to search the house.
Okay.
And I just waited outside and let them go through the house. There's a missing persons warrant, I guess.
Sure. Okay. And did they find any other clues? Okay. Begin calling around to anyone I know that could know something or maybe see Shanann. Calling locals, hospitals, and hospitals as well. 7:30 p.m. Friends, Nick and Amanda come by to show support. Okay, so that begin good. So 6 p.m. Begin calling around to anyone I know that could know something or maybe seen Shanann. What happened there?
Same thing, like everybody that I've talked to, it's just like they haven't heard from her, they haven't seen her, nothing. Called what's up?
Who's helping you make these calls?
That's just me.
Just
at this point.
Were you by yourself?
I was by myself. I'm sure Nicole and other people were doing that while they were gone.
Okay.
Because they were gone at this point.
Where did Nicole go?
Back to her house.
Back to her house.
She was there when they came back to search the house.
Nicole was?
She was parked outside.
When is this? 5 o'clock?
Yeah, she was parked outside.
Did she come in and help them?
No.
Why not?
Well, because they told me to wait outside.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Is there any weapons in your house?
No.
Okay. If we wanted to bring a lot more people with a lot more tools and tricks to your house, could we do that tonight?
It's up to you.
Okay.
I was going to stay at a friend's house, and I was on my way over there tonight, but that's up to you.
You're going to stay at a friend's house?
I was.
Okay. If we were to get into your house without you there, how would we do it?
Punch the passcode in the front, 2385.
Okay. That's the garage passcode?
No, that's the front door.
And I thought you were supposed to latch or something preventing you from getting in.
I know, but if you don't latch it, it's...
Is it unlatched now?
Yeah.
Okay. We might think about that. I think it's a good idea.
All right.
What do you think?
I was just going to go to her friend's house because I couldn't stay there last night. I couldn't sleep there.
What friend's house?
Nick and Amanda.
Oh, is that her friends or your friends?
They're both of our friends.
Okay.
I run with Nick.
Okay. And when you say hers, is that your wife or is that Nicole's?
My wife.
Your wife's? Shanann's friends?
Yeah.
Okay. Nick and Amanda.
I think they're waiting outside right now, actually.
Oh, are they? Were they the ones I saw on TV?
More than likely.
Okay.
One bald guy.
Young kid with a brim ball cap?
Yeah.
Colorado or something,
yeah.
maybe?
That was Nick.
That was Nick? Okay. I thought Nick was... No, wait, Nicole's... What's Nicole's son?
Nick.
So there's two Nicks now?
Yeah.
Okay, so Nicole's son is Nick.
Yeah.
And your friend is Amanda.
Amanda and Nick. Yeah.
Are they married?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, I should say like a Nick and Amanda Thayer. Put it that way.
Oh, okay. Oh, I know the Thayer name. They showed up at the house or somewhere, right?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Good friends?
Mm-hmm.
And no reason to worry about that?
No.
How do you and Shanann know that?
Amanda through Thrive, or actually Amanda was at Primrose at where the kids went to school.
Okay.
She used to be director there.
Oh.
And once she left as a director position, when she left to go to a different school, that's when Shanann got her on Thrive and became friends, and me and Nick started running. And
okay, that's all right. Friends meeting that commercial sport. Friend, is that Lauren Arnold?
Yep.
Who's that?
Shanann's high school friend.
Okay.
Was that her?
And how'd she find out about all this?
Facebook.
And so, did you ask them who and where Shanann might be?
Oh yeah, like Shanann, Lauren and Shanann were actually supposed to meet up that day.
To do what?
To meet up at the house for just pregnancy pal thing.
At your house?
Mm-hmm.
What time?
Don't know.
Was there any communication about that?
Not to me.
How do you know?
That was the first I had heard of it, because she said that they were supposed to meet up that day.
Oh, when she came over at 8.
Yeah.
She said, "Holy cow, we were going to meet together," something like that.
Yeah, like that. When she heard about everything on Facebook about Shanann being missing, and she's like, yeah, her and I were supposed to. Lauren said her and I were supposed to meet up and do a little pregnancy pal thing.
Is Lauren pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. First kid?
Third.
Okay. And so, both third kids. So they were just going to meet up because they're expecting mothers.
Yeah, they're probably just going to hang out and probably haven't seen each other in a while.
Okay.
I ain't worried about her, though.
Okay. Who are you worried about?
Anybody that I know right now, like, if they have not told me anything, it'd drive me nuts. It's driving me nuts because, like, there's no way, like, the people that I know that have kids that could have helped her, if she's at somebody's house right now, like, they would have had to say something by now. With all this going on, there's no way they could have kept their mouth shut by now.
So then who are you worried about?
Honestly, like, I can't really say, like, if I'm worried about anybody right now as far as, like, any of her friends that I know.
Okay.
All of them are showing, like their deep concern about what's going on right now.
Okay. And
I think, like, with that deep concern, that can't be faked.
Okay. So then, who are you worried about?
It has to be somebody I don't know, honestly.
Okay.
The only thing that I can think of is somebody I don't know.
Okay. Does your gut tell you that Shanann and the kids walked out, or that they were taken out?
Yesterday I would have said they walked out. Today I would have said I'm leaning the other direction.
Okay. Friends Dave Cologne and Jeremy Lindstrom come by to show support. Who are they?
Dave Cologne, when I worked for Ford, he ran an auto body shop. He actually works for Boulder County Sheriff's Department now.
Oh, okay.
And Jeremy Lindstrom, he worked in the sales department at Ford when I was a tech. Mm-hmm. And he works at a Ford dealership now.
Okay.
And Jeremy's daughter just watched the kids over this past weekend too, so we know them pretty well.
Oh, what's his daughter's name?
McKenna.
Okay. Was she the one watching the kids the night before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I saw her name in her report or something. How did that go with Dave and Jeremy?
Oh, good. They're just there to show support, just chilling in the kitchen.
Just two of them?
Yeah, then that's me. Yeah, me and them.
And Lauren and all them had gone by then?
Oh yeah, everybody else is gone by then.
Okay. When they come over to show support, what are you guys talking about?
Just talking about like what could have happened. Like, do you think she could have gone somewhere? Do you think she's actually taken? Like, just random questions like that. And then they're just talking about just other stuff to kind of get things off my head a little bit.
Okay. Okay. 10 o'clock. I lay in bed and proceed to take calls from friends and family the rest of the night. How'd that go?
I mean, just answering, nobody can sleep as far as East Coast, anything like, Addie, Sam.
Who's Addie and Sam again?
Addie moved up, they're leaders in Thrive.
Okay.
They're people that Shanann reaches up to.
Okay. Have we talked to them?
Oh yeah, he talked to them on the phone.
You have?
I texted them, it's all on there.
Okay. And so, the real live communication sense, we couldn't find Shanann?
Yeah,
like that. Okay. Have police talked to them?
I believe so.
Okay. Just on the phone?
Yes.
Are they in North Carolina?
No, they're like northeast.
Northeast what?
Like Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, over there.
All right. Who else calls?
See, her mom, talked to my parents, talked to my sister, texted with Kelly, that's another, she lives in New Jersey. Oh, who else? Jeremy, Dave, all those people.
Okay. All right. Can we talk about something that's kind of hard to talk about? So when I work investigations like this, I have to keep an open mind on everything. Okay. And part of keeping an open mind is listening to you talk about your wife and your marriage. And the day she goes missing is the day that you guys have marital discord. Okay. So you can understand what I'm thinking about you.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Makes me sick to my stomach, honestly. Like, I know, like, I've talked to a few of my friends, like, this does not look good on you. I'm like, I know. It's like, if people knew that we were having marital issues, they're going to look at me, especially with the way everything looks. And it honestly just makes me sick to my stomach because this is something that I would never do. Ever. I know, like, you have to look at every vantage point. This is something I would never do to my kids or my wife. At all. I'm not sure, like, what I could do, like, to make people believe that, just because if they knew we were having marital discord, they would automatically look at me. But there's no, I would harm anybody in my family. At all. I know we were having marital discord, and we had that conversation that morning, and then she goes, we have no idea where she is, or the kids. I promise you that I had nothing to do with any of that.
Are you telling me the truth?
I'm telling you the absolute truth.
Why should I believe you?
Because I'm a very trustworthy person, and the people that do know me, they know how I'm a calm person. I am not an argumentative person. I am a person who is never going to be abusive or physical in any kind of relationship. I would never harm my kids. I would never harm my wife. You can talk to any of my friends, any of her friends. They know me. They know I'm a low-key guy that's quiet. So I'm not about confrontation. I'm not about anything that elevates to that level. I mean, you can, like, if someone yells at me, screams at me, I just take it and I just try to get it by the wayside and get it back to where it's just a cool conversation to where, like, none of that gets to that height. Because I am not that person. I've never been that person.
Okay. You can imagine it's my job. Okay. And I told you that tonight, we would talk about things and might offend you, you know that we have to get to the bottom of this. You know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you take a polygraph?
Sure.
Okay. Would you take it tonight?
if that's what you want me to do. I've never done one. I don't know like what it involves, but
You know where it is?
From what I've seen, it goes on your finger.
You know what the purpose of one is?
That's for a lie detector test.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we do this? Let's take a little break. I'm going to come back in here because I have a lot more questions for you. Okay. I want to remind you that tonight is voluntary. Okay. I can't keep you in here. I won't keep you in here. If you want to get right up and walk out of here, you can do that. Okay. All right. Do you want to keep talking with me?
I mean, I can.
Okay.
I mean, if that's what you want, I can keep talking.
Okay. And you understand that I'm not arresting you right now. You understand that you can walk out of here at any time.
Sure.
Okay. Having said that, I do want to talk to you. I have a lot more questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know where your wife is?
No, my wife is.
Are you telling me the truth?
I'm telling you the absolute truth.
Okay. Let's take a tiny break. Get some water. Do you need to use the restroom?
No.
Okay. There's some water, Gatorade actually, if you need it. I'm going to step out for a minute. I need to look over some of my notes. I'm going to come right back in here. I'm not going to be out very long, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back. We'll have everyone else. I'm just going to keep this room for a little bit longer. So just shuffle people through the other rooms. All right. How you feeling?
Looking at that picture, God. Celeste loved those shoes, even though they were winter shoes.
They were what?
Winter shoes.
Those are her boots, aren't they?
Shanann was gonna sell them off to like that Facebook Marketplace. She had them on the windowsill there, and when we got back from North Carolina, she saw them sitting over there, and she proceeded to take them back and wear them every day since they got back. No matter if it was 100 degrees outside or what, she loved those shoes. She always loves those shoes. Bella, she always wore some flip-flops. She always will. She's just like, she loved that dress. She loved those flip-flops. Cece loved that dress. She likes the buttons in the back.
Is Cece short or something?
Celeste.
Bella and Celeste.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about them.
You can see Celeste. She's Rampage. She's always the one that's gung-ho. She's always the one that's just like, she's off. She's either go or sleep. She's always the one growling. She's always, she's a tiger. Bella, she's the calm, the mothering one. She's the one that's always, you okay? You okay? Fine? Okay. She's just the sweetest little girl. She's the one that favors me more, and Celeste is the one that favors Shanann more. From the way I look at it. You see some baby pictures of me, and Bella is just like, oh, she's the other way around.
So when you say favor, do you mean look like?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are they both daddy's girl?
That one is.
Yeah, that's how it works, isn't it?
Because the first one I wasn't really good at it yet. Second one I knew what I was doing, and she bonded with me right from the start.
Yeah.
I remember when they wore that dress. She just wore that dress not too long ago. I unbuttoned the back of it so I could get her pajamas on. She's like, no, Daddy, button. I got button. Bella loves those spaghetti strap dresses. She likes long dresses. She was a girly girl. Always. She is just like, I always like tried to put her on a Supergirl t-shirt and she loved it. Every time. She always be smiling though. Bella, you have to like really kind of, like, you want some gum? Like, she said, you want some gum? She was been looking in this picture. See, she's always just smiling on the camera. I'm gonna find him, right?
I need your help.
You gotta find him. You gotta find Shanann. This is the picture somebody sent me. Or it was side by side of Bella and Celeste and Shanann. There was a post to like one of the news companies.
Okay.
This was the picture they used of the girls.
Alright. Were you thinking about anything while I stepped out?
Just how much I want to see these two girls and my wife again. So I want them to come home.
I mentioned that when children go missing in the FBI, it's a lot like you see in the movies.
Okay.
We like to get every single one of our resources. We like to call every agent and wake them up out of bed, call them back from vacation. We just really like to put a full force in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you're comfortable supporting?
Yeah.
Okay. That means that I want to have as many eyes, as many hands, as many investigators, as many evidence people as we can possibly get looking at your house.
Okay.
Can we do that right this minute?
Up to.
Okay.
I'll stay out of the way if you want.
Okay. That's usually best. For you, for us, for everyone.
Okay. You want me to go stay at my friend's house then?
Is that an option?
Yeah, because I'm not sure if they're still outside. I'm
Okay.
not sure or not.
All right.
I don't have a phone.
Oh, I forgot to ask you about your phone.
Yeah, I don't have much to. I didn't have to take one here anyways.
Okay.
But
Concrete block. So what I might do then is in, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, I might just step out for a very quick break and just say, guys, let's go in that house right now.
2385.
You did tell me that, and I did write it. The garage is 2385?
The front door.
The front door, 2385, and that latch or whatever is not going to get in our way?
It should be unlatched.
Okay, good. All right.
If it is, just call me.
Now when we go in there, I want them to run a black light over everything. I want them to collect DNA. I want them to look for hair strands and DNA samples. And I want them to look at your stuff and your wife's stuff and your children's stuff and the garage stuff and the car stuff, all of it.
Sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any problems with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then I want them to do that sooner than later. I might step out here in a minute and just tell them the code and just let them know, guys, let's find how we can get these girls. Okay. Can we keep talking about some complicated things?
Sure.
Some things that are going to make you uncomfortable?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And I think you know why I have to ask them. Okay. And
Hard job.
it's a hard job. It is a hard job. And I'm going to ask you one thing, and you're going to give me an answer, and I'm going to ask it just a slight bit different, and you're going to give me an answer, and then about 10 iterations of this, you might get annoyed, but I do have to make sure that we understand each other. Okay, is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have your daughters who are missing. We have your wife who's missing. Okay, and that's the most important thing right now. Okay. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So You've done very good in talking to me about this really hard conversation you guys had. Okay? Very good. That's sometimes hard. And I understand why sometimes someone in your position says, doesn't want to tell me about that. Because please go help me find my kids, and you don't need to know about my marriage argument. Okay? So I got to say, you've done very good at that. And I need you to keep doing that. So I need to ask you about your marriage and infidelity.
Sure.
Okay, tell me about it.
I have never cheated on my wife.
Okay.
And I fully suspect she has never done that to me.
Oh, okay.
Like, she's always been a trustworthy person. I've always been a trustworthy person. I fully expect if we ever thought about straying another way, that we would tell each other before it happened.
I think that sounds ridiculous.
Okay.
Because in the history of the earth, nobody ever does that.
Okay. I just that's what I would like to think.
Okay.
I mean, I know mistakes happen. Like,
sure.
Yeah. But that's what in my head, that's what I would think would happen. I would hope would happen.
Okay.
But
now, even though I think that sounds ridiculous, if I was in your shoes, I'd say the exact same thing. And I believe that. Okay. But I kind of don't. And you can imagine in my job, I meet all kinds of people. And you can imagine that there are people who have Saturdays with their girlfriends and Sundays with their wives.
Okay.
Right? And they consider themselves to be very virtuous people. Okay. So, with that in mind, I don't care if there's been anything in your relationship. I just don't. And I'm not going to tell the news, and I'm not going to tell anyone, but I do need to know. So, is there anyone that you think that maybe your wife got close with?
If she did, it was very secretive then, if that was the case, because I had no inkling at all. No, okay. It wasn't even a suspicion.
Okay, not one guy or girl.
No. If that was the case, I didn't have one suspicion about it. Like if it happened, it wasn't even I wasn't aware.
Nothing.
There was no clue. There was no texting with the phone back or I walk in, swipe type thing. I didn't really have any of that.
Okay. No perfume when she's going out with the girls.
She always sprays something.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. It wasn't that 1 in a million perfume or something like that.
All right. No late nights that surprised you.
No.
Okay. Now let's talk about you.
Okay.
Okay. On your end, I gotta ask, what's her name?
I don't have another one.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. Would you tell me if you did?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, highly trained investigator over here, right? I see pictures of you from a few years ago, and I see you standing before me now. Okay. You've gotten pretty fit.
Yes.
Yeah. You can imagine when guys start cheating or want to cheat, that's what happens.
Yes.
So tell me about it.
So I did not cheat on my wife.
Okay.
Not Thrive helped me. I went from 245 pounds to about
245?
245 pounds.
And that's great, man.
Thank you. And I'm 185, 180 right now. And I've been eating cleaner, just trying to, the last little bit. Thrive has helped me a lot, but to maintain it and try to eat cleaner has really helped me as well.
Okay. And I've got to imagine that maybe there was a girl that inspired that?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Why are you falling out of love?
After the last 5 weeks, being by myself and being able to be myself again. I couldn't be myself around Shanann anymore.
Why not?
It was like I was walking just walk on eggshells type thing. It's kind of you feel like you're always doing something that's wrong. It's you feel like you're never does that make sense at all?
The timing doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. But it's if you can't be yourself around your wife, who can you be yourself around?
Why couldn't you be yourself around your wife?
I just felt like I'd always have to change who I was because I was always about, I was doing the laundry, I do everything. I do everything that I could for her. Everything. And then the last 5 weeks, I was just being myself, just doing me. And I just thought to myself, one of my buddies, Mark, he lives out in San Diego, was like, one big test that he learned, like, he was divorced at one point, and he was like, so if you could picture yourself, like, if you could picture your wife and she was with someone else, would you get jealous? I was like, at this point I have to say no. And he was like, well, there's your answer. Like, if you love her, it would be a different answer.
When did you start pulling out?
It wasn't in the last 5 weeks. It's been an ongoing process for probably about a year.
Why?
I just felt like everything that we had when we first started dating and met, like we met in 2010, everything, you know, your new relationship, spark, everything's hot and heavy, everything's great. Get married, everything's still great. And then, like, you know, people just fall out of love. And that's where I was. Like, I just felt like over the last year, I thought that, like, okay, maybe this is just like a phase. Maybe it's, you know, like, just, you know, this is what happens. Like, you've been with somebody so long. Maybe, like, you know, the spark isn't there, just reunited somehow, some way. But, you know, our conversations weren't the same. Like, when we were apart, like, everything was just, like, you know, short. And it was just, like, nothing felt right anymore. The disconnection was there, and it just never felt right anymore.
But why?
It wasn't there. Like, I just didn't feel it. Like, it was like I didn't have that passion anymore.
Why not?
I really couldn't. I can't tell you. Like, the passion, I didn't feel it in my heart anymore. Like, I really can't, like, just give you a definitive answer other than that. Just like my heart wasn't in it.
I gotta tell you, that sounds like a load of horseshit to me.
I don't.
What about the girls?
Bella and Celeste are the light of my life. I'd do anything for those girls. I'd step in front of a bullet so for a train for those girls.
It doesn't add up to me. Then why did the spark die?
The relationship between me and Shanann has nothing to do with the love I have for these girls. I mean, the love for these girls, they're the light of my life. I would do anything for them.
Mm-hmm.
But me and Shanann talked about, like, if we separated or if we stayed together, like, what's best for the kids? Like, do we stay together for the kids? That, you look it up, it doesn't work that way. Like, it might cause more issues for the kids later on down the road with their psyche or personality or something. They know when they get older, they see, like, oh, mom and dad don't sleep in the same room anymore, like, what's going on, type thing.
Okay. If you had to guess, if you had to put your finger on it, if you had to, you know, point to two people that are hot and heavy, that have kids that they love, what happens?
I mean, you can't take the kids into the factor because, like, when the love you have for your kids is going to be, like, exponential. I mean, it'll, no matter what, that will never die. Because those are your kids.
Mm-hmm.
That'll never die. Between you and your wife, like, the love that you have for each other, like, from start to finish, like, from right when you started to wherever if your relationship ends, like, when you're in that type of relationship, you're with somebody for that long, something happens. Like, something, like, if it's just conversations or if it's just, like, you know, I mean, it's not attractiveness at all. Like, it's just a connection that isn't there. Like, you know, when you can, like, look at someone or just, like, put your forehead to their forehead and you just, like, hold them and you know what each other's thinking. That's a connection. I didn't have that connection anymore.
Okay. What do I do to help you walk out of this room and not look like the person who's responsible?
You have to trust me that when I tell you that these two beautiful girls right here, I did nothing to them, and to my beautiful wife, I did nothing to her. Like, you have to trust me and believe me. Like, I know you don't know me as a person. You've known me for, like, 2.5, 3 hours, and I don't know what your opinion is. But you have to realize that these two beautiful girls right here and my wife, I had nothing to do with the disappearance. Like, they vanished, they were taken someone has taken them. They're safe somewhere. We don't know. I had nothing to do with this act of like evil cruelty, whatever has happened here. Because my love for these two girls and my wife, like, I don't want anything to happen to them. I've never wanted anything to happen to them. No matter if me and my wife separate or not, or divorce or anything, I never wish harm on anybody, on a human being in general.
Okay.
Like, just seeing that picture, like, I need them, I want them just to run through that front door and just grab me, or just tackle me, knock me to the floor, bust my head up, I don't care. The amount of love I have for my family is exponential, and it's never going to die. And I want them back.
Okay.
I have to have them back.
Tell me about a normal day in your house.
So like one when I'm actually home all day.
You know, let's pick a day.
Okay,
2 months ago.
Let's pick a Saturday.
Let's pick a school day.
A school day. Okay. So, well, I'm usually at work.
Okay.
So usually I'm
their lives and your lives.
Okay. So school day. So I'll get up about 4 o'clock. I'll go down, work out for maybe about an hour or so.
At your house?
Yeah, there's a weight bench in my basement.
Okay.
So get done with that, come back upstairs, probably about 5 o'clock. I'll eat some breakfast, make some eggs, cottage cheese or something like that. Everybody's still sleeping. I'll make the girls milk. I'll make Cece's milk. I'll bring it upstairs. Bella's usually kind of iffy on milk in the morning, so I just fill up the water bottles, put it in the refrigerator. Make sure the backpacks have changed clothes, their hat, and if it's like a swim, like a water day or something, make sure they have water shoes in there. Make sure they have sunscreen. Make sure all that in their backpacks.
Change clothes for what?
In case they have an accident.
Oh, okay. Because they're little. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, not much Bella, but Celeste.
Sure.
And make sure they have their little blankies whenever they go nap.
Okay.
They have all that with them. I have that all laid out, and then I go to work. So when the kids dictate when Shanann wakes up, and usually it's Bella. She'll come in there, lay in the bed with her, and then Celeste, she'll wake up. They'll come in and lay in the bed with her, and they'll watch cartoons for a little while at least. And probably about 6:30, they'll get out. She'll probably be in the bathroom at this point in time while they're watching, because Celeste has her milk at that point in time when she's just chilling in the bed.
Okay.
Shanann's getting ready. She'd probably take a shower, put makeup on, all that kind of stuff, and then takes the kids over into their rooms, gets them dressed out of their pajamas, and Bella has a school uniform. Cece didn't have one yet, so get them dressed, go downstairs, have breakfast. Cece will probably have cereal. Bella probably some like cinnamon toast. Have that. They might have a little snack on the way to school, maybe some dry cereal or something.
Okay.
Just put them in the cars and go to school. And then they'll stay at school usually until about 4 o'clock, 4:30. I'll usually be home by then. I can go pick them up. I go in there, sign them out, get them in the car, drive back. They'll be screaming the whole way because they want mommy. Because that's what they do after a long day of school. And get home. Shanann will have something for the girls, being whatever they want. It might be pizza. Sometimes they want French fries. Sometimes they want chicken nuggets. Sometimes kibasi. Just whatever. Most of them, they have butter noodles. They love that.
Okay.
So wash their hands, sit them at the table, and they'll eat their dinner. Get them all washed up. Get them dry lotion, get their pajamas on. Back downstairs. Have a little nighttime snack. They'll pick it. Cheez-Its, little wafers, something like that. And they'll sit in their little couches and they'll watch a cartoon until about 7 o'clock, and then between 6:30 and 7, we're giving them the medicine and any medicine they need at that point in time, if one of them has fever or whatever else. And then brush their teeth upstairs. Cece gets an overnight diaper, Bella doesn't, and read them a book. Cece usually wants the tiger book, and I read that to her. We growl at the last part, turn the rain machines on.
Is that what you said? Choose your tiger?
Yes.
Does that come to mind?
Yes.
Okay.
and turn the rain machines on, give them both kiss goodnight. Cece wants me to put her to bed, Bella wants Shanann to put her to bed, and close the door, and night-night.
Okay. All right. Can we talk a little bit about the morning that they disappeared?
Mm-hmm.
We already talked about 4 o'clock alarm, prep until 4:15. Correct me if I'm wrong. 4:15, this challenging talk starts. You leave somewhere around 5:30ish, 5:20 something, 5:27. And then what was your day like?
So I went out to locations.
Where's that?
The oil locations.
Oh, locations. Okay.
Yeah. So I worked out on those old locations until 12:10. That's when I got the doorbell visitor notification.
What do you do out there? What do you do at work?
I'll operate the oil and gas locations we have running.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like either maintenance or just like inspections or like trying to get them running again type of thing.
And are you the guy with the wrench or are you the boss?
I'm one of the field coordinators.
Okay.
So like the area we have is like it's really big. So like I have me and 2 other guys are field coordinators. Then we have 2 rovers, which they like go around to the area and they help other operators. And we have 6 route operators. Okay. So the field coordinators, we kind of get everybody like, all right, this is what we're going to do today type thing, and disperse type thing.
So then when you left at 5:30, which location did you go to?
So the Survey 319,
which is
generally well location.
At the well location?
Yeah, we have the Survey 1029.
Survey?
Yeah, it's just well names.
Survey?
Yeah.
Like SERVY?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was the 1129, and we say the 1029 most of the day.
And so these are numbers I don't even understand.
There's like section number, well number type things. That's how they name them.
Okay. So then it might be that, God forbid, 2 weeks from now, we're still looking for them. And it's going to be very important that all of this can jar your memory, right?
Yeah.
So I'm taking notes. Survey what?
So we have the 1129.
Where'd you go first?
The 319.
319. Where and what crossroads would that be?
Oh, it's out in the ranch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Survey 319. Okay.
Yeah.
How long were you at Survey 319?
Probably about an hour.
Okay. Just telling the boys what to do?
I was out there checking a line that we had leaking on Friday.
Okay. Okay, and that took about an hour?
Yep.
Then what?
Went to the 1129.
Okay. Again, is that in the middle of a ranch?
Yeah, it's the same ranch.
Okay. Oh, so how far away?
Not far.
Walking distance?
No.
Oh,
walking.
That's a big ranch.
Yeah, you don't drive there.
Okay. How long were you at 1129?
Probably about 20 minutes or so.
Doing what?
I was just doing an inspection over there, see if I can get the well to run again.
Okay.
This one you have to kind of run manually.
Okay. And then where?
The 1029. We were there most of the rest of the day.
Doing what?
We're trying to get a pumping unit to pump back up, and stuffing box rubbers were leaking and the rods were smoking, so we had to replace them. That's what took a very long time.
And how long were you out there?
The rest until 12:10.
So 6-7 hours.
Oh yeah, like
5, 6.
yeah.
Okay.
At least like 5 hours. It seemed like 5 6.
And were there people with you?
Oh yeah, there are people with me. Like I gave them the names.
Okay.
There was
the police know?
Yeah, Troy McCoy, Chad McNeil, Melissa Parrish, Cody Roberts. They were all out there with me.
Okay. And you said you called home at 7:30 or so?
I texted 7:40.
Okay. And that was something like where are you?
Yeah, I couldn't go back that far on my phone to see when I called, but I did call her 2 or 3 times during that.
And why then? Was that a better part of the day for you to text?
Yeah, because like I was at that point in time, like I was actually trying to call my foreman and everything else, just to talk to him, to tell him what I found, and it kept just like it wouldn't ring out there.
What you found? What do you mean?
The line that was leaking.
Okay.
Yeah, like we had a bypass line, back pressure line that was tied into a downcomer line to an oil tank, and it was leaking on the ground.
Okay.
But like I was not getting any phone calls through, so that's why I was texting.
Okay. Okay. So let's have that hard conversation again. Okay.
How old are they?
4 and 3. So it'll be 5 in December.
Okay. You can imagine that every day that goes by,
It's harder to find.
where we don't find your girls, it's going to get harder to find. We're going to have less clues. Things that we need to get and we need to use, the methods that we need to do to find them are going to start getting blown away by weather, getting re-recorded over themselves at the surveillance store that's going to tell us. All of that is going to disappear. Okay? And that's why we're going to spend so much time today, tomorrow, as in the front as we can, right? You can also imagine that every day that goes by, we're going to be looking for the man who did this. Okay? And you can imagine that we're going to include you as that man. So, let's talk about that. I think that you're trying to put on a brave face because you're a man and you're a father and you're a husband. I can tell that there's just something you're not telling me. And I'm not sure what it is. I don't know why that is. I don't know why you're not telling me, but there's something that's making you a little bit uncomfortable tonight. I just don't believe some of the things you're telling me. Okay, I just don't. Simply do not believe you.
What makes you think? What have I said that makes you not believe me at all?
This just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't add up. So can we talk about 2 Chris's? Okay.
2 Chris's.
The tale of 2 Chris's? Okay. And you need to help me know which Chris I'm looking at today and which Chris you really are. So, Chris number 1 is right here, right? And fell out of love with his wife. Okay. Started wondering what it might be. He didn't have a wife to take care of and a girl to take care of. Spent some time alone. Liked that time alone. Came home. May or may not have had a conversation about how to get out of this marriage or how to fix it, but probably how to get out of it. Is looking at a bachelor pad in Brighton and did something terrible to his wife and kids. And that may have been an accident. And I think it was an accident.
That's not the Chris you're looking at right now. No. And the Chris you're looking at is the man who loves these kids and loves his wife and will never, ever, ever do anything to harm them. That's the Chris you're looking at right now. The Chris you're looking at right now wants these kids and his wife back at his house right now. That's the Chris you're looking at.
Why didn't you call 911?
I didn't think anything was wrong.
I think you knew what was wrong.
I did not know what was wrong, sir. I promise you that.
What do you think it's going to look like when someone finds out that it was not you that called 911?
Everybody's going to have their own perception about what's going on here. But I know my wife. I know that sometimes she doesn't text me back. I know that happens. I've been that. It's happened multiple times throughout many days. If she's busy with work, it doesn't happen. That's why it didn't register for me that day.
we're back to a tale of two Chris's, Chris.
Okay.
There's a Chris who cares.
I care. I promise.
Tell me about the call to your daycare.
To the Primrose? I called them to see if the girls were there. He said they weren't there.
Okay.
I told them since they weren't there, just put them back on the waiting list.
That's not what you told me.
I told them that we were going to sell the house. Or we could put it on the market, and we probably wouldn't be in the area anymore.
That's two different things, Chris.
Well, I wanted them to be back I put them on the waiting list since they weren't there.
Why weren't they there?
I don't know.
Where were they going to go?
They went to Shanann took them to a friend's house.
Why wouldn't they go to daycare?
I am not sure. Honestly, sir, I am not sure.
It's hard for me as a father to talk to you about this.
I know.
Not because it's the hard issue to talk about. It's because I'm worried about your daughters under your care.
You shouldn't have to worry about them under my care.
Okay.
I watched them all weekend. I went to a pool party at Jeremy Lindstrom's house. It's like, I love those kids with all my heart. Nothing in this world would ever make me do anything to these kids or my wife.
When you walk out of this room, there's nothing I can say to a room full of police officers that's going to convince them that you have nothing to do with this.
I know.
You know what they think.
I know all that. Yeah.
Here's a guy who didn't call 911, who woke his wife up at a ridiculous hour because he was so guilty about something that he had to get it off his chest and say, I don't love you anymore, I'm leaving you. That didn't go well. Okay, so what happened?
She told me she wanted me to wake her up before I left. That's why I didn't just wake her up, just to tell her this. I woke her up. That's what she wanted to do, and we talked. Usually at 4 a.m., I wake up, I go down and work out. This day, I wanted to talk to her about this. I love these girls. I love these girls so much. And this picture right here, Celeste and Bella, those are my life. I helped make those kids. There's nothing in my life that means more to me than these kids. Nothing. Kids, that's your life. That's your lifeline. That's everything. You make kids, they come first before anything. Kids, spouse, family. That's what it's always been.
Nothing you've told me tonight makes sense. Nothing you've told me tonight feels like the truth. Can we start over?
Sure.
I think that there's something that happened that got maybe a little bit out of control.
There was no fight. There was nothing physical. It was a conversation. We didn't raise our voice. Nothing. I promise you that. So there was nothing physical with this conversation.
What was the last thing you saw about your daughters?
Nothing I saw, when I left.
What did it look like?
Saw them in the monitor as it was switching back and forth.
What's the last thing you saw with your wife?
She was laying back in bed as I was walking out the bedroom door.
Okay. when we find the guy who took him, what do you think we should do?
Honestly, like, they're gonna come home safe, correct? When you find the guy.
When we find the guy, they're gonna come home.
Life in prison would be that's what I would think with 2 kids that are involved.
What if he hurt them?
I'm not sure if like that penalty is even used. Is it used in Colorado? I'm not even sure.
What is?
The death penalty?
Okay.
I mean, like, if these kids are not alive, like, there's nothing you could do to cope with that, to make me cope with that, if those kids are not okay.
Okay. All right. What was your plan after you guys separated?
Try to get an apartment.
Yeah. Nearby?
Oh, we'd just go our separate ways. Like, I would probably get an apartment. She would try to sell the house first, of course, before we could do anything with that.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully, like, try to get an apartment somewhat close.
Okay.
So that, like, it's a 50-50 thing, like, because I was going to go on an 8-6 schedule in September.
Okay.
And then I would have 6 days off, and it would be perfect to, I'd have kids for half, and she'd have half, and that would work.
All right. Tonight's been pretty intense, I can imagine. How are you feeling?
I've slept like 2 hours last night, so I'm like running on empty right now. But
I know, I can see it. So why don't I do this? I'm sure you don't mind if we take a break for the night. And I'm sure that you are feeling some of the pressure from me. Okay?
You're doing your job, though.
I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't grill you a little bit, right?
I've seen you telling 2 different guys. Like, honestly, like, I've seen like where you're smiling, and I've seen where it's different.
Yeah.
You're doing your job, though. Like, I can't fault you for anything you've asked.
So can I make a commitment to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to commit to you that we're not going to stop working until we find them.
Okay.
Okay. And I want to commit to you that there is going to come a time when you're going to feel this pressure from other people. I'm not the only one who thinks that there's a possibility you have something to do with this.
Like another FBI agent, like, pressure, or like just like...
Everyone.
Okay.
Everyone, Chris.
Okay.
Have you ever watched the news and said 2 girls and a pregnant woman go missing? Okay, if that's all you heard, what do you think the public thinks? Husband. Okay. So, I'm going to make a commitment to you. Okay. I'm going to commit to you that I'm going to be your guy. Okay. I'm going to be your guy that handles the investigation. Okay. And I'm going to be your guy that you can come to. Okay. Because I hope that you realize I'm a nice guy. Tonight we had to talk about some tough things, but I hope that you know that I did it respectfully. I think that you can see that. And so as we go on through tonight, the hours, the days, and I hope we don't get to hours or days. I hope it's minutes, right? Until this is over.
Yes.
But just in case it's not, I want you to know that I wanted to be in this room tonight. I wanted to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay. And I hope that you want to talk to me. Okay. When you have questions, when you have concerns, I want you to call the detective that you work with, and I want you to call me. Okay. I want you to know that if you have a question, if you think we're not doing something enough or well enough, I want you to say, I gotta call Graham. I gotta call Dave.
Okay.
Okay. When you need to have a night to yell at somebody and maybe have a good cry, I want you to call me.
Okay.
Okay. I can't imagine what you're going through. I just can't.
Today's been the whirlwind from, like, yesterday I thought she was just at somebody's house, and today with the drones, the police, and the news, it was like a scene out of a movie.
That's too much. It's too much for one person to handle.
My dad's flying in tomorrow.
Good. Okay. Say your dad, who else do you have?
Nick and Amanda, Dave, Jeremy.
Okay. Now, you only know me for 3 hours, but I want to be part of that team.
Okay.
Okay? I want to be part of the team that helps you, and I want you to be part of my team.
Okay.
Okay? Tonight, when you go home, one of two things is going to happen. You're going to pass out because you're so tired. Okay? And that's probably not going to be what happens. Your head's going to go race. Okay? So tonight, when you lay down and your head starts racing, there's going to be things that come to your mind. Okay? This always happens. Always. It's very natural. You're going to say, I don't know why he asked me that. Okay? You're going to say, screw him. How dare he accuse me? Okay? You're going to say, I wonder if they've thought of this. Okay? And then you're going to say, I probably should have told him something, or this or that. Okay? Those are the most common things. When those thoughts come to your head, I want you to call me. I want you to call Dave. Okay? It's fair for your mind to race, so I want you to call me. Okay? You need a lifeline. You need someone you can call. I want to be that guy. All right? And I want you to know that if I didn't accuse you a little bit, you'd probably wonder if I was good at my job.
One of my buddies, he is straight with me. He was like, dude, I'll just be no veil, like none of this looks good. So it's like he's like, I'm not gonna accuse anybody, but like I'm not gonna be like, he has his wife and their friends. He's like, they won't talk to you right now. Yeah. I'm like, I know.
So we had this Chris, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the other Chris. He's just right here. Okay. I can see that you're a good man. All right? You don't have beautiful daughters with good clothing that look well fed, right? Children that are unhappy don't smile like this. Okay? And those are beautiful kids. Those kids have a good dad. And I know it.
You should see the picture. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
It's a better one. But it's just, I'm sorry too.
Those kids have a good dad. Good dad that feeds them and that loves them. I was very impressed when I asked you how their day was about how involved you are. Okay.
See me on the weekend.
A lot of dads don't get second pairs of clothes and cook eggs and give them snacks at night. You know, a lot of men, that's woman's work, right?
I like to get involved.
But you're not that kind of guy. Okay. So, Chris, can you just look at me for 1 second? If there is something that happened, it's okay. It really is.
Yeah.
Okay. If something that happened with these girls, if there was an accident, if there's something you're afraid to tell me, it's okay.
Yeah.
If there's something that happened with your wife, it's okay. Okay. You can always tell me. And if you want to talk 15 minutes after you leave, I'll answer the phone. If you want to talk in the middle of the morning, I'll answer the phone. Okay. What I want to happen is, if that's what happened, if there was something that got out of hand, if there's something you know, I want you to go home and I want you to know that I'm the guy you can talk to, okay, who's not going to judge you. I have kids. Sometimes I joke with my wife, I just need 2 weeks alone, you know? Like when you told me about your 4 to 5 weeks alone, I was like, wow, that sounds like a slice of heaven, right? Sometimes it's a bit much. Okay? So let's do this. We're going to take a little break. I'm going to help organize the search at your house tonight.
Okay.
Okay? I still want to do that.
Okay. I was just going to go to my friend's house and just get out of your way.
Okay. Now,
hopefully they
now
still awake.
I can't tell you that we have to do it. Okay?
If like you said, it rained tonight.
Yeah.
Like hard. Like it blew 4 trash cans in my yard.
Let's get on it, right?
Like it's whatever's there is there, and I want it found.
I want to do that. I want to talk to you again tomorrow. Okay? I want you to get a good night's sleep and a good breakfast and a good workout, whatever you got to do, whatever your morning routine is.
My dad flies in the morning about like 8 or 9.
Okay.
So
What time should we plan on doing that?
can I get him back home first and then come here?
Of course.
Okay.
And listen, of course, take your time, get settled in. So what time do you fly in?
He should be here around 8 or 9.
8 or 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's been flying from North Carolina.
Here's what I would love to have happen. He's flying in 8 or 9. You gotta go get him. You gotta get him back. He's gonna wanna know everything.
Yeah.
Okay, he's your dad. Okay?
He's called me like 10 times today.
That's gonna take forever. And he's gonna have questions and comments and concerns, okay? I would love for you and me as a team to talk tomorrow, to do a polygraph tomorrow, and move past all of it. Okay? Move past me wondering about Chris, me about wondering which Chris I'm talking to. I want to move past it. I just want to get it behind us. Okay? And then our talks are going to be a lot more comfortable than they were tonight. So can we say that tomorrow at 11 o'clock?
Sure.
We can do a polygraph?
Here.
Here. Okay? And there might be little tweaks. It might be at a different office or to this. We're not going to try to rock your world too much. We know what you're going through.
Okay.
I want to get that done. I want to just move past it.
Okay.
Okay? Could we do that?
Yeah.
11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
No, like, I have your phone number.
Yeah.
So that, like, if this flight does get delayed, I can call you.
Yeah, absolutely. You have Dave's, right?
Yes. So you based that up here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You know that's a 24-hour number, okay?
Okay.
Let's make that happen tomorrow.
Okay.
One of the things that makes us wonder about which Chris again is when you don't answer the phone. Okay? So if I call you, I get it. You're on the phone, you're with your dad, you're at the drive-through, you know, whatever it is, I get it, okay? If you go a whole day without calling me back.
Oh, no, that's not going to happen.
Can we promise each other we'll answer the phone?
Yeah, like, I'm not going a day. Like, if I'm with my dad or, like, I have other calls coming in, like, I'm getting back to you.
Okay.
There's no, yeah.
Okay. Your dad's coming tomorrow. Were you guys planning on staying here?
Oh, yeah, like, he's going to stay at my house. Like,
Okay.
that was the thing. Like, I don't want to be in that house by myself.
Okay.
That's why I'm staying with my friends tonight.
Okay.
Because I can't be
All right.
in that house again. Like,
Have you already packed for your friends tonight?
I got it in my car.
Okay.
I was actually about almost there when I was calling me. I was like,
Okay.
yeah, I'll turn around.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was like, I'd rather
Okay.
get this rolling right here.
Sorry. All right. I hope you realize I'm someone that you can call and trust. And again, I put the screws to you, but that's because I need to.
I know.
Okay. You did a really good job tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other questions for me?
No, just
Okay.
we gotta find these two and my wife. I'll show you the other picture on my phone.
Okay. Let me go see
She's done my phone.
Yeah. Let me go see where they are with the phone.
Okay.
And then we're gonna, if you're gonna go to your friend's house, then we might not include you very much at the house, at your house.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna try to leave you alone for the night, but if we get somewhere, if we can't get in the house, if we find something we gotta talk to you about tonight,
I'll have my ring
can't
on.
wait, yeah,
I'll have my ring on.
again.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Just trying to find them.
No. Okay. I know. I appreciate you coming in tonight.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Give me a few minutes. Talk to you.
I'm down to get right now.
How you feeling?
Okay.
Thanks for letting us use your phone.
No problem.
So we're trying to figure this out without sending you home with a bunch of questions, right? So we'd like to be able to tell you this is our plan for tomorrow. So far it looks like some of the things we need to do at your house are better at night and some are better in the morning. So we're going to probably split the difference and start very early in the morning. Now, between now and very early is probably about 3-4 hours, right?
Okay.
Is it possible for you to not go home during that time to your house?
Okay.
Can you go straight to your friends?
I'm going to show you my friends right here.
Okay. And then when you go straight to your friend's house, is it okay to ask that you don't go back to your house?
You just call me and give me a word.
Okay. All right.
Safe.
Okay. So we'd like to be able to, I don't want to do 2 searches at your house, because that will say to the public, oh boy, FBI is really interested in him. And then that's going to be a storm coming at you that we don't want. Okay. So we'll do that. We're going to send you home, go to your friend's house, get a good night's sleep, pick up your dad at 8 or 9.
Yeah. Just have to verify with you. He's at like 5 Eastern time.
He already has a ticket?
Yeah.
Do you know when he's flying in, like what he's flying in on, or the company, or?
I told him to go to United Airlines. It was cheaper, but I'm not sure because price kept changing on him.
He bought his ticket?
Yeah.
Okay. What's his name?
Ronnie Watts.
Ronnie Watts. Okay. So we'll send you to your friend's house. You know, again, I can't tell you, you cannot go in your house, but I'd like you to not go in your house. If you can do that, and then we'll start early in the morning. I'll check in with you at around 8 or 9.
Okay.
You'll probably be on your way to the airport if not already there. And then after that, can you just come straight here?
Yeah.
Let's talk, let's get everything out of the way, let's get done with your search, and then we're just gonna, send you on your way, and we'll be back to this Chris, the good Chris, right?
Okay.
I'm sorry you have to go through all this.
It's part of the process.
Okay.
So you guys gonna stay in my house overnight, or?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. But actually, yes.
Okay.
There will be someone at your house.
Okay.
There will be a patrol officer in the front and in the back. And then, they're going to make sure. Well, and the reason is we don't want anyone else going in your house either.
Okay.
Some nosy reporters, some nosy neighbors.
The reporters will be there because they're just cycling in, doing some spots here.
Right. Yeah. So, but we also want to make sure that they're not sticking a camera in your window and, doing some sort of weird piece about your house and your home. And so, we'll make sure that no one else gets in there. And if you do need to go to your house, don't go without telling us.
Oh, no, yeah.
You don't want to get pig piled by a bunch of patrol officers. Does that all sound good? Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me 2 more minutes and then we'll walk out.
Okay. Sweet.
Oh, do your girls travel with headphones?
They had them on the first trip there, but I hadn't seen them wear them on back.
What do they look like?
Like little unicorn type things.
Over the ear?
Yeah, they kind of slide over.
Okay. Were they like colorful?
They're gray and pink, I think.
Do they ever take them shopping or anything?
No. That's the only time they ever used them.
Oh, okay. So if your wife was gonna walk around with them, she would be holding them with headphones?
No, because they just strap over and they have a little plug.
Okay. Is your family lactose intolerant?
No.
Do you ever buy lactose intolerant milk?
It's 2%.
Just 2% regular stuff? Okay. All right. We're just exploring. You can imagine 1,000 people are calling in right now, so we're just narrowing stuff down.
Okay.
Give me 2 more minutes.
All right.
Hey Chris, thanks for coming in.
Yep.
So I've been doing some other things while you were here. And we've had people calling in and stuff like that. So there's a sighting at Walmart. One of your kiddos, is Bella the oldest?
Yes.
She have long hair?
Well, if you let the curls down.
How long?
So the curls would probably come like right here.
Okay. So this is a picture from surveillance. Can you see that? Here.
Yeah, the hair color looks a little off.
Yeah. I mean, look how long that braid is. Does that look right?
No, that braid's too long.
Is that like your wife?
Hair is too long.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I thought too. So.
Great. Yeah, the hair looks a little too long.
We're trying, buddy.
Okay.
We are trying.
Every angle. So.
That would be CC in the back though. That was her.
Yeah.
So that's where she would sit?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Bella rolling the roost up there?
Yes. Most comfortable stuff in there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Bella's really. That's the picture I was talking about. Yeah.
And this is CC, right?
Yep.
And that's Bella?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the 4th of July.
Yeah, this is not much different, but it's got a lot longer hair.
Yeah.
Longer than her?
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
All right, we're ready.
You want to take this or no? This is.
Please leave all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you get your dad tomorrow, just come on in. He's gonna have a bunch of questions. I'll talk to everyone. Bring him in. Let's talk.
I'll bring him here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can drop my wherever you go.
Okay.
But you probably want to hear something. And if he does, bring him. I don't feel like you can't bring him. Okay. All of you gotta do it.
One of the things we were talking about is, as we mentioned yesterday, knocking out the polygraph.
Yeah.
Why don't we do that today?
Okay.
Why don't we do that now?
Okay.
We'll get that out of the way when you're done. This is Tammy. Did you meet Tammy yesterday?
No, this
okay.
is the only one.
This is Tammy.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
All right. So then when we're done, we'll figure out our game plan that I was talking about today. Does your dad have availability to use the car if you're going to be here for like an hour or more?
Can you drive?
Oh, he can drive. Yeah.
Okay. And I'll go explain to him everything that's going on.
Okay. He will know where to go, but.
Oh, okay. Well, we can.
Well, the house, he knows how to get to the house, but if it's not ready, you can't go in there. But.
Okay.
Does he know how to use GPS on his phone?
Yeah, but he wouldn't know where else to go besides my house.
Oh, that's true.
There's just no. I mean, I can tell him if he gets to go to my friend's house. If
okay.
I'm not sure, if I'm be here for an hour or 4 hours.
You want me to just go talk to him and let him know when the house is going to be ready and all that, and when he can go, because he can go grab a bite to eat or something, right?
Oh yeah, if everything should be open by now around here. So.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure. Well, he's been flying since 5 o'clock East Coast time. So.
Okay. Why don't we knock this out?
Okay.
I think it's the best thing to do to move past all of this, and then I'll go talk to your dad. He'll have the keys. Everything will be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have his number, so you can call him when you're done.
There's no signal in this place, so.
That's why I couldn't talk to you earlier.
Yeah, it was.
Between him and me, we'll figure out how to communicate with him and get him where he needs to go.
Okay.
Yes.
I've been getting text messages from a lot of news places.
Okay.
I don't know really
I think that's part of maybe what we game plan today.
I mean, not just here, today's show. I don't know what to do with that.
Well, I think that you certainly can do whatever you need to or want to do. But I think that after we knock this out, we get back to the team and we make a plan.
Okay, so I've been getting different advice, as far as her mom said, if it's a kidnapping, then she said not to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
But I'm torn of what to do.
Well,
her mom told you not to talk?
Yeah, her mom's saying, because she was advised by someone, like police or a detective there, that, if he talks to the media, it might...
Oh, to the media. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, I thought you were talking about to the police.
Oh, no,
no,
just the media in general,
yeah.
It's gone, today's show, Good Morning America, is trying to get a hold of me and my parents, friends, so I just...
Sometimes we release details that, maybe the public
they want
doesn't
details
know.
from me.
I know, so that's why...
I don't want to impede with what's going on here and put things out, because I've watched enough shows that say, all right, don't put things out there before the police.
Because then you don't know if somebody really knows or if they just saw it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, let's do this. I think while you're doing this, it's going to be completely okay to ignore your phone and the media and everyone, right?
Okay.
So let's get this out of the way. I think it'll really clear your mind a little bit, right?
All right.
So why don't we put a halt on the phone, on texting people, on Good Morning America, all those stuff.
I haven't responded to any of them.
Let's focus on this. Yeah. Let's focus on this. Let's knock it out, and then let's talk.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
All right.
And Grandma, you'll come in. I'll go get you when we're done.
Yeah. Okay.
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 Yeah.
Thanks. I'm going to have a seat right here, Chris.
Sit on this?
Yep, I know. I'll explain what that is here in a little bit, but you don't have to worry. It's not on or anything right now. It's not gonna buzz you or anything.
I've never done this before.
I know. A lot of people haven't had polygraphs before. It's not like a normal thing that people go through. A lot of people, obviously in law enforcement and places like that, they have to go through polygraphs for their job. But other than that, most people never take a polygraph in their entire life. So.
Yes, I have no idea what to expect, honestly.
Yeah. So how are you feeling today?
I'm sick to my stomach, honestly. The first day I thought, okay, she was just somewhere.
Sure.
And after yesterday, all the activity at my house, I didn't know, it went to the other extreme. I've just been sick to my stomach. That's either somebody has her or she's in trouble and the kids are not safe either.
Right. Well, and I think that's totally awesome that you're here today. I mean, I commend you. We do this in all of our missing person cases, so don't think that we're just singling you out, like, oh my gosh, they want me to take a polygraph. Anytime, you know, someone was the last person to see people, or, you know, it's a missing person case, we start from the inside and we work out. I mean, that's pretty much what we do. So I've done polygraphs on the Jessica Ridgway case. I don't know if you were here for that.
The name sounds
The
familiar.
little girl that went missing in Westminster, and that, yeah. And then just the one that we had in Thornton last year or the year before. So we do this all the time. So please don't think that you're being singled out. Like, this is one way that if you didn't have anything to do with it, that we can let the investigators know, the people that really do need to know, that are looking for your wife and your little girls, to let them know, like, you know what, don't focus on Chris, focus over here, because obviously we've already cleared him, he's good to go. Now focus on the real person that did something through this, you know, to Shanann and the little girl. So, okay. So I am, my name is Tammy. If you can call me Tammy, I'm an agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. So it's a CBI. It's kind of like the FBI, but for Colorado.
Okay.
So what our role is, just so you know, is anytime a law enforcement agency or a district attorney's office or the governor needs assistance with a case, they can call the CBI to come out and assist them. Okay. So obviously in this, you know, type of case, they're calling in all the resources that they can, which includes me, who works out of the Denver office, and I also do polygraphs. So they asked me if I would be willing to come here and chat with you and hopefully get you cleared up and on your way, because it sounds like that's what you're here for, and that's awesome, because that's mostly what people want to do is like, dude, you're looking at the wrong person. Like, I just want to show you I had nothing to do with this, and then you guys can get on your way and, you know, do your investigation somewhere else. So, because that helps us, because then we don't have to keep focusing on Chris. Does that make sense to you? Yeah. Okay. This polygraph today is going to be recorded. Okay. Obviously, it would be dumb if I didn't, because what if at the end I said you said whatever and you really didn't say it? Obviously, you could go back and look at the recording. There's a camera right there. There's also a backup digital recording that I'm doing. Okay. Give me the second I try and trust it always fails me. So, so you said that your cell phone, is it off right now?
Yeah.
That would be great, because we can't have anything like buzzing, vibrating, ringing, that kind of stuff. So this will take at least a couple hours to do the polygraph, just because it's a real structured type of interview process. I have to go through a bunch of things with you. You're going to get the same polygraph that I gave someone last week. So it's very structured, and we go, you know, in order and that kind of stuff. And you're going to know the wording to all of the questions I'm going to ask you on the test before we even take the polygraph. So don't. A lot of people come in here and they think, oh, they're just going to, you know, attach all these components to me and then just start asking me random questions that I've never heard before, and of course I'm going to react to that. That's not at all how polygraph works. And yeah, you're actually going to probably know more about polygraphs than anyone before you leave here today, just because I explain everything to you and how everything works, okay? Obviously, you're probably nervous about taking today's test. Honestly, I would think something is wrong with you if you weren't nervous about coming in here to take a polygraph. Yeah. Even if people are like, I don't have anything to hide, it is nerve-wracking. And I have taken tons of polygraphs, obviously, in my training. I went to 10 weeks for training. I've been a polygrapher for about 5 years. I went to the best school in the country. So I want you to have confidence in the fact that if you had nothing to do with this disappearance, like, we're going to find that out today, okay? I have the best training that they offer in the United States. We use the most validated testing, the way I'm going to ask you the questions. So believe me, if you had nothing to do with this, I will be able to show them that today, okay? So that should give you some confidence that, you know, this is how, like, you're going to be cleared today if you had nothing to do with it, okay? There's actually only, you know, nervousness or anxiety cannot cause you to fail a polygraph. A lot of people think that too, that if they're really nervous that it could cause them to fail. If that were the case, no one would be allowed to take polygraphs, because every single person is nervous or anxious about taking the polygraph, okay?
I thought that's how it worked.
On nervousness? Yeah. No. There's actually only 2 ways you can fail a polygraph, okay? The first way would be if you fail to follow my instructions. I'm going to give you a lot of instructions today about how to sit still, how to answer questions, things like that. So if you fail to follow those instructions, you will not pass today's test, okay? The second way would be if you choose to lie to me today. Lie to me today, okay? Obviously, this is about 100% truth. Even if there's, you know, something that you didn't tell the investigators, you know, since Monday, I guess, is when you and the police were involved. If there's something that you didn't tell them since Monday, like, that is totally fine. Like, I get it. You know, people aren't going to remember every single detail every time they talk to someone. As long as you tell me what the truth is today, you will have no problem with passing, okay? I promise you that. And obviously, I mean, I hope that, you know, if you did have something to do with their disappearance, it would be really stupid for you to come in and take a polygraph today.
Exactly.
Right? Like, it would be really dumb. Like, you should not be here right now sitting in this chair if you had anything to do with Shanann and the little girl's disappearance. Okay? Okay. And it's Celeste and Bella, is that right?
Yeah, I'll call her CC too.
CC, okay.
If that comes up.
Okay, perfect. So, and I know very small amount about the case.
Okay.
Just because I want to know less about the case, because I want you to be able to tell me about the case. I don't want to have some preconceived notions about the case, and that's why I don't want you to assume that I already know details because you told Detective so-and-so, you know, that kind of stuff. I want you to be able to tell me like you were telling someone for the very first time about what happened when we get into actually talking about what happened, okay? Obviously, Chris, you're not under arrest. I have no plans on arresting you. At any point today, if you decide you want to leave, the door is right there. It locks us in here.
Oh, no, yeah, I saw that last night.
So there's a key in there now, so you can, if you just turn the key, it lets you out, okay? And at any point today, even after all these components are attached to you, if you decide at that point, you know what, I don't want to take this polygraph, I don't want to be here, this is BS, whatever, that is completely fine. Just please allow me to unattach my components before you drag my $6,000 instrument on the floor and run out of here. And it's kind of a little maze back here, so I will show you the way out at any point if you decide, you know what, I don't want to take this polygraph, I don't want to be here, I don't want to do this. That is completely fine. The door does have to be shut for privacy just because noise does affect the polygraph. And I will read you your rights today, and that's just because the polygraph components are pretty restrictive. You know, they go around your chest and stuff, and you may feel at some point that you're not free to leave, but like I said before, at any point I will unattach all the components and show you the way out if you decide, even in the middle of the polygraph, if you don't want to continue to take it, okay? So, does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to give you kind of a roadmap of where we're going to go today, just so you know what to expect and that kind of stuff, okay? So we're going to first start by going over a rights and consent form, and that's that Miranda rights form. I'm sure you've heard of it. You know, you hear it on TV shows constantly. Most kids can recite their Miranda rights. We're going to go over that, and again, it's just so that you know you're free to leave and that you're not under arrest, okay? And then we're going to do a consent form, and that's just something that's required by my bosses to say that you're actually consenting to the CBI doing a polygraph on you, okay? After that, we do a biographical and a medical form, and that's basically to make sure that you're a suitable subject to take the actual polygraph. I want to make sure that you didn't smoke, you know, 10 bowls of weed, you know, the night before. I wish that didn't normally happen, but a lot of people smoke drugs before they come in here because they're really nervous and they're trying to calm themselves down. Some people take a lot of meditation. Some people hear voices. All of those things are things that I cannot conduct a polygraph on someone if they have those things going on. So I just need to make sure that none of that stuff is affecting you. You seem very lucid. You're talking to me. You're making sense. You know, you're not jittery. You're not moving around, that kind of stuff. So I don't think we're going to have any issues, but I want to vet all of that out and just kind of, you know, make sure that you had enough sleep and you're not, I mean, obviously no one's getting a lot of sleep. Probably since Monday, but just so we can talk about all of that, okay?
Sure.
And then after that, we're going to discuss the issue of why you're here. Okay, I want to know everything you know, and again, I don't want you to assume that I already know something. I want you to kind of start from the beginning and like telling someone, maybe, you know, a friend that you hadn't talked to since any of this has happened, and you're basically having to relay all of the details of exactly what happened with Shanann and the girls, okay? And then after that, we're actually going to take a bathroom break. I'm going to let you take a break. You can use the bathroom, get something to drink. That water there is for you if you need that at any point today. And then you're going to come back in here. I'm going to explain to you how and why the polygraph works. Again, you're probably going to know more about polygraph than you even care to know before you leave here. I'm going to explain how it works, and then we're going to go over the questions that are going to be on the test. And like I said before, you're going to know the words to every single question. So it's not that, and we're going to discuss that even before we even take the polygraph, like what those questions mean, and just so you are completely clear in your mind when Tammy asked me this question, this is exactly what she means, this is exactly what she's asking, and this is the answer that I have for that question. So we're gonna go over those. I let you practice answering them like 2 or 3 times, so, and then we'll go through them repeatedly if you need me to go over them 4 or 5 times, just, before we actually take the test. I'm more than happy to do that too. I want you very comfortable with the questions and that you know what they mean and how you're gonna answer them, okay? After that, we're gonna go, we're actually gonna do a practice test. And again, it just lets me know that you're a suitable subject to take the actual polygraph. And then after that, we actually get into the actual testing. So that's why it takes a long time, is because there is a pretty big process that goes along with it. Okay. Yeah. So did you, you're not working today, right?
No.
Do you have a date that you're going back to work?
Not at the moment.
No. How long have you worked for Anadarko?
January 2015.
So
About 3.5 years, almost.
yeah. Do you like it there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I worked for Covenant Testing Technologies before that.
And what is that?
That's a contract company for oil and gas.
Oh, okay.
Before that, I worked for Ford for 11 years as a technician.
Oh my goodness. So does that translate into
No, well, it's mechanical. I mean, like, I like to fix things. And when I moved out here, I worked at Longmont Ford.
Okay.
And I moved up pretty fast there, but I hit that like kind of plateau that kind of just like I couldn't go, it got stagnant.
Mm-hmm.
And I was having this carpal tunnel syndrome, both my hands, and I mean it was bad. Like I was doing this like all day, like it was bad.
Yeah.
So
you still have that? I don't even know. Can you get rid of carpal tunnel?
Oh, like it was just the onset of it. Like it wasn't like full on I need to have surgery type thing, but like now it's so much better. Like it doesn't have that pain. Like there's a lot of mechanical things you do in oil and gas, but it's not as repetitive as the car industry is.
So are you, excuse my language, are you a worker bee or are you like a boss guy?
A little bit of both.
Okay. You're taking your hands dirty too?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I'm a field coordinator right now for the area. I have 6 route operators and 2 rover operators. Okay. So that's what I'm kind of just over them right now, and we game plan, like we look on the computer on our well summary screen and kind of go from there to see what kind of problems we might have throughout the day.
Sure. And
just kind of like, all right, this is what we need to do. We need to go here, there. And
okay.
So everybody's doing kind of the middle part of the day, and everybody needs help, and try to get everybody checked out by like 3:30 or something like that.
Oh, that's nice. But you go to work pretty early.
Yeah, we start pretty early, like 6:30, somewhere around there. So.
That's super early.
Oh yeah, you have to get there early. You just never know what can happen. So.
That's true. That is true. So do you have an ID on you, Chris, that I could see? So I have the biographical form has some like driver's license numbers and that kind of stuff. So I'll just keep this just for a second till I do the other form. Are you named after anyone?
No.
No?
My middle name's just my dad's middle name, but other than that, no.
Okay. If I mispronounce your wife's name, please correct me. For some reason,
this thing goes Shenanigans.
Shanann. Oh, I like that. Okay, I got it.
That's the way she tells people.
Does her family call her Shanann?
So the way they spelled it, it was like Shanann, like with an apostrophe, but she just called it Shanann. That's kind of, she was named after Shanann.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, so.
Is it B-E-L-L-A?
For Bella, yes.
Okay.
And Celeste is C-E-L-E-S-T-E.
Perfect. All with the same last name?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So, Chris, this is the advisement and rights form. This just says that Agent Tammy Lee says, I'm an agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and I wish to talk to you about, obviously, the disappearance of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste Watts, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and to have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights? Were they read to you, Chris? So I'll just have you write, I guess, when we get to that. And then having those rights in mind, you wish to talk to me now and obviously go through with the polygraph. Okay, perfect. So what I want you to do is go ahead and answer both of those as yeses, if you still agree with that, and then sign and date that signature line, if you would. Have you always been a Tar Heels fan?
Yes. 15th.
It is, yeah. My son is a huge Tar Heels fan. I don't even know why he likes them, but maybe because of the Nugget stuff. I don't know.
Well, Carl used to coach here too, and he was a Carolina guy.
Oh, he was?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Do you go to any, like, do the Nuggets play in North Carolina?
Oh, no, North Carolina is that's the college.
Oh, college. Oh, my gosh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You're right, yeah.
You're good.
I'm getting all my teams mixed up. You're right. Did you go to college then?
No, I wish I did.
You
That was
wish?
nice.
Yeah. Well, where did you go to college?
I went to NASCAR Tech, and it's in North Carolina as well.
NASCAR is the name of it?
Man, it was a mechanical school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
It focused on regular automotive and then the NASCAR portion as well.
Oh, very cool. Did you learn a lot of stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Is that like kind of elite mechanical school stuff?
It was part of the Universal Technical Institute. Like, it was part of their program, plus the NASCAR part, plus I went to the Ford, the back program there as well. So.
Wow, that's awesome. Do you have any other nicknames or anything that people call you?
It's Chris.
Just Chris.
And some, like, just random ones at work. Just doesn't make any sense. So.
Like what?
Some call me like Rain Man because like when I go to a site or something, like if I do it once, I'll remember it, and it's just one of those things.
Like, do you remember like phone numbers and license plates and things like that?
Well, that stuff I don't really pay attention to that stuff. Though, like when I was really young, my grandma used to always quiz me on like state capitals like every day, and like when I was waiting for my sister to come out from middle school or stuff like that, she was always like just pinging stuff off my memory.
Really?
And it's just like everything. I think that's how it built.
Yeah.
For what it was and what it is.
No doubt. That was your grandma that did that?
Yeah. My mom's mom.
Is she still alive?
No, she passed a few years ago.
Was she pretty old?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was.
Was it a good life?
Yeah, she was.
Good. Were you close with your grandparents?
Yeah, I went over to her house every afternoon after school and helped her out.
Nice.
Being outside, stuff on the inside, and she always cooked me lunch, some German food, curls and goulash, schnitzel, all kinds of stuff like that.
My first husband was German, so we had German sausage and rice all the time, and then just their German food is just,
Mm-hmm.
I just love it. So Shanann's legal name is hyphenated?
I've never seen her written that way, but
okay.
that's the way her parents always said. That's how they did it.
Okay.
Shan and apostrophe A-N-N.
Okay. It's easier to say it when I spell it out, but we keep wanting to say Shannan, of course, but a lot of people call her Shannan.
Yeah, oh yeah. Her parents sometimes call her Shannan.
Have you talked to her parents at all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, are they being pretty decent and good? Are they coming here?
I'm not sure yet.
Who, like,
My dad's here.
Your dad's here. Is there any other family members of yours coming?
Not right now.
No.
Just my dad came out and just for support. He just got here this morning.
That's nice. What a nice dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is that consent that my bosses require, and this just says Agent Tammy Lee has advised me that she's investigating the matter of, obviously, the disappearance again of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. I hereby say that to the best of my knowledge, I'm in good physical and mental health. I also state that no force, duress, or undue influence has been used against me, and that I am consenting to this polygraph interview on my own free will. I understand that the results of this process will be released to, obviously, the Frederick Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, and the FBI. It would be very silly for you to sit in here and take a polygraph if I couldn't release your result of hopefully passing to the people that need to know. Does that make sense to you? And it says, I hereby give my voluntary consent to undergo a polygraph interview, and I understand that this process is subject to both audio and video recording and monitoring, which we had already talked about, okay? So if you agree with that consent, you just sign and date it. So where did you stay last night? Because I know that.
Nick and Amanda's house. Nick and Amanda there.
How do you know them?
So Amanda used to be a director at Primrose School where Bella and Cece go, but then she transferred to another place, and Shanann was getting her on Thrive, and that's how they met.
So Amanda's transferred to another Primrose?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, Shanann couldn't like talk to them about Thrive, the direct sales business, like while they're at, like they weren't allowed to like talk like, you know, outside, like if their child goes there, I don't know, something about the school rules or something like that. So when she left, she talked to her about Thrive and got her on Thrive, and then me and Nick started running together here and there, and that's how we met.
So is she like a, what do they call them, a downline from Shanann?
Yes.
Okay, so she's like one of the sellers that.
Yeah, like yeah.
Okay. And I don't even understand Thrive. I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm even a chick, and I don't understand what all of that Thrive stuff is about.
It's vitamins and minerals, and it's all plant-based, non-GMO stuff. It's really healthy for you.
Yeah. Do you do it?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 245 pounds when I started.
No way.
Yep.
How long ago was that?
2016.
Wow.
I've been doing it for a while.
Oh my gosh. So I think the only thing I know about Thrive is like patches or something. Is that what that is?
Well, it's 3 steps. You have like vitamins. You have 2 capsules you take when you wake up, 2 pills.
Okay.
And then you take a shake with water and put on a patch.
You have a patch on right now?
No.
Oh, I want to see what a patch looks like.
It's just like a little square piece that just kind of goes on your skin, and it's like, that absorbs, like it opens like up your pores a little bit, and the vitamins kind of absorb like through your skin, like time release throughout the day.
Like, can you tell you feel better when you have the patch on?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. How much are patches?
Just the patches themselves.
Or are you supposed to do this in combination with all the other
The
stuff?
3 steps.
Okay.
That's what I call it, the 3 steps. But like,
I feel like you could sell it. I feel like you know enough about it. You could sell it.
She has me on the as like I signed up underneath her.
Oh, okay.
So like, you know, I'm part of her team.
Oh, okay.
But she kind of runs that part of it because she knows like I'm not the type of seller. I'm not a seller.
Yeah.
I don't like.
You're not a salesman.
Yeah, like I would like say too much. She says about the product. Instead
Like sometimes it's not so great because of this, or.
Yeah, it's like I would just give out like too much information about the product instead of just having like them call her.
Do you sell it to any of the people that you work with?
There's one person that I work with that uses it.
Who is that?
Troy.
Troy.
Yeah, he
I
works.
think I've heard that name, Troy McCoy or something. That's a funny name.
Yeah, we call him the real McCoy.
The real McCoy. Everyone's like, his parents like actually named him Troy McCoy. Super cute. So he works for you, is that right? Or
He works with me. He's the field coordinator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got a lot more experience than I do. He worked in Kansas before he came here.
Kind of shows you the ropes.
Yeah, he showed me a lot about different things, and I picked up a few things that he didn't know, and it's kind of like we worked together pretty well.
Nice. Is this the correct address for you?
Yeah, it should be that.
Is Troy married?
Yes.
Oh, yes. So does your families hang out at all?
A few times, yeah. His kids are older.
Oh, okay. Like how old are they?
Like 11, 10, 8, and 7.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere around there.
There's 4 kids?
Two of them.
Oh, okay. Like a blended family?
Yeah. I think he met her when she had 2 kids already.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what's your Social Security number, Chris?
241.
Okay.
67 3387.
And your cell phone?
910 309 1702.
And what's your date of birth?
5/16/85.
How old does that make you today?
33.
And where were you born at?
In Fayetteville, North Carolina.
How do you spell Fayetteville?
FAYETTEVILLE.
Do you say Fayetteville?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this says you're 225. Is that correct?
180.
Okay. Is that a lie on here?
What year was that?
That was 2014.
No, I was 225 then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gained some more weight.
What do you think made you gain weight then?
Celeste pregnancy.
Oh, really?
I gained more weight than she did.
You're a sympathetic eater?
When I went and got her Oreos, I ate a few on the way upstairs. I'm not gonna lie. That happened a lot.
Now, can you do the Thrive stuff when you're pregnant? Is that safe for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all natural or whatever?
Yeah. There's different variants of the patches that she can't use because like some of it's for weight loss.
Oh, you don't want to lose weight while you're pregnant, right?
Or it's more like for fat loss, and that's like, they recommend not using that type of patch.
Okay. So as far as growing up goes, and I'm actually done with that, so you can put that away, thank you so much. Who all live in your family? Who did you live with?
My mom and dad,
okay.
my sister.
And your sister?
Yeah.
So just 2 kids?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your sister's name?
Jamie.
Have you, is Jamie coming, or have you talked to Jamie?
I've talked to Jamie and her husband.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How old is Jamie?
So she'll be 40 this year.
Okay.
She's 39 right now.
Okay. She's a little...
Yeah, she's 7 years older than me.
Yeah. So you were at home by yourself for a little while, huh?
Yeah, we didn't really get close until I got like older because that was such a big age discrepancy.
Mm-hmm. So you get along with her well now, and her husband. So do they have kids? 2. 2 kids?
Yep.
How old are their kids?
10 and 7.
10 and 7. Do you get to see them very often? Or?
I just saw them like when I was in North Carolina.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Nice. When were you in North Carolina?
So it was the August 1st to the 7th.
Nice. And how far did you get in school?
So I graduated from high school and then I got through the NASCAR Tech program.
Nice. So you got a GED or an actual diploma?
So it's like a certificate, I guess. It's not really a diploma because it doesn't have like English, math, science there. It's just strictly like mechanical.
No, but through high school.
Oh yeah, I got a diploma.
You got a diploma?
Oh yeah,
okay.
Definitely.
And then you got a, I'm sorry.
Like a certificate from NASCAR Tech that I completed their programs. Like I guess it can't be a degree without, like English, math, and science and stuff like that.
Did you always know that that's what you wanted to do, was the car stuff?
It was, if I could go back, like I'd probably just use that more of like a hobby, and maybe like dive more into the technology part of it, like because we had like an Academy of Applied Technology when I was there, in the high school I was in, maybe go into more of the computer programming part of it.
So are you like a pretty techie guy?
Not I would say techie, but I understand like numbers and math a lot. Like that's like with working on these wells. There's a lot of programming, a lot of setting up these wells to make them run, and like using the numbers, the pressures to optimize the wells is something.
You already lost me. Like I do that job.
No,
I cannot do that job.
That's why I helped Troy. Like he knows more like the stuff that was like 10 years ago type of thing, and I know more about. I've kind of like grasped some more of the stuff that's happening right now.
Sure.
And that's how like we kind of like work together. He's like, if you have to work on a pumping unit, like all right. I'll help. If I work on like a normal well and setting it up, he's just like, here you go. Like I will just watch.
But does that translate into like my husband is a techie guy in our family, so like he sets up all our routers, like when I get a new phone, he sets up my phone for me just because he has that brain that I don't have as far as being a techie person. So are you kind of that person in your family?
Yeah, I do that. I can do that kind of stuff. I can't like do code or anything like
right.
that. But
you're not writing computer code?
No, I can't. 0101, that's right. All that kind of stuff.
Right, okay. Awesome. So in your job now, like what is your title?
So I'm a field coordinator.
Field coordinator, okay. And you've done that for 3.5 years or whatever?
So I was an operator. Like, well, it's the same. Like you're an operator. You're operating oil and gas locations. I was an operator, and then I was an operator but / rover. Like I would be going around helping people, and now I went up to field coordinator. It's like now I just kind of like tell people like this is where we need to go, and like we need help. Let's go there.
So when did you actually get promoted to that? When
one of our other field coordinators, went to a different group, the HGOps group, and our other field coordinator had to go down to Texas to help. So me and Troy got elevated up. So that's what happened. Okay. We were just kind of backfilling. We didn't know like if it was permanent or not, and it turned out to be permanent. So.
Wow, that's awesome. So tell me about kind of give me a synopsis of your childhood, like what your parents did for a living,
My dad was a parts manager for a Ford dealership.
Okay.
It's kind of where the cars things came from.
See it.
And my mom, she was like a secretary, and notary for used car dealerships.
Oh, okay.
So like, yeah, she
You're
sold,
more into it.
she sold the cars too, but like, she was more of a secretary notary and kind of, she bounced around a couple different used car dealerships. My dad stayed at the same one, changed the name a little bit, changed names, then he went to like a different one, but it was the same, he did the same thing, and he did like parts manager and body shop manager,
Okay.
and that's where he's still at now.
So how would you say you grew up as far as like your family structure? Were you guys religious? Was there a lot of discipline in the home? You know, like, or who was the disciplinarian in the home growing
So
up?
like, we went to church, I would say, not like every Sunday, but pretty regularly, you know.
And what church did you guys go to?
It was like First Baptist Church.
Okay.
And I mean, discipline, I was the quiet kid. I was the, you know, I just kind of followed her. I mean, my sister was the rebellious one that always, you know.
You're like, I'm a good one.
It's like I never, like, and my sister was the one that got the most of she was the one that showed me, like, that's what I don't want to do.
Right.
I would wake up to my mom and my sister pretty much arguing every morning. That's how I went, okay. They're like, I don't want to wear this, I don't want to wear that. I'm like, okay.
And you're like, Mom, what do you want me to wear? I'll wear whatever you want.
I was just going, oh, they didn't do it, you know, don't wear it today.
Right.
That thing. But yeah, like, my dad, he was a disciplinarian.
He was?
Yeah.
What kind of discipline did you guys have in the home?
Just, I mean, it wasn't like physical or anything like that. It was just, you know, like, just verbal, like, you know, this is what you need to do. And just follow that. Like, if my dad ever raised his voice, I knew that was like, that was my work phone, sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Well, forgot about that.
kind of now, not in the middle of the text. No, you're good. Good. I have two phones too, and it's hard to keep track of them, so.
Yeah, my work phone, sorry, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah. Okay, so you said your dad was a disciplinarian, but he just.
I mean, it was verbal, like, cause like, if you raised voice, I knew something was like, okay, that's okay. I'm good there. Like,
right. Did anyone struggle with like drug or alcohol abuse or anything like that in your family?
No, I mean, my dad did at one point, but it was like after I left. Like after I graduated and everything, and I just like, cause my sister, she would leave and she'd come back, leave and come back, leave and come back. She never like
runaway kind of thing?
All of like, she would move, like she went to East Carolina, and that didn't work out, so she came back home. She moved to a different place, and that didn't work out. She came back home type thing. And like when I left, I was on my own, and I was like self-sufficient, and I never came back, and I think that hit him pretty hard.
So they expected you to come back, do you think?
Oh, he was used to me being around. Like, you know, he's my hero, he's my best friend.
Your dad is?
Yeah. Yeah, so like that's where I think that kind of hurt him a little bit, because like once I left, I didn't move back.
So tell me, so you're talking about for college? Like as soon as you graduated, you moved out? So is NASCAR close to where you guys live? Like,
no, like once I graduated high school, I moved to Mooresville, North Carolina. That's about 2 hours away.
Okay.
And that's where I live. I never moved back. I mean, I came back to visit, but I never moved back.
Okay. So you go to college, is it a 4-year college, 2-year college?
And that program I finished in 52 weeks. So it was like a year and a half, almost 2.
Okay.
Oh, actually, wait.
That's like a
No,
year.
72 weeks, sorry.
Okay.
72 weeks.
So a year and a half. And then where did you go after that?
I worked at Mooresville Ford and worked there till 2012. So that was like 2003. So when I was going to NASCAR Tech, and I was working there as like a porter, moving cars around, changing the oil here and there type thing. And then once I graduated, they moved me into more of a line tech as far as like actually fixing things.
Okay.
So from 2003 to 2012, I was there, and 2012 to 2014, I was at Mont Ford.
Okay. Did you have like any high school sweethearts or like girlfriends from NASCAR Tech or?
There was no.
There's probably no girls at NASCAR Tech, I would imagine, but.
There was like a handful of girls that actually went there, so no, it was like, I didn't have any girlfriends hardly after high school.
Okay. What about when you got done with NASCAR Tech?
Oh yeah, like that, there was girlfriends like that in Mooresville in there, so nothing really serious.
Nothing serious?
Yeah, I met Shanann in 2010.
Oh, 2010?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you guys date before you got married? I'm assuming you're married?
Yeah, 2012 when we got married.
Okay. Dated a couple of years?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Did she live in Mooresville?
She lived in Belmont at the time.
So how did you meet her?
Through my cousin's wife. And my cousin's wife and Shanann, they knew each other from from a wheel shop that she ran.
That Shanann ran or the cousin's wife?
No, Shanann ran. She ran like 3 different stores.
Like auto parts?
Wheels, tires, audio, custom stuff.
Oh my gosh, you're just all in that.
All in that.
It's all like crazy. Okay, so we're gonna, I just gotta ask you some of the medical questions just to make, again, sure that you're a suitable subject. And you said you've never taken a polygraph.
Nope.
How would you describe your physical condition right now? Good, fair, or poor?
I'll say good.
Good. Awesome. Have you had any major surgeries or injuries within the last 6 months? Are you in any discomfort right now?
As far as like pain, is like,
yeah.
No, not really.
Okay. You know, maybe mental anguish or whatever, but
just
as far as like physical or
fixing my stomach kind of thing.
Yeah. Obviously you're not pregnant.
No.
Have you eaten in the last 24 hours?
I had a pizza last night and protein shake this morning, so that's it.
Okay. What time did you have the pizza?
So right when I left here, so it was like 11.
Okay. And what time did you have the protein shake?
Probably about 7:30.
Okay. Was that with all your 3-step process?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time did you go to bed last night?
Probably about 12:30.
Okay. And what time did you get up?
Probably about 5 and just kind of looked at my phone.
Okay. And you stayed at the other Amanda and
Nick Amanda's house.
Okay. And how would you rate your sleep, good, fair, or poor?
Is there anything between 4 and fair?
I'll put it in the middle.
Okay.
Okay? I'll give you that box. Have you had any alcohol within the last 24 hours? Do you drink alcohol?
Only with like if I'm going out somewhere, like with friends coming over, I don't drink by myself.
Okay.
That's not. I don't think that's really.
How often would you say that you drink in a given week? Like how many beverages would you have?
If I drink something, just be like 1 or 2.
1 or 2 beers?
Yeah, beers. I don't do it.
No hard alcohol?
No.
Okay. Any legal or illegal drugs consumed within the last 24 to 48 hours?
No.
That includes even cough medicine, anything like that?
No.
So you just had vitamins, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So now Chris, we're going to discuss the reason why you're here, okay? So now what I would like you to do is, again, kind of treat me like, someone that has no idea about anything and that you actually have to start from the entire beginning, like kind of start when, I would say when you met Shanann, just kind of explain your relationship, I guess, just so I understand it, as far as, meeting in 2010 and, when the kids came about and that kind of stuff. And then just bring me up to the point of, yesterday.
Okay.
If you could.
All right, so 2010 is when we met pretty much through Facebook because of my cousin's wife. And she recommended us as friends type thing. And that's how we kind of started talking. And our first date was at a movie theater. Didn't really impress her much because it was actually a nice theater. I didn't really know what I was walking into as far as I walked in and there was a doorman and he was all dressed in a suit and I was in camo shorts and DC shoes and I was okay, hopefully I'm very underdressed for this. But I walk in and I see her and she's all dressed really nice and she told me after the fact man, I hope that's not him. kind of deal because we know what each other look like, but I wasn't really dressed for what we were doing then. But on the second date, I actually made a mistake again wearing the same thing because I forgot what I wore. We went to a Kid Rock concert and I think that's kind of where I won her over because we actually got to the actual concert and I forgot my ID, so I couldn't actually get in. So I actually ran back 2 miles to the car and got it and came back. And I was just I was just soaking wet. I was just it was middle of July, August, in South Carolina and humidity and everything like that. It's on Army base. So I ran back, got it, and everything like that. And then I think it was our next date, we actually went to Myrtle Beach. And she had lupus. So her lupus was really acting up in North Carolina. So she had these flare-ups, joint pains, all that kind of thing. And we were driving back, she laid on me pretty much the entire way back. And I think that's when she realized this guy's actually pretty nice because he didn't tell me get off my lap or type thing. Like, I just let her just rest on me the entire way back. And it was like 2.5 hour ride from Myrtle Beach to Charlotte, the Belmont area. But yeah, everything flourished from there. Like in 2011, I proposed to her over in Ocean Isle Beach. Like that was around our anniversary. And I did a ride there on the beach at night, and I could tell, she was extremely tired, and I was like, I just want to do this. I was like, I want to do it like today. And she knew so why are you being so persistent to get me out here right now? I was like, oh, let's go out to the beach. It's a nice night. Proposed her on the beach, said yes, and everybody was ecstatic and everything. And she's very organized. She's OCD about organization, putting things like you saw the pantry. You see everything was just named in a container all the way down. It's very easy for if you just came into our house, you would know what stuff was. You would know where everything was. It would be easy. So everything was just, she was planning the wedding. Everything was great. And then 2012, she was planning the wedding from here. But everybody was back in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. But it was guess you call it destination wedding if you want, because they fly back for that. But we got married in, it's the DoubleTree Hilton Hotel that was there. It was in their court. It was in November, and it was underneath one of those big tents and everything. It was beautiful. And it was amazing. And we went to Myrtle Beach for the honeymoon. And then 2013, December 17th, that's when Bella was born. We've been trying for a while, and nothing was happening as far as getting pregnant or whatnot. And she said, so since we're not getting pregnant, since it's not happening, I'm going to buy superchargers for your car. Okay. And then it turned out that weekend we conceived Bella.
Oh, yeah.
That week she bought me superchargers for my car. So it was
Did you take that back?
I'd already put it on. And it was actually a special order, part of the dealership.
Okay.
Stuff like that. So it was ironic that it happened that, bought a supercharger for my car, and then that weekend conceived Bella. And then Bella was just a gift. She didn't think she could get pregnant because of the lupus and everything like that. Like the doctor said, it could happen, it might not, but it happened, and it was a blessing in disguise right there. It's oh my goodness, it just happened, So
did she have normal pregnancy?
It's
was Bella's normal?
Bella's was she had shoulder dystocia when she was born.
So was it just her shoulder?
She was turned.
Oh, just turned?
Yeah, where they had it push her out.
But she had a vaginal birth?
Oh yeah, all that. Cord
wasn't around her neck?
Nope.
Or anything
like
that?
No.
Okay.
Nothing like that. So Bella was born December 17, 2013, and she was a gift. So just go along with Bella, and then and Cece was born July 17, 2015, and we had this whole thing staged up with Bella in the crib and a little eviction notice. She was there, and it worked out pretty well because she was just standing there crying, I don't want this type of thing,
I saw one of those that went viral on Facebook, so that's weird. It would be yours.
And she was sitting there crying with a little eviction notice, and she recorded it. It was an amazing day just to see that. And then Celeste, I was there, she had a midwife for this one, so they actually had me you can stand here and catch her, and but Celeste came out so fast that I barely had a chance to go this, and they moved me out of the way because she just came out. So it was Celeste. I was a lot better with Celeste because with Bella I didn't really know a lot what I should do, what I could do, how to calm, stuff like that, burp, swaddle, everything like that. I didn't I had no idea. I just pretty much watched all right, how do you do this? And then with Celeste, it was more of that's why Bella kind of she's a mommy girl. Then when Cece was born, did you care if it's Cece or Celeste?
No,
okay.
All
right, when Cece was born, it was more all right, I know how to change a diaper. I know how to do all this. I can do this. I can help a lot more. That's why Cece is more of a daddy's girl now. Whenever she gets in trouble, it's just she said, Daddy. And Shanann gets mad because all right, don't cuddle her. For when she gets in trouble,
she's in trouble, leave her alone.
She just bit Bella, she just hit Bella, don't you know, don't coddle her. That's where I went from, coddle her. So it's like having them both around is just like absolutely amazing. They're like two peas in a pod. Like, Celeste is more of the rambunctious, just like all out. She either goes or she's sleeping type thing. So she's always getting in trouble, always like trying to find something to climb, jump off of. Like, is that like you or is that like Shanann? Bella's more like me. She's more of the calm, just like she's cautious type thing. Like when Cece, I think, fed off of Bella a little bit as far as like, all right, she's my sister. She's the younger one. She's the youngest person in here besides me type thing. And she kind of fed off of her and some of her friends that like, you know, came over. And that Cece just kind of like built that attitude. She was just like, yeah, she's a rambunctious little munchkin. Like if I'll show you a picture, but comes off. But like when she was on the plane coming back, I mean, she just had like this face like that, like don't like. But she was excited to be on there, or? Oh yeah, it was just like she was like being like, you can imagine a little kid in a plane in a seat. Like she feels like she loves to move around. She doesn't like, you know, sitting in the same spot. Type thing. And then when Shanann told me about the third child, it was just like, all right, let's see what we got now. Let's see if we can, boy or girl. I mean, we're trying for a boy. So now we're just like. Is it a boy? We haven't told anybody yet. Yeah, it is. Oh, it is? Yeah. Can they find that out that early, or? At 12 weeks, they could find out. Really. She had one. The ultrasound was last week. Let's see. Yeah, it was last week. So found out it was. Were you both there for that? Yes. Oh, nice. Yeah. So it was like right when we got back. So it was like this guy went back on the 8th. So it was on the 8th. That was an ultrasound. Get my days mixed up. Like now, I'm not sure even what day it is right now. Yeah, we had ultrasound. 15th today. I was thinking about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, all that kind of stuff. But like, yeah, we haven't told anybody yet. So both the girls were born out here. Right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, Bella was born at Good Samaritan. Cece was born at Vista. Did Shanann go through any like postpartum or anything like that with either of them? No. No? Didn't see anything like that. Good. Did she breastfeed? Yes. Both of them? Yes. Oh, very cool. Bella a little longer than Celeste. So Bella was how old when she got pregnant with Celeste? So they're about 19 months apart. Okay. Just like 10 months old? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you were like, oh my goodness. No, we didn't know if it would happen again. That's true. So were you guys even using protection, or are you just like, it's not going to happen, so it is what it is? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Kind of thing. Very nice. Okay, so keep going from after Celeste was born. So after Celeste was born, I mean, we kind of thought, we kind of see how two kids went. They're just like rambunctious, you know, they're sister love. And now they're 4 and 3. Bella will be 5 in December. So it's like, if it happens, it happens as far as like having, like, she used fertility drugs on both Bella and Celeste. Oh, she did? Yeah. Okay. Like, the third child now, she was on like no medication, nothing like that. She's just on Thrive. Like she's healthy, she feels healthier now. And then like with the Thrive, she really thinks that we only tried like twice, and it happened. So she really thinks that it was more of like being a healthier person. Sometimes just having the stress off, like, you know, having my kids, so this is just a bonus. Or, you know, oh yeah, like that. Yeah, I could definitely like. Seems like a lot of women think, we can't get pregnant and they have a baby, and then they're not worried about it anymore. So then they get pregnant again. They're like, I didn't think it would happen again. Definitely. Yeah. So tell me about after that. So. It was just like after we didn't think it would actually happen. So like we really think that being a healthier lifestyle, being healthier, really helped us. Only really trying twice, and boom, and it happened. So it's just been. And when did she find out she was pregnant? I would say it was in probably the 1st or 2nd week of June. Okay. It's not very long ago. Yeah. And she's about 14, 15 weeks right now. Okay. So why don't you bring me up to, why don't you start with
So you guys went to North Carolina. So maybe just start from the trip to North Carolina. I guess you met her there maybe for part of it. Is that right?
Yeah, like she was there. So we got back we went to a drive trip in San Diego, and it was the end of June.
Okay.
And then I think it was June 26th. That's when we came back here. Her dad was watching the kids, and then that same later on that day, they flew to North Carolina.
Okay. So why don't you kind of start there and just take me up until yesterday?
Okay.
And as detailed as you can.
Okay. So while they were in North Carolina, it was they're there to see my family and obviously her family, and just kind of because they haven't seen the kids in a while as far as our kids. And so they were just there. She had a couple things she wanted to do there as far as meeting up with her promoters and customers. She had a bunch over there in North Carolina, so she was hoping that she could meet everybody else over there and have her dad, mom, and my mom and dad have fun. Sorry, with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
free babysitters, heck yeah.
I know. But yeah, it was mainly just a little family vacation for them right now, for them on that trip, for everybody just to see the girls. And Celeste's birthday was during that, on July 17th. Oh. So they had a birthday party there with jumpy houses and stuff like that. And they FaceTimed me during it so I could see it. They didn't have a birthday party out here for her because it was, when they got back, it was in August. So
right.
So yeah, I got to FaceTime and watch it all, and it was pretty much just hanging out with family the entire time.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was here just going to work and working out and going running and just keeping the house up and doing that, and I waited till my flight was July 31st, and I flew out there for a week, and I flew out there for a week so I could fly back with them. So we went. So July 31st, I got there, stayed at mom and dad's house. The next day we drove to the beach, stayed there for about 4 or 5 days. It was in North Myrtle Beach, and first time the kids were seeing the beach. So they were ecstatic, obviously seeing waves, being in the sand. They love sand. Unfortunately, they love sand because it's just getting back, you just got to shower them off. Because Cece was so into the beach that her bathing suit was just full of seashells. It was okay, let's get all this off of you and rinse you off, please.
Right.
But yeah, it was an awesome trip. Just seeing them react to the ocean, and then we went to Broadway at the beach. It was in Myrtle Beach, an outdoor little mall, and they got to go in these little, where they strap you in a harness and you get to jump higher.
Yeah.
And Bella and Celeste, they love that. They just love jumping that high. It was amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. And then I went to see my grandma, my dad's mom. She's in a nursing home, so some days she remembers people, some days she doesn't. And luckily that day she did remember me, so that was really a good day to go in there and went in there with Shanann and the kids, and obviously they had already been in there a few times while they were there.
Sure.
Yeah, and they were. She lights up when she sees those kids. I call her Mama. That's what she always calls, but Mama, she lights it up when she sees the kids, and she remembered me, and that was great. Yeah, and my dad came to pick me up, and I went over there and stayed with my parents for a day, and just kind of hung out with them. Saw my sister, her husband, their kids, had a little cookout and everything, and it was awesome. And then the next day, I think it was the 7th, August 7th, we went to her parents' house, everything packed up, ready to go, and flew back here. And then got back later on that night, the 7th, and then on the 8th I went back to work. And then on the 10th, that's when Shanann flew out to Arizona with Nicole, and I had the kids from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we went to a pool party on Saturday with Jeremy Lindstrom's, his son's turned 4, and they had a little pool party and everything over there, or a little mini pool, and it was water balloon fights. They had a big time. It was great. It was awesome. That was awesome. It was just seeing their faces and seeing how much they didn't really play with water balloons that much at all. So Cece, she would come over. She put one right in my pocket and just smacked it while I wasn't looking. She's a little trickster. So that was funny. And drove home, got back home, ate, and it was a really awesome day.
What happened after that?
So that was on on that Sunday. So got the kids back, got them all showered up, got them to bed, and just pretty much waited around for hear from Shanann because she was flying back that night, and her plane got delayed because there was a lot of dust storms in Arizona, and there was some other weather around that was delaying flights getting in there, and they didn't have a crew. That's why it was delayed. So her flight was supposed to get in around 11, but it didn't actually get in until about 2. So it was about you want to just go into this now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So about 2 o'clock, she came into bed. About 1:48, my doorbell picked up that she came in, but at 2 a.m. that's when she came into bed. And about 4 o'clock that morning, so my alarm went off, so that's when I usually get up, get ready for work and whatnot. So I get up, get dressed, brush my teeth, deodorant, all that kind of good stuff. I don't know if I take a shower because I work in the oil field, but I'll take a shower when I get home, type thing. And she told me before she got in that I want to wake up, when you get up, just take a shower, get the airport off me type thing. So I woke her up about after I got ready and everything, and then we had talks about the selling the house and about separation and stuff like that. It was an emotional conversation. Obviously, we were both crying, and after we talked, she said she's going to take the kids to a friend's house and that she'd be back later on that day. So it's okay, that's fine. So I went downstairs and packed my lunch and filled my water jug and got my computer and everything and loaded my truck up and I went to work. And then once I got to work, started working, and about 7:40 or so, I texted her hey, I hadn't heard from her. I was okay, I didn't know where she was going. I didn't know what friend's house she was taking them to, or what friends she was going to with the kids. So I was hey, text me, let me know where you went, where you took the kids. And I didn't hear from her. It's normal for her not to respond to me, because when she has her direct sales people, she'll get back to them first, because that's what she does. So for her not to respond back to me, that's happened plenty of times before. So continue working, and I noticed it's about noon, she hasn't got back to me hey, call me. I called her once before that too. And then about 12:10, that's when I got a doorbell alarm on my phone saying someone was at the front door, and that was Nicole. And so I called her, and I was hey, what's going on? She's I haven't heard from Shanann all day, no texts, no calls. And I'm all right, this is kind of strange. So Nicole's at the front door, and she's okay, her car's here, I can see her shoes, because we have this little rectangular long window next to the door. And she could see her shoes right there and whatnot. She's all right, something's going on. So she called me, she was all right, I can't get a hold of her, something's going on. And that's when I came home. That's when I left to come home. So Nicole called me, all right, there's going to be a police officer here when you get here. I'm okay. They couldn't get in because the latch on the top door that's what we kind of put over, just to make sure, if the kids try to go out the front door, they can, because that's there. But the keypad on the outside on the garage door doesn't work. So they had to wait until I got there. I got the garage door opener, I hit it, went inside the house, and car's there, car seats are there, purse is still there, the phone's on the couch, her wedding ring's sitting on the nightstand. And it's there's no sign of Bella, Celeste, or anywhere. And it's the police officer, I forget what the police officer's name was, but he was there, and he was just, once we found the phone, powered it up, and all the text messages came through as far as everybody was reaching out to her and everything, hey, what's going on, you okay, everything good? And there's just there's nothing there, it was just it was a ghost town. And everything that was there just didn't make sense as far as why, what happened. So we started reaching out to a bunch of people, any of your friends that anybody that had reached out already, that had a car seat or had a kid in general, and nobody had heard from her. Nobody had a clue. Her mom hadn't reached out to her. My parents, nothing was there. And the officer, Tom Hover, detective, I'm not sure if you know the people that are involved.
Yeah, I can't remember how to say it.
Oh yeah, I think Detective Baumhauer, he came, and they were all like, taking questions from me, Nicole, her son Nick, that was there. And then we went over to, they talked to my neighbor, because he has a camera facing, he picks up a few different angles and whatnot. And watched his video surveillance, didn't see anything as far as her leaving at all. So we're just like, all right, like where, how this happened, there's no video of her leaving the front at all. So we didn't know, we were just at a loss for words, all right, where is she? She wouldn't leave everything here. Even the kid's medicine was still there. And I was just all right, she needs that. So the only thing that was gone was really the kids' blankets. Everything they slept with, Celeste has this big New York Yankees blanket and a little dinosaur and a little dog that makes noises and a turtle and something. It's a whole package. And Bella has two blankets, but one was still at the house. The other one was gone. And she has a dinosaur and a little swan blanket. Her other little. We talked to the neighbor. We looked at anybody else that maybe had a camera somewhere, but nothing was going on. They had other community services go into houses knock, hey, have you do you see anything? Do you have a camera? Do you see anything like that? And we had nothing at all. And it was just all right. So at this point, I'm hoping, all right, she's at a friend's house. She's safe, and she's just decompressing, or she's safe. But that night, as I'm calling hospitals and hotels, and just there's nothing, there's nothing there. Nobody's had her check in. There's nothing at all. And that night was just traumatic because I had every light in the house on just in case I went late in bed, but I didn't sleep. I was just sitting there, I had friends that came over. Nick and Amanda came over for a little while, and they showed support. My friends Dave and Jeremy came over. They showed support. Shanann's friend Lauren came over. She showed support. Another friend, Melissa, came by that I didn't know that she showed support. Everybody's just I don't know why this happened or how this happened, but I hope that she's okay, type thing. Mm-hmm. And just I was just hoping that I would get that knock on the door or a phone call or a text. Her phone, they have her phone, hopefully maybe it's a number I don't know. Hopefully it's a burner phone or some kind of phone she bought, and she could just text me and call me hey, I'm okay. Something. Or just get a knock on the door and then the kids just run in. And I was just it didn't happen. And when I was going through that night, just trying to process everything, I miss the kids sitting at the dinner table and having to tell them to eat their dinner, and I miss them throwing the chicken nuggets at me. When I went to their rooms, just kind of make their beds. And it's I wasn't gonna turn the rain machines on, I wasn't gonna read them a book. I wasn't gonna kiss them goodnight. I wasn't gonna do that. I wasn't gonna play in the playroom. I wasn't giving them their nightly snack, their nighttime snack. I wasn't, giving them their medicine. I wasn't, getting them dressed for bed. All that, it just hit me. I'm not turning the monitor on to watch them because they're not here. Where are they? And that night was just I didn't even want to stay in the house that night, but I knew I had to just in case, maybe they came home. Maybe they would come in that front door, garage door, or something. Something would happen. But nothing happened that night. So I just laid in bed and took phone calls and texts from all our friends that I couldn't sleep either. And just asking for prayers. Just asking prayers in general. Just these kids and her are going to come home. They're going to come home safe. And the next day, detective, he called me about 2 a.m. saying hey, we're going to do the missing persons report, and I'll get that all going. But yeah, it's the next day, when everything started happening as far as the news crews pulling in, and then all the K9 units and the drones flying over my house, it was just it all set in this is not, she's not they think something happened. Because all this right here, this means that, okay, my worst fear, that's where this is going right now. I thought she was just at somebody's house and she was safe. But now, it's going the other direction. With all this going on, with the dogs coming in, with the news media, everything just kind of happening, it's like, all right, this has gone to a totally different direction. And it's like, I was when all my friends like were coming over to give me some support, I knew that like, all right, like I was happy all my friends came over to just support. I didn't want to be alone at that point in time. Like this is the time you don't want to be alone at all. And my friends are supporting me all through this, and I just want to find them. I want them to come home safe, like wherever they are. I hope they are safe, and I really hope they can just come home. The FBI agent, Graham, he's been really helpful. I mean, he didn't tell me what leave they have for today, but I'm hoping that it at least them coming home. Because just being in that house and not being able to tuck them in, it's heart-wrenching. It's very shattering right now, because those are my kids. Those are like you made those kids, you know, like, do you have kids? It's like, so like, just not being able to like, you know, kiss them goodnight and saying I love you, Daddy, or I miss you, Daddy, or something like that. You know, because they were without me for 5 weeks, and I got to FaceTime them every night, and it was just not being able to do anything, like knowing that they were just here and not knowing where they are now. It's a nightmare right now.
So, thank you for explaining all that to me. Obviously, have more questions, so I may kind of piece it out, just going back, just so I understand everything. And you kept saying that you thought she was at a friend's house. Do you still think she's at a friend's house?
At this point, I don't. Because all this, like, everything that's happened now.
So what does that make you think of?
It just makes me feel like either she vanished, like, she's had the kids and she's somewhere where, like, maybe hopefully a hotel. But I don't think she's at a friend's house now, unless it's somebody I just don't know. Like, if it's somebody I don't know, great. Like, I just want her to be safe. But with FBI here, with, you know, CBI here, with everything that's going on, like, it makes me feel like, all right, maybe somebody has her that's not keeping her safe, or something terrible has happened, and that's the nightmare.
And what would that terrible thing be?
Somebody hurt them.
That's running through your mind sometimes?
I don't want that to run through my mind, but it's running through my mind that somebody has hurt them, and that they are not safe. And I really want them to be safe. I want them to come home.
Right. Well, we want them to come home too. So let's kind of break it down back to when Shanann went to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So what was she in Arizona for?
Thrive Local.
Oh, okay.
I've been down there with some of the upline leaders.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So she, mostly women, like, you know, other people that work for her, you know, downline.
Downline people or upline people and all that.
Okay, and they just, you know, fill their cup, I guess, for lack of a better term. So they get there and they, you know, cheer them on and like, you can get more and whatever. And I guess, do they teach them about new products?
Yeah, there's a lot of training that goes involved with it, like how to talk to people and stuff like that, how to bring in more people type thing.
Like, did Shanann make a lot of money doing this?
Yeah, she makes about as much money as I do.
Really?
Yeah.
And how much is that? Because I don't know how much you make.
About 65, 70.
Okay. She makes that much just selling Thrive. Wow. How many people does she have underneath her?
Like, people that signed up underneath her, probably about 200. But like active people that promote it, it's probably about 50 or so. But like she has, her team does about $80,000 a month. in sales. Yeah.
That's crazy. Sorry about that. Okay, so she's at this conference, and obviously even before that, like, you said that you kind of talked about, separating or whatever when she got into bed or after you woke up.
Yeah.
When did that start?
So that in the 5 weeks that we were, like, when she was in North Carolina and I was back here.
And when did she leave for North Carolina? What was that date?
June 26th.
So the end of June?
Yeah.
Okay. So she leaves in June, and that's when. What?
Yeah, like being, like when we were talking and everything and texting and calling each other, like we could feel like there was like that disconnect there, and like over that period of time, like our conversations were shorter, text messages were a little bit less, like more like emotional type thing, more less lovey-dovey type things.
So explain, like, even before June, was there any other issues as far as your relationship goes? Or, I mean, everyone goes through ups and downs in marriage, but...
Yeah, I mean, like over a year ago, it's more of like, I could see that maybe it wasn't like as hot and heavy as like, as it was when we first met, that spark and everything like that. But like, like you say, ups and downs marriages, like, they have their lows and they have their highs. And like, I was hoping that we can just it would just work itself out. Like, that's
it's hard with babies and,
Yeah, I mean, when the kids are involved, it's a little bit harder.
Yeah.
A lot harder.
And just as far as like your time away from your spouse and, just trying to make time for them and, give them emotional attention and that kind of stuff. I know that kind of can get strained. Did you feel that once you started having kids or, did you feel that even before?
Yeah, we didn't like go on dates really a whole lot after we had kids because, we're just, kids monopolize a lot of your time. Like, you take up a lot. So it's like you want to focus like right on your kids all the time. And that's what we did. And we didn't really focus on ourselves much. And I think that's where, like, I'm not going to blame the kids for a disconnection or anything, but, like, yeah, we focused, like, on the kids, like, all the time. But, like, and then, like, as our relationship got longer and longer, it was more of, like I could feel that disconnect that was there. Like, we really talk, like, we didn't have those deep conversations anymore, like, anything like that. But like that's when it kind of all started, and I was hoping that maybe it just worked itself out. And being like those 5 weeks when she was in North Carolina and I was here, like I could feel it more.
Like, tell me about that. What do you mean by that?
So like you could feel like the disconnect more, like in the conversations we were having, and like they were just short, and like it felt like like when we were texting each other, and nothing was the same as far as that goes. Like calling each other, nothing was the same. And when I got there, that's when you can kind of all, like, when we were talking, it was just nothing.
Yeah, tell me about that. Like, what did it seem like when you got out there?
Like, when I got out there, it was just like, you could feel like, get to the airport, just wrap the kids, like, around, they come running through the alarm and everything. They were running through a place they couldn't even run into. And get a big old hug and everything, and then, like, gave Shanann a hug and everything, and just, like, you can just feel it start from there, like, everything just felt, like, different. Like,
with kids or anything?
We kissed right then, but, like, after that, it was just, like, every night, it was more of, like, we talked, but it was, like, mainly it was through text. Like
when you were there?
Yeah, because it was more like whenever we would talk about, like, how we were feeling, it was more of, like, we were just text back and forth type of thing. Because, like, that's how we could get our feelings more across, because her mom, everybody was still there. Like, we weren't really alone because her parents were there.
So tell me about, like, when did that first text, like, what was that first text like as far as, like, one of you, deciding to talk to the other one about maybe separating or, not feeling great about your relationship or whatever? Like, who was that first person that sent that text, and what did that text look like?
It was probably on her phone, but so when I got there, it was July 31st, went to the beach August 1st, and her dad was there for a few days, and then her mom came down. So we were never really, like, alone together. So that's why some of our conversations were through text as far as that goes.
So while you're both there together, you're still texting each other about stuff. And what were those texts about? Like, what did they say?
It's just kind of like, where is our relationship going type thing. Like, where, like, if we're bringing a third kid into this world, like, what's our relationship gonna look like? Like, is it gonna be, are we gonna work this out? Or is this gonna lead to a separation? Is this gonna lead to where, like, we stay together and be civil with the kids? Or are we gonna be our separate ways and stuff like that?
And what was her reaction to all that?
It was, I mean, it was emotional, it was a lot of crying. It was just like, I'm not sure like how to word that, but it was more of a, what are we gonna do? Like, how are we gonna make this work?
So your wife wanted to make it work.
Like, we both wanted to see, like, all right, is this going to make it work? Is this gonna work? Like, are we still at that point in our relationship where we're gonna make this work? So like, when she went to Arizona, she confided in a bunch of her friends as far as like what was going on, as far as like where our relationship was.
And how do you know that?
Once this disappearance happened, like, they knew, like, I didn't know if they knew or not.
They reached out to you and told you that they knew? Or?
Well, I told them, like, we were, gonna go through, like, with a separation and everything. Like, oh, we knew you guys were having some issues there and everything. I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know.
Did they tell you what Shanann had said?
No. They said they just, like, they saw her, like, her emotional state. It wasn't the same as far as, like, they could tell something was, like, it was different about her.
So in North Carolina, is that the first time you guys have ever talked about maybe not being together and maybe, figuring out life separately?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that more, would you say you bringing it up to her or her bringing
it up to her?
Okay. Did she ask you why? Like, why now? Or how that kind of stuff? So
yeah.
What did you say back to her?
Yeah, it was more just like, I didn't feel that connection anymore. Like,
like fell out of love kind of thing, or
how would you describe it? Yeah, it was more of like, I don't feel the same way that I used to. Like, I don't think we have that connection anymore where like I can just like be myself and just like be everything that I need to be for you right now. And that's how I explained it to her.
And she said what?
She didn't like know really what to say. It was just like, I don't know, I didn't see it, but like, I want to work on it and I want to see where this can go. Like, if we can fix it, like either through a book or like counseling or.
So after your conversation with her, it was your.
This is in North Carolina.
Right. Yeah. Belief that you guys would try and work on it together. Just to see if it would kind of work, or
just kind of like see where this like we'll take this week, like, because it was an emotional week just because of everything we were saying and like what we were thinking, like, and all that, especially bringing other kids into the world. It's like we want that environment to be as like healthy as possible.
Sure. Did you guys? I'm sorry, it's freezing in here. I'm gonna pump this up a little bit. Did you guys sleep in the same bed? While you were there?
In North
Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, like there was a couple. I slept in the kids' room one time, and I slept on the couch another time.
Is it just because of the tension?
Yeah, there was tension in there. That's good. And then when we got here,
but when you're there, like, did you guys have sex at all, or
no?
No. Okay. Were you guys affectionate after the kiss at the airport?
Not really.
Okay.
That's where we could feel like it wasn't really there at that point in time.
Okay, and up until the point where she left, was it, affectionate and?
No. I
mean, what was your sex life like?
Last time we had sex was in like May, like when the kid was born, or kid was conceived.
So that would have been in May?
It would have been like, because she found out second week of June, so it would have been like May.
Okay, and was there a celebration or something that, did you guys go out? Did you have a date?
No, she got me a few shirts that had like so like Dad, Code of Fish and F3 type thing. She had a couple shirts made, all of one of them was a back rub type thing.
But as far as when you had sex in May, like, what was there something special about that?
We had, talked about like having, like, going through pros and cons of having another child. but like we didn't like have like a celebration like of having sex.
So you guys so you were talking about maybe having another kid?
Yes.
And then you were actually trying that night to have another kid?
Yeah, I think after we waited until she was when she was like ovulating type thing.
Was she keeping track of that?
She always has that on her phone. Just like
OCD, right?
like a cycle tracker type thing, and it tells you.
Okay. So did you find that sex was more like a job, or did you really enjoy it with your wife as far as?
I never felt like it was a task.
Okay. Like even like we're gonna do it now because I need to get pregnant, whatever. Like
no,
no,
it wasn't like. I mean, whenever you're trying to have a kid, I mean, you have to like plan that part as far as that goes.
Sure.
Because like you can't just like have sex every day or twice a day like to get pregnant. You have to like once and then kind of wait 2 days or something, whatever the formula is. Like she said, you have to wait like 2 days and then try again.
Okay.
But that's what that was.
Okay. So before that time in May, how often would you say that you guys were having sex?
Maybe like once or twice a week.
Okay. So why do you think it significantly stopped right after she conceived in May?
Like it was. It's kind of hard to tell because we went through little spurts where like maybe it wasn't like once or twice a week. Like there was times we went like a month or two like without having sex. Like sometimes like I would try and that would either she was tired or something was going on, like she was just aggravated with something and she's like no, not tonight, like type thing. Like I was usually one to initiate it.
Mm-hmm.
Like but I'd say most times it was like I was shot down, but that's, married life, honestly.
You just kept trying?
Yeah, like you try. I mean, like you never stop trying because if you felt like it was a job or a task, you wouldn't try.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I enjoyed having sex with her. So
okay.
It was.
As far as like North Carolina goes, like when you guys kind of broached the subject of maybe separating or whatever. Did she accuse you of, because, I think it would be a normal wife's reaction to be like, who is it? Like, who's the chick or whatever.
Yeah, like that kind of came up, and I was just like, that would never happen. Like, the kind of guy I am. Like, I was at one of my friend's house, Jeremy, and he said, like, you're the type of guy that I could send you with my wife for a week and know nothing was going to happen type thing. Like, people know the kind of person I am.
Solid guy.
Yeah, like I'm not the type of guy that's just gonna say, all right, my wife's gone. Like, who's the girl like I can find for this, like 5 weeks? Like, no, that's not me. Like, I respect my wife and she respects me. Like, there's no anything that she could like if she's somewhere safe right now, like I don't think it would be with a guy. I mean, if it is, I'm fine. Like, I want her to be safe. I want the kids back home. If it was with a guy, great. I'd come back home. We'll talk about all that later.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I never had an inkling she would do anything to me,
So how did that come up from her? Like, what exactly did she say to you?
Because of our how our texts and calls were getting like shorter and everything like that. Like, she's like, are you having? I was like, no, I'm not having an affair. Like, that is the last thing that should be on your mind.
Did she bring up any other, I guess, in a woman's mind, evidence as far as, why she would think there would be someone else involved or anything like that?
No, it's just like I was like, whenever like she would call, sometimes I'd be out for a run or I'd be working out and she could tell like, all right, you don't want to talk to me right now, let's just go work out type things. Like when she was gone, I would take that more time to kind of go run, go work out because I had time to do it type thing. Sure. Like I would always make time to FaceTime with the kids and everything when she would call. Like I would always make time to do it, like especially like when the kids are awake and everything like that.
Sure.
Like she would like later on at night, like when I would just sun goes down, I'd go out for a run because it's less hot outside.
And would she accuse you of like doing other stuff while you were not answering your phone or?
Oh no, like she just like she would ask me like, hey, can you like do this for me? Like, can you find this like medication? Send me a picture of it. Can you like find something at the house? Little things like that. She knew I was at the house. So it's like she had no reason to really have that fear in her head, but being away for that amount of time and being pregnant, and it's like, that's going to run through her mind.
Has she ever been away that long before?
No.
Okay. And you talk about, her being pregnant or whatever. Like, how was she different when she was pregnant than when she wasn't pregnant?
Well, I guess you're just more emotional in general.
I just want to make sure that.
The red light?
Yeah. Okay. More emotional?
Oh yeah, it's like, I mean, that's normal. I mean, her cravings hadn't really changed or anything like that, but just like, just more emotional and everything like that.
Mm-hmm. Would she kind of admit that? Like,
oh yeah,
I'm pregnant, whatever.
Well, I mean, I guess she's like, she's just, she's with her mom, and she gets rarely, her mom's like really, like, she's full Italian, so like, she's always like, always just like gung ho about everything, and it makes Shanann like really anxious sometimes, and like, like it's a lot of stress being over there with, her family and my family as far as like everybody, like she's over there by herself with the kids.
Do you guys all get along? Like this?
I mean, yeah, we all, I mean, pretty civil as far as.
You said that you went to your parents by yourself. Like, was there a reason why Shanann and the girls didn't go?
Yeah, because there was an incident where my mom had something in the house that Cece was kind of allergic to.
What was that?
It was some ice cream. And
what are your kids sick with? I guess.
Cece's allergic to tree nuts.
Okay.
And so not peanuts, but like.
My kid's allergic to peanuts, but not tree nuts. So.
Yeah, so peanuts is like I guess what's growing from the ground. So the tree nuts like pistachios and cashews and stuff like that.
Those are the good ones.
I know, and kiwi. Kiwi's like grown, like, I guess the spores have like something that's related to tree nuts, found out the hard way as well. But yeah, like there was an incident where she had something in the house as far as it was ice cream that Cece couldn't have, and one of my sister's kids went and grabbed some. She was eating next to Cece, and it was just a point where like Shanann said, they cannot come over here again. Because Cece's the one that kind of would lunge as she would just grab. Like, I mean, if my sister's kid had,
she was having so fast you wouldn't even be able to.
You wouldn't know, because I mean, like, how we figured out tree nuts was an issue is because Cece had a little sliver of a cashew one day, a sliver, and made her react. And her reactions got worse over her last panel was a month, 2 months ago or something like that. And her reaction was a little bit when they prick her back and everything. So like that kind of drove Shanann to where like, all right, they can't come over ever again if you're going to have this in this house. And that's why that happened.
When was that? Was that during this trip, or was that from before?
It was during that 5-week span.
Okay.
Yeah, and they hadn't seen the kids in like 2 weeks when I got there. And Shanann was like, they can't come over. They can't go over there right now.
What did you think about that?
I was hurt. I was like, I wanted my parents to see their grandbabies, like, even if it's just like we didn't even FaceTime. So like when I went over there, like I wanted to bring the kids, but like I respected her decision. Like, okay, like if you want the kids over there right now, it's fine. I just need to see my parents, like, since I'm here. Like, I'm here for a week, I want to at least like go over there and give them a hug and see my sister, her husband, their kids as well, and just kind of just say, hey, hello, cookout, and just hung out.
Do you know if Shanann told anyone in North Carolina about what was going on?
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Who do you think she told?
Oh, she probably told, well, there's people here. I know Nicole probably knew. I know Cassie probably knew. But Nicole lives here, Cassie lives there. There's some of her good friends.
But like, would she have told any of her family or friends in North Carolina?
I'm not sure if her mom knew or not, if that was the case.
Is she pretty close to her mom?
Oh yeah, she is, but I'm not sure if she like told her like the entire like thing about the whole like having something in the house.
All right, I just mean between you and her. Sorry, the separation.
Oh, no.
She didn't tell any of her family.
No.
And why do you know she didn't do that?
Because she told me she's not going to tell them. Like, I knew she was confiding in a few of her friends because she told me that because she had need someone to talk to, but she didn't tell her mom or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys go to church?
No, not here.
No.
No, we haven't.
You moved to Colorado?
No, we
go to church?
No. Like, we were talking about, like, finding one for, with the kids and everything.
What about counseling? Did you guys talk about counseling?
Yeah.
Yeah. When did you guys talk about that?
That was probably We got back on the 7th, back to work on the 8th, so it's probably about the 8th or so.
Oh, right before she left?
Yeah.
I guess she left on the 10th, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what came of that when you guys talked about counseling?
It's like, I don't really think we really needed to go to counseling, so I've never anything that we were saying to each other, I felt like we could just say to each other and not have to go to somewhere, somebody's couch and talk to them about it. But like she said, like a couple of her friends that were married have been to counseling like once or twice or 3 times and they're still going type of thing. But like, I didn't feel like I really needed to, but I was open to the idea because I thought like, all right, if she really, really, really like, if this is gonna work, maybe, but like, I really didn't really want to do it just because like, I didn't think we needed to do that. I thought we could just like, maybe just do it that way, but the disconnection was there. I didn't feel like it was gonna help.
Okay. So you get back on the 8th or 7th?
On the 7th, go back to work on the 8th.
You went back to work on the 8th?
Yeah.
Okay. And what day is the 8th? Like of the week? Do you remember?
So it'll be a Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the 10th was a Friday, that's when she flew out.
Okay. And then you worked how many days?
I worked Wednesday and Thursday, and then I was off Friday because that's when she flew out to Arizona.
Okay. So tell me about all the stuff you did on Friday. Or how was it, I guess, before she left? Like, did you take her to the airport?
Oh, no, Nicole picked her up.
Oh, Nicole picked her up.
Yep.
Okay. What was the attitude like, or what was the relationship like when she left for Arizona?
It was, we were just, like we had talked about counseling and everything, and we knew what the sex with the baby was. We weren't going to tell anybody until she got back, because Nicole knew. Nicole was one that, like, prepped everything for her, like, with the bag and, like, a couple things, like, pour out a little fake champagne bottle and whatnot.
For which one?
For like a gender reveal type thing.
Gender reveal, okay.
Type thing like that.
Okay.
So like she did all that for us. And so Friday, I woke up I waited for the kids to wake up because she left pretty early that morning. Nicole came and picked her up and she left to the airport.
Was it like kiss, hug, bye, or was it kind of strained as far as?
It was a hug.
It was a hug?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just like, have a safe flight and just let me know when you get there and I'll send you pictures of the kids throughout the day.
Okay.
Type thing.
Okay. So, and then you said, I'm sorry, that you waited till the kids got up?
Yeah, that's what we usually do. We just wait for the kids to wake up so they wake us up.
Okay. And
Bella came in the room and she usually just crawls into bed and just falls asleep next to us. Like when she wakes up, she doesn't just get up and just go like Cece does.
But as far as Friday goes, what exactly happened on Friday?
So we just pretty much hung out around the house, just playing around. We went to like grocery store, went to get my glasses, got some cracks in the frame. We went to Target. We went to King Soopers to pick up the click list over there.
I've never done that.
That was fun.
When did you do that? Is that your first time doing it? Or do you guys do
Oh, no, she does it for me all the time.
Oh, she does?
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah, we had made a little day of it and everything. And
so, and I'm sorry, do your kids go to preschool or daycare? Or is that a preschool or a daycare?
It's a little bit of both, depending on your age. Because they have up to 6 months.
Okay, so what are your kids considered? In the preschool or in the...
Early, Celeste is like early preschool 1. Early preschool 1. And Bella is pre-K 1.
So is it like you can drop your kids off before school starts, and then you will have a daycare and then
it's like you go into like they'll have like a room like sometimes they'll only have a few teachers there at 6:30 in the morning type thing.
Oh, okay, you're right, and they combine most of the classes and stuff because there's not that many kids there. So where is this Primrose at? Is that in
Erie?
In Erie.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there only one there in Erie?
Yeah, Primrose is like a chain of the school, but there's another one like in Thornton or something like that.
But there's only one in Erie.
Yeah, there was a teacher work day that day, so that's why they couldn't go.
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, so Friday they would normally go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
they would normally go. That's why I took that day off because
you didn't have any daycare.
Because she was leaving so early and whatnot. But yeah, we just played around that day and we went to a couple different places and.
And do the kids go 5 days a week there, or how often do they go to?
Oh, 5 days a week.
5 days a week. And what is the normal time that they go from 8 to?
Depending on when they kind of wake up and get ready, usually by 7:30, 4.
7:30 to 4?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
And is this because Shanann is doing her Thrive stuff and you're at work at the oil field?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's when they're at school, she can really concentrate
Sure.
on all that stuff right now.
Does she pretty much work from home?
Oh, yeah, she can work from anywhere.
But does she normally work from a computer at home, or is she?
She just works from her phone. I mean, she uses a computer, but she uses her phone mostly.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you can do anything from those things.
That's crazy. Okay, so you hang out, you guys are running errands, Target, grocery store, that kind of stuff. What time do you think you get home on Friday?
Probably about, I would say probably about 4:30 or so.
Okay. And do you guys do anything else Friday night?
And just normal things just getting ready for bed or have dinner, getting ready for bed type thing.
Okay. Did you talk to Shanann that night?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
Would you have FaceTimed her with the girls or?
Oh no, when she's away and stuff like that, we don't FaceTime the girls. They would really react to that.
Oh, because they'd be upset.
They'd be upset, yeah. Bella was asking a lot about her.
Okay. So did she talk to them? As far as on a phone call?
No, there was no contact between her and the kids while she was gone.
And
that's normal.
Okay.
If she last time there was a Thrive event that was she went to Canada and it was we do not talk to the girls. They would literally have a cry fest.
You're I can't handle that. So.
Well, she knows and it would really make her cry too.
Mhm. Okay.
So it was one of those deals.
Right. So what time do you think they go to bed on Friday night?
Probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. And what did you do Friday night?
I went downstairs and worked out and just kind of chilled out at the house. And
so your weight is in your basement?
Yes.
Okay. So you went and worked out, and then how do you chill out? What do you normally do? Sports Center, and just if there's a cool movie on to watch or something like that. And did you have anyone over on Friday, or anyone stop by, or anything like that? No. Okay. And then what happened Saturday morning? Saturday morning, kind of the same thing. Bella came in bed again. When she wakes up, she comes into bed and just kind of lays next to me, and then just kind of waiting for Cece to wake up, type thing. And then I was gonna go to Costco that day, but Shanann said she'd just do it when she got back. Go back on Monday, get some chicken or vegetables and stuff like that. But I got most everything from that click list, the King Supers. They were just hung out of the house and played outside, and before it got too hot outside, and just played in the playroom and did some things around the house because it gets so hot out there. We couldn't go to the park because they were doing some drainage thing. They had everything dug up, and whenever it does rain, it just puddles up really high, and it was just one of those deals. Because you're in a newer neighborhood, is that right? Our house was built in 2013. Oh, okay. But there was already houses there. I think those houses have been there for a little while. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you guys come in, or you're hanging around the house, playing around the house. So what happens around dinner time? So Jeremy Lindstrom, one of his daughters, McKenna, watched the girls that night. I went to a Rockies game. Okay. Yeah. Who did you go to the Rockies game with? I was people from work. And who did you go with from work? It was Cody and. Your last name too, just because I don't know who these people are. Oh yeah, it was Cody Bourgeois and. It's because it was a raffle that we had from work. Oh, okay. So it was a work function, but it was Cody Bourgeois and Sam LaRue. Those two guys? Yeah. Okay. So just three of you guys went? Yeah. Yeah, and then I came home about 11. Did they win? Yeah, it was a walk-off. We went home running in the bottom of the ninth. Nice. So this is Saturday night, right?
Saturday night.
So what time did you actually leave to go to the Rockies game?
It was like 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Did the game start at 7 or?
6:10.
6:10.
Yeah,
Did
I got
you stop
down.
and eat dinner or?
Yeah, the lazy dog.
At the Lazy Dog?
Yeah.
Who did you eat dinner with?
About the same people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so got down there, the Rockies game, came back about 11 or so, stopped by at the gas station next to the house, got some money from McKenna, gave it to her.
What gas station is that?
The one right by our house,
Do you know what kind it is or?
Conoco.
Conoco?
I think it's next to Pinocchio's restaurant.
Okay.
So
Is
got
the ATM inside?
Yes.
Upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, so we got that. Talked to Shanann on the way home
From the Rockies game?
Yeah.
How did you get there and back?
with the Lexus.
Oh, Alexis. So did you pick up anyone on the way? Did you give rides to anyone?
No.
You just met them down there?
Yeah.
Where were your seats? Do you remember?
That was on like the third baseline.
Like good seats?
They're decent.
First level? Kind of?
Like 10 rows up, probably somewhere there.
Nice.
It was not too bad.
How much did you pay for the raffle?
Oh, it was just something to enter.
Oh,
Something to enter in there.
nice.
But they always have something like for a golf tournament. I'm not a golfer or anything like that, but it was just something to enter.
Do you and your people you work with get together every once in a while?
Not mainly. This was just like a random thing. It was just something I never won anything, so it was just like one of those random things.
Did you pick them to go?
I won that one ticket.
All three of you won
Yeah.
the ticket?
Yeah.
And did anyone else meet you guys there from work? Or?
No, it was just a random thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but when we got home, I called Shanann. I asked her how much to give McKenna, and she was like, "It's like, do I give her 60 or give her 50?" I was like, "Just give her 50, because it's like, okay, you don't want to overpay her." I'm like, okay. When I get there, and the expedition was there. I think that was Jeremy's wife's car, and I gave her the money, and girls were fine. They ate pizza. I ordered pizza for them that night, for them like that. And then after that, I went inside, went to bed, and then.
Were the girls in bed?
Oh yeah, they were totally passed out.
And was the mom there to help McKenna, or?
No, I think she dropped off the car, because I didn't see anybody in the car when I pulled up.
Oh, McKenna can drive. I don't even know how old McKenna is.
She had her own car. She had the Jeep.
Oh, okay.
But I didn't see anybody in the car as far as her mom was, but I think they just dropped her car off. So like when I got home, they could just.
Okay. So, and I hate to keep going back to the Rockies game, but you were with your coworkers there. Did you mention to either of them about, issues that you're having with your wife or anything like that? Are these not those type of people that you would talk to like that?
No,
okay.
Nothing like that. Nothing at all like that. Because it's as personal type things. I didn't want people at work really knowing anything that I'm going through.
Mm-hmm.
Only person I really told was my foreman, just because
who is that?
Luke Apple.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I just told him I wanted him to be aware if he felt like my mind was not on task, that tell me and just send me home type thing. Mm-hmm. Because at work, when you're there, you need to be, because there's so much pressure around. Not pressure, wellhead pressure.
Yeah.
That kind of pressure.
Dangerous.
Yeah, you stand in front of a master valve or a needle valve that could be open or something like that. So you don't want to be 100 pounds could kill you. But I work around stuff that has
So did he ask you why would your mind not be right?
Well, I told him my wife and I we're going through a few things right now, and that separation has been on the table. I want you to know my mind's gonna be on task, and I wanted him to know if you see anything that I'm doing that you don't like, just let me know. Cause my foreman, he's the one that's gonna he's the one seeing my performance reviews. He's my boss.
Is he out there when you're working and stuff?
He's in the office mainly, but he's one of the foremen that likes to go out to the field.
So he may see you out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He likes to if he has meetings or whatnot, he likes to, or when he's done with meetings, he likes to get out of the office.
So what was his reaction to you when you told him that?
It's just let me know if anything happens, and I won't tell anybody on the team or anything our team, because that's personal issues. So I'll just keep me in the loop.
Okay.
type deal.
And when you get home from the Rocky skiing, both girls are in their own bed?
Oh, yeah.
They always sleep in their own bed?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So do they have separate bedrooms?
Yes, they have
Okay.
a joint bathroom.
Okay.
Jack and
Jack and Jill. Okay. So tell me about Sunday morning when you wake up.
So Sunday morning, we wake up like normal, and like Bella actually goes into Cece's room and wakes her up this time.
Okay.
So it happens. But yeah, so that happens, and then we go downstairs and watch Bubble Guppies and stuff like that. And I put in bed a little early that day because Jeremy's son, Caden, called Buddy, he's turned 4.
Wait, are you talking about Sunday night already?
No, it's like Sunday afternoon.
Oh, you put him in bed for a nap?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, nap time. Yeah, they have a nap in the middle of the day.
That's the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they we go over there after a nap. I wake them up. We go straight there.
What time is that, you think?
So the part of that 1, I woke them about 12:30. Type deal.
Did you guys have a present for this little guy? Or?
Yep.
And how'd you get the present?
Oh, we went to Target that day. I got him a little dinosaur car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So earlier before their naps? You
Yes.
went to Target?
Yeah.
Okay.
When we got the dinosaur car.
Do you go anywhere else besides Target?
Not that Sunday, no.
Okay.
Like, as we got back, it was about that time, and they had some, for like that little early lunch, had some they wanted cold pizza. So that was their deal. It was the pizza left over from the other night.
Okay.
So they ate that, and they went and took a nap. And then after that, we went to Jeremy's house, and we were there for like 1:15 to like probably 4:30, 5 o'clock. Out there, it was like, I didn't know it was going to be like a water balloon, like pool thing. That little mini pool out there with water balloons and everything.
And what do you mean that? Like you didn't bring swimsuits?
I didn't have swimsuits or water shoes with me or anything like that. So like it was,
You just get their clothes wet?
yeah.
Okay.
Type
But
deal.
they love that.
Oh, no, Cece loves just getting in the water. Bella was more like taking the water balloons out and just like, spraying them everywhere. Type deal.
Okay. So you get home about what time, you think?
About 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Okay. So what happens after that?
Immediately just put them in the shower and try to wash them off because they had, sand and everything, because they had a little sandbox over there, like with their little playground. And so I just put them in the shower immediately, just wash them off. They can usually like wash their hair by themselves and whatnot. So
are you in the shower with them?
I'm on the outside.
On the outside.
Yeah, I'm just like, I let them kind of do their thing and wash them up and everything and get them dried off, put some lotion on, pajamas, go downstairs, they wanted pizza again, so cold pizza.
What kind of pajamas did you put on them?
Just for nightgowns.
What did those look like?
It's probably, I think Celeste had like a pink one with like little, like a drawing of like a bird or something like that.
Okay.
And Bella, it might have been one that said like believe on it. Or it was a multicolored one, might have had a unicorn on it.
Okay.
They have so many of those nightgowns.
And now, is it a dress or are they pants for the show?
No, it's like a dress.
Like,
But it's like, yeah, it just kind of like falls down to their knee. It's hot, so they sleep hot. They sweat like crazy.
Okay. Do they take their pajamas off at all during the night?
No.
On a normal?
Cece has a nighttime diaper. She sleeps in a nighttime diaper.
But as far as getting hot and stuff, they don't like strip their clothes off in the middle of the night because they get hot or anything?
No.
Or do they?
No, I've never seen them do that. Unless they have pants on. Like if they have like they have their mermaid pajamas that has like a t-shirt and pants, they'll take that off.
The shirt part?
The pants.
Oh, the pants.
Yeah, because they get so hot.
Right.
So
I've never heard that yet. That noise.
There's that button behind you.
Is that what it was, baby?
No, it was just like,
Oh.
maybe it was like that getting hit or something like that.
No, I wasn't touching it.
No, like in another room.
Oh.
They always have that.
Yeah.
They'll have that.
Okay, so you get them in their pajamas.
Feed them dinner. Then
Yeah.
FaceTime Shanann's parents.
So not Shanann, just her parents.
Yeah, her parents.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so they FaceTime them for a little while, and after that they sit on their couch. They have a Minnie Mouse. Cece has a Minnie Mouse couch, and Bella has a Sophia, the first couch, and they chill there and give them a little snack. And Celeste has some little wafers. Bella has some chips, and then they each wanted a switch after they were done. So, sorry. Bella had vanilla wafers after that, and Cece had some like Cheez-Its or something like that.
Okay.
And then after that, let's brush their teeth and got them ready for bed, and they both used the potty and like they normally do, and put them in bed.
Okay. Do they normally go to bed right away, or?
Well, they lay in bed. Like, they don't get out, like, once the rain machines are on and lights are out. Like, Bella came out twice that time just because she knew, like, Shanann was coming home. Like, I told her, like, all right, she'll be home Monday type thing, because, like, Shannan's not going to just go in there and wake her up at, like, in the middle of the night type thing. So, like, I told her she'd be home, and she knew, like,
wake up.
Yeah, she knew, like, all right, time yet? Like, she comes out, like, she home yet? Like, no, baby, just when you wake up. Okay, when you wake up, okay. About two times she came out asking about that, but Celeste hasn't done that yet.
So as far as, you said you talked to Shanann at least one time to ask about how much to pay McKenna.
Yeah.
Did you talk to Shanann any other time?
Oh yeah, like during the day Sunday.
Okay, and how was that?
It was just fun just talking about the kids and like, you know, texting back and forth. I don't have much signal over at Jeremy's house. There's like a dead zone on Erie Parkway over there somewhere.
Did you send her pictures of the kids
Yeah.
at the party and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And was she happy about that?
I was like, yeah, I miss them type thing, you know. Yeah, but like I sent her pictures while she was gone.
What about like phone calls? Did you guys have any phone calls?
Yeah, we had a few. I couldn't call her over there because it was bad signal area. I barely get the text messages out. But yeah,
you didn't call her at Jeremy's, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I couldn't.
But the other time, like Saturday night?
Oh yeah, like everything. Yeah, we just, you know, talked and asked how everything went and everything like that. And once I got him home, like after the party and got into bed and everything, told, you know, Bella's like, she knows you're coming home and she's ready and everything. And she was texting me like about like, cause the power went out, I guess, in Arizona because of the dust storms, and her friend Addie and Cindy, like, they paid for dinner and stuff like that. And yeah, Nicole and her were at the airport, and Addie's plane got delayed, and they were hoping theirs weren't getting delayed, but ended up getting delayed.
So what, like, if you could have taken her pulse then, like, how was she as far as communicating with you? Was she, you know, like same old Shanann, or was she still kind of upset, or
it's kind of hard to tell through those texts, but like she was ready to get home and see the girls and just be home.
But as far as her relationship with you, how did that feel to you?
I mean, it felt like she did when she left. Like, it felt like, you know, like she was like in that state of mind where, like, okay, she decided to be home. Like, maybe she, like, it's kind of hard to really tell, but through a text, but like, she wanted to get home and see us because she's been away. Like, when she was in North Carolina for 6 weeks, and then she comes home for 2 days and goes to Arizona. Like, she only been home for like 2 days in a 6.5 week span. So she was just ready to be home, be with us, and just kind of like, just be around us.
So, what time was she originally supposed to be home?
11.
Oh, 11?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously that gets delayed till whenever.
Yep. She got home, she didn't get home till like 2. She didn't leave there till like 11. I think they're an hour behind.
Okay.
In Phoenix.
Okay.
At this time of year.
Did she text you when she landed, or, I mean, did you know?
No, she texted me that it was delayed, and I think she texted me when she took off, but she didn't text me when she landed.
Okay.
I just felt her, like, get into bed.
Okay, and you said that was around 2, you think?
2
And
o'clock.
you know there was a doorbell thing, is that what you said?
Yeah.
At 148? Describe the doorbell thing.
So it's got, like, whenever, like, a proximity, like, she walks up.
Like a motion thing?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, is that tied to, like, a home security system, or is it just a single doorbell thing?
The doorbell, like, records it on to the our control panel.
So it's all tied together?
Yeah.
Like garage alarms?
Yeah, everything.
Alarms, window, whatever?
Well, there's no windows, but just, like,
okay.
There's a living room, like, motion thing and a basement motion. And, like, we have open and shut sensors on the basement door and the rear sliding door, and obviously the front door and both garage doors.
So is it anytime they're open, or just if they're
Anytime
open for
open.
an extended period of time?
So, like, if a door is left open, after a certain amount of time, it'll say the front door at 28:25 started to trails and then left open.
So did it alert you that she was outside using the keypad to get in when she got home, or?
No, it picked her up walking up to the door.
And did it alert you that?
When I saw it the next morning when I woke
So
up.
it wasn't enough that it woke you up.
Oh no, it's very like a faint like type thing.
And what's the living room one? What's that for?
It's just a motion detector. Like if like you set alarm to away, like you know nobody's gonna be in the house. That's stuff like that. It'll pick that up and set alarm off.
Is it on when you're home though?
No, like we set it to away while you're home. You're just gonna check the alarm.
Okay. So you don't have any of those like active, I guess, when you're.
Well, it's always active, but it's not set to. You can set it to away and stay or disarmed, but it's still gonna pick it up.
Oh, okay.
Like if you look on my phone, like go to the Vivint app, it'll show you like living room motion detected.
So, and I guess so. Just for my own knowledge, did you actually look at that? Obviously, when she went missing, and the girls, did you look at your living room alarms and that? I mean, to see if there was stuff going on.
It doesn't like once because we had so many like doorbell trips because it was messing up so much as far as like little things setting it off. I can only go to the history so far.
So you don't pay for the cloud storage for that?
No.
Okay. Is that an option?
They had never given it to me.
Okay.
But like.
So how far did it go back?
I'm not sure how many like different like events that it can store. Like it'll have notifications, you can scroll a it eventually just ends. Not sure how long it'll actually keep it.
So when this all happened, did you look on there and it like?
The only thing that I saw that was really strange was that when I left, it said the garage door stayed open.
And no, so if that was on there at 5 whatever in the morning, right? Wouldn't the other stuff still be there too that happened after? Like if there was motion in the living room or the basement or whatever?
It should have been the only thing. There was like a basement door left open and garage door left open.
Oh, when was the basement door left open?
It was about the same time.
5:27?
Yeah, it was like within a minute.
And then what was the other one, did you say?
That garage door left open.
Was the basement door open when you went back?
Not that I remember. Like when I got there, everything was shut. Garage door was shut. Basement door was shut.
What, like, you go out to the basement, like,
the basement
walk out?
No.
Oh.
It's a garden level.
Okay.
So there's like the windows. I mean, you can see the backyard. It's not like one of the ones that's like a normal one where it's like a deep dive, like where you have to look up to see like the level of the grass.
So what's the basement door then? I guess.
So the basement door is like when you walk in you walk into the house through the garage, and then as you're walking to the living room, you take a right, and then that's the basement door that leads down into the basement.
Oh. So that door has an alarm?
That has a sensor that tells you when it's open, because you can, since it's a garden level basement, the windows, you can walk into the backyard and you can open a window. You don't have to dip down, you just open a window and you can walk in, type thing.
So there's an alarm on the
There's
interior door because...
Yeah, because like you could,
in case an intruder came in
through the window. Yeah, like stuff like that.
Okay. And that one went off too. Like, was that before the garage or after the garage? Which one was first?
One was a 526, one was a 527. I think the 527 one was the garage, and the 526 was the basement left open.
Do you get those a lot, or do you guys even hang out in the basement usually, or?
I'm usually down there just to like work out, but I didn't work out that morning, so like it definitely wasn't open when I left.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
Very off track.
You're fine.
So the Ring doorbell goes to your phone. Like, how do you log into that system?
It's just an app.
It's just an app. What is the app called?
Vivint.
And does she have that app as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Should be on the phone.
Is it your login? Is it her login? You guys
Hers.
it's her login?
Yep.
So is it her email and password? What is her email?
Shanann@gmail.com.
Okay. Do you know what her password is for that?
It should be like 4284915, capital S, lowercase w.
Say that one more time.
4284915, capital S, lowercase w.
Okay. Is that what she uses for other stuff, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Kind of common.
Yeah, sure.
Her
Yeah.
go-to password.
Yeah, it's a phone number.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. So.
It's a phone number, not hers, but it's a phone number.
Right. Okay. So I know, like, I have a Ring doorbell, and like our flag will shut it off sometimes. You know.
Yeah, that's why I took
on.
my flag down, because like it kept like after we had like the camera reset because it wasn't working for a little bit, it was picking up. I thought it was a flag, but like it wasn't. It was like picking up just like the tree moving around and bush, like a branch or something, or
Like a shadow or something. Like, yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
that's does that too. So, is that the system that was installed in the home when you moved in, or is that something that you guys
We did.
installed? When did you guys install that?
I would guess 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
I think.
So are you completely asleep when she gets home?
Yes.
Do you hear her, like...
I feel her. I felt her like get in.
But as far as, like, did you, was she putting away her luggage? You know, like...
No.
Like me, I'm crazy about I need to unpack like the second I get home, no matter.
It was
like,
really late, but like, I don't know.
You don't think she was unpacking suitcases or whatever? You think she just like
her
went up
suitcase
the
is
stairs
still home.
and
Her suitcase is still there.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's one that would wait till the next morning when she woke up and unpack her suitcase and everything. Okay. Do it you said the next thing you know is her getting into bed with you. Is that right?
I felt her get into bed. We didn't say anything because I just kind of felt it.
Okay. Do you know if she was on her phone or like how any of that works?
I don't think she was on her phone. Like, cause, I mean, it was really late.
So what is her like routine for when she comes to bed, like before she gets into bed? I know it's kind of weird because she was coming from the airport, but like on a normal night, like does she brush her teeth, take our makeup off, like give me that routine.
Yeah, so normally it's like, all right, she'll brush her teeth, she'll do some makeup remover, like a rag, and she'll do all that. She'll take her balance, which is like something to help like stomach, you know, help everything. It's like I don't say like a laxative, but it's something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she'll go through, she'll do that, and then pretty much it. And then she'll lay in bed and she'll text people, call people, like if she needs to, as far as like anybody, promoter, customer, anybody needs her.
Does she charge her phone next to the bed?
Usually.
Okay. What about, I heard she had an Apple Watch, is that right?
Yeah.
Does she charge her Apple Watch every night?
The charger's sitting right there next to it.
But does she do it every night, or does she wait till it's almost dead?
She usually does it every night.
Every night? So she doesn't sleep with her Apple Watch on?
No.
Does she sleep with anything else on?
Usually a t-shirt and underwear, that's about it.
T-shirt and underwear?
Yeah.
Okay. What about that night? Do you remember, or that morning, I should say?
I think it was a t-shirt. I think it was a t-shirt and underwear. I think that's because it gets so hot in the house. We had issues where the AC for the top level has been like cutting out, so it just felt hotter upstairs usually.
Okay.
So like, I mean, I just sleep in boxers, and like I know that, you know, we're both like furnaces, so like we're in bed, so.
Okay. So a t-shirt, underwear, like do you know that, or are you just guessing?
Guessing.
Okay. Did you see her like outside of the covers?
I just saw her like, you know, here up. That's when like I felt her crawl in the bed.
Was there hugging or kissing or anything else that went on when she got into bed?
No, I just feel her get into bed.
Where's your, like, how do you sleep?
I sleep like facing the wall.
And what side of the bed do you sleep on?
So I'm on, like, if this is the bed, I'm on the right side, she's on the left side. So I'm usually like this. I'm usually on my back or side. I'm not a stomach sleeper or anything.
Okay. So your back is to her, basically.
That's when I kind of feel her, because that bed it's never big bed, but like it sucks. And I can feel her get into bed.
Okay. And then as far as like jewelry, does she take off jewelry? I don't even know if she wears jewelry.
And the only thing she wears is her wedding ring.
Does she wear that to bed?
Mm-hmm. The only time she ever takes it off is to color her hair.
To color her hair. So she keeps it. Now, had she stopped wearing it at all because of, you know, you guys going through your hard time or anything like she wore it to Arizona and all of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, because I think, was her ring left in the house?
Yes, on the nightstand.
Was that unusual?
Very.
Like you found that to be odd,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like...
If she colored her hair, it'd be in the bathroom, and then she put it right back on.
Did you see any evidence that she colored her hair, like to...
No, because she just colored her hair the week before.
Okay.
Because I think her mom and her, they're going to do it because her mom's a hairdresser.
Okay.
So
she does it with her mom, or?
Well, she was going to do it because her mom's a hairdresser there, but I think she just colored it on her own.
Okay.
Because she was
as far
asking.
as like evidence of maybe her changing her hair to a different color, like to, disguise herself, like did you get any?
Nothing. I mean, like most of the time she likes to keep her hair black. So.
Okay. So she gets into bed, you feel her get into bed, and then is there a conversation at all?
When she gets into bed, no. Like I wait till I get up.
Okay, and then you get up at 4,
Get ready.
your stuff.
Yep.
And then what happens after that?
That's when she had told me the night before, like, when I get home, I wanna get up so I can get this airport off and take a shower,
Tell me what that means.
Well, get the airport off of me, like type of thing. Like she didn't want to just, get in that late and hop in the shower and stuff like that. She just wanted to go to sleep. So like she wanted to get up like when I got up so she could take a shower.
She wanted to get up in 2 hours?
Well, no. She thought that like she'd be home at 11, but that wasn't the case.
Oh, so did she tell you that when she was supposed to be home at 11?
Yeah.
But did you think still like maybe she still wants to get up and?
No, I felt if I assume, like I know I'm just it's not.
You'd be in trouble.
I would be in trouble. So
like, why did you wake me up? Let's take a shower.
I've done that many times, and I learned that you have to just do what she says.
Okay.
So when it comes to that, because it's just I don't want to make her mad. So.
Okay. So she ends up. You wake her up. How do you wake her up?
I just I know it's like not to go like that. Just kind of like rub her shoulder. Just kind of like really lightly because she'll give me the alligator eye, like one eye open, one eye shut type thing, and like look at me like, what the hell are you doing type thing. But like, you just kind of like rub her head just a little bit, just kind of wake her up like slowly, not where it's like jolting her or anything like that. And that's how I woke her up.
So are you outside the bed when you're doing that?
I slid back into bed.
So you're in bed doing that?
Yeah,
okay.
On top of the covers.
Like on top?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in my work clothes and everything like that.
Okay. And what did she say?
She's like, I asked her like, hey, you want to wake up, take a shower? And she's like, yeah, I'll do it. Like that. And then I told her like, can we talk a little bit? And she was like, yeah, let's talk.
Like, was she groggy at all, or was she?
No, I mean, she was pretty.
Pretty with it?
Yeah, pretty with it, and surprisingly, but like, yeah, she's pretty with it.
Okay, and how did you start that conversation?
I told her, we need to sell this house. Like, we need to downsize. We need to get something to where we're not, it's not strapped so much. Because, I mean, the house, we're paying, can I go down how much we're paying a month for the house? Yeah. It's like $2,700 a month. And that's a lot. And, with the kids' school, it was a lot. So it was like, all right, if we can sell the house, she had already contacted the realtor the week before through an email. So the realtor already kind of knew about that we were interested in selling the house. And so we
And how long have you lived in that house?
2013.
Okay, so
In May 2013.
Okay.
So I went through that, and actually I was maybe just get something smaller Brighton, North Glen, somewhere that's cheaper. I know nothing's cheap right now, which is something, but I told her, and told her about what I was feeling. I didn't want to text her, I didn't want to call her about a separation, really I wanted to be face to face with her talking about that. And
so tell me how that conversation went.
It was just about I just don't feel the connection anymore, and that how we were together, it just wasn't working anymore, and that the love that we had in the beginning, I don't feel that anymore. And that she said it was more of just crying and emotional, and it was.
Was she mad at all?
Being crying like she was, crying like I was. She was upset, but it comes with that kind of conversation. I didn't.
Did she accuse you of anything?
Being a woman, she's like, is there somebody else? I'm like, no, there's nobody else. This is this is me talking to you about this. Isn't it like somebody came into my life and took me from you? This is, me talking to you. This is just me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no outside influence coming from this. Like, this is how I feel.
Did she seem like she believed that?
When I told her there was nobody else?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I believe her when, I believe that she would never have, like, an affair on me, and she knows that I wouldn't do that to her. Like, we've talked about that before, like, many times. Like,
has she ever accused you of that in the past?
No.
Has she ever, like, suspected, like, anyone else that you're close to?
Like, way, way, way early in our relationship. Like, when we first got together, and I was still getting messages from girls that I was friends with, and she'd ask questions and, like, stuff like that. Like, who's that? Like, how do you know her? Like, and I would just, like, not talk to them anymore, just, like, ease her mind type thing.
Was she, like, a jealous person that would, look through your phones, or?
I mean, she had full access to my phone.
I know, but did she?
I'm sure if she used my phone for Facebook or, like, Thrive or Instagram.
She would use your phone for that?
Because she would run, like some of the Thrive stuff through me. Like, she would, like, make a post for me, something like that.
Oh.
Stuff like that.
Did you do that as well? Like, would you log into Facebook or whatever?
No. Like, the only reason I logged in on Facebook, like, the last few days is to show the cops, like other pictures and stuff like that, or show, like, the news crew a picture or something like that.
Okay.
Because she had it on my phone as well. She could just, like, log in there too if she needed. If, like, she did it because, like, sometimes her phone messed up and she just used my phone and it's boom, it's right there.
And then hers was on yours as well. Is that right?
No, she just used mine.
No, but as far as you being.
Oh yeah. She could toggle back and forth.
Okay.
Yeah, she just log out of hers and go into. Yeah, it was one of those things. Like, she knew I couldn't sell.
She was trying to help you out.
Yeah, like, she would just use, like, any friends that I had and just went from there.
Okay. So how did the conversation with her, like, how long did it last, would you say?
From 4:15 to just, like, closer to, like, 5.
Okay. And I guess I'm a little confused because you talked about that you were telling her, let's sell the house and get a house, like, cheaper in Brighton.
Well, just, like, I wanted to sell the house just to, like, so we can get, like, if we do separate, like, we'd have, like, some money to ourselves, and we could, like, if I was hoping she would stay here, like, because she had told me before, like, if we did separate, like, she couldn't afford to live here on her own, and she said neither could I. I was just like, give it a shot, like, whatever money that we could get from the house, like,
So you weren't talking about you guys buying a house together somewhere. It was more like, let's sell it, split it,
and just, like, we can go, like, we can have some money left over, like, and be close to each other.
Tell me about, I know it sucks having to sit here and talk to someone about all this stuff.
That's what I need to do here.
Tell me about your financial situation. I know $2,700 is a lot for a house payment.
Yeah,
how much were you paying at Primrose?
I think last year we paid like $25,000.
So what did they
like
pay a
18,
month?
20,000.
What's your bill usually?
With I think it's close to like $500 some dollars a week.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. What other bills do you guys have there?
Surgeries from Shanann's neck surgery.
What happened to her neck?
A disc that was compressing down. There was like nothing, like there's no like fluid that, like, the spinal cord with the fluid, the support, it was just bone on bone.
Mm-hmm.
And she had the scar like right here.
Did she have insurance when that happened?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was
just whatever's left.
But it was like over $100,000 surgery.
So how much do you guys have left to pay on that?
She covered all the finances as far as like that.
How long ago was that?
That surgery, it was earlier this. I can look on my phone. I thought it was it was last year because I remember Christina from Hawaii came to help, and it was during football season.
Okay.
So I think it was last August, September October, somewhere around there.
Okay. So fairly recently.
Yeah.
Okay. So what other big bills do you guys have?
CC's, like endoscopies for EOE, because she had acid reflux.
Okay.
And allergy testing, and CC had a clogged tear duct. And
I had that too. That was not fun.
yeah, tubes in their ears and their adenoids removed.
Oh goodness.
So there was that. Yeah, there was that.
What medication are they on? Are they on some medication?
They have inhalers for they were going through they said it was like child asthma, but they couldn't call it asthma because they're so young. So they would have like a little inhaler, the albuterol inhaler there, and CC had Singular, which was for allergy, and Bella and CC had Omeprazole too for the acid reflux.
Okay. And that's the stuff that you give them at night, pretty much?
Omeprazole, I just kind of give CC that when, just throughout the day, like 30 minutes before she eats. If I gotta remember, like, somewhere in there. And Singular, I give it to her at night.
Okay. So what other big bills do you have?
I think that was mainly what we paid, and some credit card bills.
How much do you think you owe on credit cards total?
I think it's like a random guess. I'm gonna guess about 8,000 to 10,000. Okay. I have like.
You don't do the finances?
No, because I mean, yeah, because she knew like from when she met me, like the one stupid thing that I did was that I sold my 4-wheeler for less than I owed on it, and she was like, "That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. You're never touching the finances." I'm like, okay, I can deal with that.
Right. What about like car payments and stuff?
Car was paid for by Lavelle.
What's that?
The car was paid for by Thrive. Lavelle is the company, and Thrive is the product.
Oh.
So if your team sells over $12,000 a month, they give you a car bonus.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they pay the bill, the car bill?
Yeah, they give you $800 a month.
And can you drive the car? Like is it a family car?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yep.
Wow. Strike thing is kind of crazy. Okay, so what about any other bills or any other?
In between the surgeries and the kids' little operations and credit cards, and the house, just like utilities, stuff like that. And we did file for bankruptcy like 2 years ago, just because of everything that was like on our plate.
And how much was discharged in that bankruptcy?
I'm not sure.
Like their ballpark. It includes, cars and all sorts of stuff.
No, cars wasn't part of it because she was with Lavelle at that point in time. I think it was mainly like a lot of like maybe furniture that we owed on, just everything that. I mean, it's hard to put even a ballpark number, honestly, because it wasn't medical. Like medical bankruptcy is different than just normal bankruptcy, I think. So like none of that was touched. And the house, it was still, that wasn't part of it either.
You didn't touch that, yeah.
No. So it was just like anything else that was like outstanding or pending. But I couldn't even put a ballpark on it. I really don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. So how would you classify your financial situation?
I mean, with everything that we have going on, I mean, like when the kids go back when they're going back to school. It'd probably be pretty much check to check if, because she had taken out a loan on my 401k as well to catch up with the house payments.
Okay. How much did she take out?
10,000.
Okay, when was that?
So, I'm gonna say 5 months ago.
Okay.
I'm just ballparking that.
Okay.
Because we were almost 3 months behind.
Okay. Was it close to being repossessed, or were you getting
No,
about that?
we had a letter from Chase. That's who the lender's from.
How did she feel about the situation you guys were in?
I mean, she was stressed out about it. I mean, that's why we took the 401k loan out. That was the max we could do, and just put it all towards the house and get caught up.
Mm-hmm. So are you current right now?
I just got to pay August.
Okay. When was that due on the 1st?
It's due by the 16th.
By the 16th. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you guys get health insurance through your job?
Yeah, United Healthcare.
Okay. How much do you pay for that each month?
I think it's like $350 something. Oh, every two weeks.
350?
I think it's. I'm trying to think now.
Is it 700 a month?
It's. I have to look at my last pay stub, but maybe it's like 500 something a month. So I'm trying to think, like, I'm looking at all the deductions that we have coming out for like me plus spouse and child type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't classify it as like, you know, like if you have another child it goes up. It's just like, you know, you plus spouse plus child.
For family, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's every 2 weeks. I paid bi-weekly, so I'd have to look at my last check, but I think it's about, maybe it's like $5 something a month.
Okay. So that's health insurance. What about life insurance? Do you guys have any life insurance?
Yes. Yeah, I got one for Shanann through work, and then one for both kids through work. I think Bella and Celeste is like a $20,000 one. I think that was the max you could do.
20,000 a piece.
Yeah, I think that's what the max you can do.
Cover, you know,
yeah, and then like I think Shanann's is like 50 or 100. So that's the max you could do.
Okay. Do you guys have any like other place life insurance or any other?
I think Shanann has like her own, and I have my own type thing.
Okay. How much do you have on you?
Oh, no clue.
Why would you know what you have?
Did
she get it?
She did it. She does.
Oh,
she does all that. Like, cause like I think the person who introduced us, my cousin's wife, she did like insurance. I think she did it through her.
Oh, and what's her name again?
Her name's Nicole, because they're not together anymore. Nicole Kennedy.
Nicole Kennedy?
Yeah.
Oh, they're not married anymore?
No.
Are you guys still close with her, or like would you talk
No,
to her?
I don't think Shanann and her have fallen out.
They did have a
Yeah.
falling out?
There's something about like her old boss and like some like money thing as far as like him and some like it was something that I didn't know
Are you
about.
starting to say embezzling?
Yeah.
Okay, like the boss was embezzling, or did they accuse Shanann?
I think it was the other way around, but I had like no like really details about it, and it was just like one was saying one thing, one was saying the other. It's like
And I just want to make sure I'm not getting this mixed up.
Yeah.
The boss maybe accused Shanann of embezzling money.
Yeah.
And how long ago would that have been?
Well, that was like right before I met her.
Like 2010?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was she working? Was she working at that?
Like her boss was the one that owned all the wheel shops. And I think Nicole Kennedy gave her, she did insurance at that point in time. And
okay. So whatever happened with that? Like the boss accusing your wife of...
they're still good friends.
The boss and your wife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like putting everything out on Facebook, like to everybody. He has contacts all around the world.
Mm-hmm.
So they're still like, yeah, she's trying to get him on Thrive and all that kind of stuff. I think he actually uses it, but not right, but he uses it.
Okay. And then you said Nicole and Shanann had a falling out because of that.
Nicole Kennedy. There's like...
There's so many Nicoles.
There's Nicole's, there's Nick's. I don't want to get all this like mixed up. So yeah, Nicole Kennedy, yeah.
Okay. But you don't talk to Nicole Kennedy either?
I haven't talked to her in years.
She didn't reach out to you after all this
No.
happened or anything like that?
No.
So do you have any idea like what policy Shanann would have gotten on you? Like how big it would have been, or you probably know what you're worth.
I know I have like a dismemberment thing at work. If I get dismembered, it's like $250,000 or something like that. But as far as like anything outside of work, I have no clue about the dollar amount. I know she set all that up.
Okay. For her and you.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever help her with that at all?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Like she handles all that. Like she always did books at the jobs, like at the wheel stores and everything like that. And she was really good at it.
Okay.
She's great with money, so.
Who, Shanann?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she knows exactly, like, all right, I don't need to pay this right now, I can pay all this. And like, she knew, like, where to divvy out her money.
Like a shell game. I'll pay this right now, yeah.
And she knew what the priorities were.
Mm-hmm. So how are you, how are you right this moment with your financial situation? Like, do you have money open on credit cards, money in the bank, like that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I think in Chase we have maybe 2,000 in there, in USA probably about 1,500.
Are those checking accounts or those just
Checking?
Yeah. Okay.
As far as credit cards, most of the ones I haven't used credit cards. I know they're pretty much she pays the minimum on it, so I don't use them.
Maxed out probably.
More than likely, I mean, if they're with the interest payments and whatnot, just pay the minimum. They don't go down much, but I know Capital One maybe has $100 left to spend on it or something like that, and the Credit One and the other Capital Ones, I know those probably don't have much on them, so I don't even use them.
Mm-hmm. So when you're talking to Shanann, obviously in the bed about, your financial situation and that you think you should separate and that kind of stuff, does she ever act out against you, being pissed off, slap you?
No, it's not my financial situation in general.
No, that morning when you guys were talking in bed and she's crying and upset, does she act out?
Oh no, we've never raised a hand to each other, struck each other. We don't even really yell at each other. It's when we talk, it's pretty civil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she didn't raise a hand, she didn't yell, she didn't do anything like that.
Okay. And you?
No, definitely
okay.
not.
Okay. So when is, how long did you guys end up talking in the bed?
So it was almost about 5.
Okay. So about 45 minutes?
Yeah, it's give or take, yeah.
Okay. And then she tells you, I'm taking the kids to a friend's house, but I'll be back later.
Yeah.
And she didn't tell you what friend that was, or did she?
That's why I was very vague, and that's why I texted her later that day, hey, you could tell me where you went and where the kids up, where you took the kids. Yeah. No.
Okay. And then you do what after you get out of bed?
So I go downstairs and pack my lunch, make a protein shake, down that, fill my water jug up, get my computer, get my book bag, and put some more tools in my truck.
And your truck is where at this time?
It's over on the corner of the house. Yeah, it's over on the west side.
And that's where you normally park the truck?
Mm-hmm. Either there or across the street where the neighbors is over there. Because I had parked over there because there's somebody going through the garages and cars parked on the outside and stealing stuff.
In your neighborhood or just in Frederick?
In our neighborhood. There was 3 or 4 nights in a row, they found somebody on cameras.
So are you saying you parked the truck a little closer to your house, or?
Well, sometimes I was parking on the neighbor's side where his camera faces.
Oh, just so they can catch it.
Just cause my doorbell camera doesn't reach that far.
Okay. And do you know what his camera angle is? Have you looked at his surveillance video?
He told me where to park it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
So that I could watch it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He told me to park it right. I didn't want to park in front of his driveway because I didn't want somebody to back into it, if his wife or somebody forgot, there's not usually a truck there or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They want them to back into it.
Sure. So tell me that morning exactly what you did with your truck and.
Yeah, so I got in my truck, pulled forward, backed up to my garage so I can get everything in because since it was over the weekend, I had everything already inside. I wanted to just have my big clear container, I had my O-rings and my headphone or my earbuds and everything like that. And I had to get a couple combination wrenches, opening wrenches from my toolbox. I knew I was going to rebuild a stuffing box that day or helping Troy do that, and Cody and Melissa and Chad were going to be out there too. So I had to get some opening wrenches and stuff like that out of my own toolbox because that works better than the ones because they're longer, more torque on them. So got all that, threw it in my truck.
And are you talking about you threw stuff in the back of your truck or in the passenger compartment?
For passenger, I got 2 big clear containers in there where I keep things organized. So that if I have somebody riding with me, if I have a ride along or something, because I do trainees every once in a while, so that they can have their stuff in there too, so I can just slide stuff over, move it, and just they can just jump in too.
Okay. So you load all that stuff up, and then how long do you think that takes you to do that?
5, 10 minutes.
Okay.
So 5:15 to 5:25 or so.
Okay. And are you actually backed into the garage or just in the driveway?
Back then, it was not really back into the garage because her car was sitting in the garage.
So how far in the garage do you think you were?
Quarter of the way.
A quarter of the way?
Well, not a quarter, maybe like an eighth of the way.
Okay. Is it a big truck?
It's F-250.
Okay.
It won't fit in the garage because it's too long, so.
Okay. So you load all that stuff up, and then what do you do from there?
Get in the truck and pull forward, or hit the button for the garage door to close and drive off.
So how often do you actually take your tools out and put them in the garage or in the house or wherever you put them?
I'll take that container out. I usually do it like on the Fridays, like I got everything done and like get it in there,
So is that normal that you would take it out on Friday and then that Monday when you go to work you would back your truck in and load your stuff in? I mean,
that's pretty normal for me.
That's a normal routine that you do? Okay. Just because you don't want to leave it out there for the weekend or the weekend.
Yeah, like cause that's, especially if somebody's like riding or like going around trying to steal stuff out of like trucks or things in the.
But during the week you at least park it in front of the camera or something.
Or like I'm usually pretty, or I'll like back it in on one side where like if somebody had to go up to my truck, maybe my doorbell camera will get it.
Okay.
Just something like that. Just something trying to be like proactive about it.
Sure. So you end up pulling out. Do you put the garage door down?
I hit it. I hit the opener.
Give me an idea of the route that you take to work, because I don't know this area and how you get to work and stuff like that. It seems like you kind of work out in the middle of nowhere. So what's the route you took?
So
that morning.
We'll have 52. I'll have 52, and then go out to I went out to.
So start from your driveway, what street you're on. Unless you get right out to 50.
Saratoga Trail, and then Wyndham Hill Parkway.
And just tell me rights or lefts that you're going.
Okay, so Saratoga Trail, take a right, Wyndham Hill Parkway, roundabout, take a right on County Road 7, take a left, County Road 52, take 52, and this morning I went out to location, so go down 52 east, out to I-76, out to, I don't know that road, but out to Rogan, and out to a ranch, Sawyer Ranch. I don't know, it's 380, kind of 386 or something like that.
Do you have a GPS that gets you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I knew the way out there. My whole area, I know where everything is.
Do you have a truck GPS,
a
Garmin or whatever in your
No,
truck?
it's just one that tracks your speeding and hard braking and stuff like that.
Oh, your employer has a GPS on your truck? Oh, okay.
Seatbelt usage and stuff like that.
But as far as one.
Oh no, on my phone, on my work phone, there's a well navigator type thing. If I was going to a spot out of my area type thing, I could use it for that. But usually I can just type it in my computer on the directory and I can look up county road intersections and I can get there that way. But all the ones I have in our area, from County Road 22 south, that's our area, all the way to the airport.
Okay.
So I've been to pretty much every single one of them. So if somebody says that I'm at the Thomason 2116, okay, I know where that's at. Or if someone tells me I'm at the Ritchie gas unit number 1, I know where that's at. Someone tells me I'm at the Mars 28C, I know where that's at.
Okay. So this one you went to what? Which wells did you go to when you?
So I went to the Survey 319, Survey 1129, Survey 1029, Survey 629.
So which one did you go to first?
319.
319.
Yeah.
Was anyone else there?
They showed up afterwards. Troy showed up, Melissa, Chad showed up, and Cody was at the 1029.
And I know Troy's last name.
McCoy.
Melissa.
Parrish.
And then
Chad McNeil.
And who was he?
Cody Roberts, he was out on the ranch as well, but he wasn't at that one yet.
Okay. So you get out there about what time you think?
Probably about 6:45 or so.
Okay. And you get out there, you're by yourself out there?
At that point in time, because Cody Roberts, he had reported that he had a leaking line out there on the back pressure line I know this might make sense, but the back pressure line going up to the tank, and there was a spot on the ground, a wet spot, like oil was leaking.
Okay.
So he said it just kind of happened on Friday, and Troy told me about it. I told my dad, we'll
So
check
did you
out.
go right there with him to try and help him fix that, or?
Well, Friday I wasn't at work.
No, I mean, but Monday morning, because what?
Like he was gonna make me out there.
Oh.
But he decided to go to that 1029 first to check on that pump unit, get it trying to stroke up, trying to see if it'll like get some pump action downhole.
Okay, so you're at 6:45 at or well 319, and where you're like, what time do your other people show up?
Probably about, I'm gonna say about 7:15, 7:30, somewhere around there. And I'm trying to pressure test the line to see if I can find a leak.
Did they see you? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
is this like
Yeah.
your truck's out there and
Yeah.
you're out there?
Yeah.
Okay, you have a conversation?
Yeah, oh yeah, everybody's out there, like, we're pressure testing the line, we're digging that line down a little bit so you can see something spraying out, and like,
So why are they not there when you're there?
they went to the office first. Most of the time, like, either they go to the office first or you go to the field first, one of the two.
Okay.
Like, we have a couple guys that start out in the field, some people start out in the office. I just knew he had a leak there over the weekend. I was just like, all right, let's see what this is. I don't want this, like, getting, like, somewhere where it's going to get so big that it's going to be like, all right, we got, like, a health, safety, environmental issue on our hands. That's, like, there.
Okay. And as far as you leaving at 5:30 and getting to your place at, 6:45, is that normal? Like, you would normally leave
That's
at
just,
5:30?
I usually do between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Okay.
I just knew it'd take us a little while to get out there. I wanted to be out, like, but we usually like to start work at, like, 6:30.
Okay.
So, like, if I'm going to the office, I'll leave, like, 5:50 or so.
Did you pick up anyone on the way or stop
no, like,
anyway? Like at the convenience store, gas station, any stops?
No.
On the way out there?
No.
Okay. So you go straight out there, all of a sudden the coworkers start showing up around 7:15, 7:30.
Yep.
And then how long are you at that well?
Probably till, because we were at that 1029, like, for most of the day. I know at the 1029 we were probably there at 11. Because we were there, or probably maybe about 10 o'clock we were there. But at that one location, probably about an hour. Trying to get, because we had to dig out that line right where it was leaking, right where, like, because when the pipe comes out of the ground, it was leaking, like, maybe like a foot underneath it. And what happened, like, either, like, something, like, ate through it or corroded the pipe. And when we were pressure testing the line up to a certain PSI, we finally got up to a certain PSI, and it just started just, like, bubbling oil out of the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And it was...
I don't know anything about that, but that sounds bad.
I can show you a picture, but it's on the phone.
That doesn't sound like that's how it's supposed to work, so.
Yeah.
Okay. So 11 o'clock, you're at 1029.
Yeah, I hit the other two locations I told you about in between, because the 1029 we were there for the rest of the day until I left.
So 319 till when, do you think?
Probably till about 8.
8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And then you go to which well?
I stopped out at 6:29, but I wasn't there for very long, probably like 30 minutes or so, because I had some whip checks that maybe because that wellhead we were getting ready to turn back on, but it was missing 2 parts at the wellhead. I thought I had 2 whip checks, only had 1, so I was like, oh, can't do that.
And who was at that well when you get there?
No, that was there.
Okay, and then the next well number is what?
The 1129, I drove over there to see if it was ready to run. It wasn't, so.
And what time do you think you got there?
About 9.
Okay. And then you were there till 11, is that what you said?
No, I was there till almost probably about 10.
Oh, 10. Okay.
Yeah.
And then where did you go after that?
10:29.
Oh, you were there from
These
9
are all
to
well
10.
numbers.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, it's good. So you were there from 9 to 10 at the one before 10:29.
Yeah.
And then you were at 10:29 from 10 o'clock till
Until I left. Until like 2 o'clock or till 1 o'clock when I left.
till 1 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, because we were there for a while. We had to replace stuffing box rubbers and take everything apart because the rods were getting so hot.
And who was at 10:29?
That would have been Cody Roberts, Chad McNeil, Melissa Parrish, Troy McCoy. Those are all.
So you guys all kind of just hop around to different wells or whatever.
On that day we did. Because Melissa Parrish, she's one of our green hats. That's a trainee. And it was Cody's route, and Chad is another one of our field coordinators along with Troy.
Okay.
Mm.
So they were kind of showing her the ropes and that kind of stuff? Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. Anyone else of your coworkers or anyone else out there?
Nope, that was the only one.
Would anyone else have seen you either on the way out there or out there when you were?
No. Like I said, I didn't stop anywhere. Like I
Did
knew
you
that.
wave to anyone? Did you, anything like that you can remember?
No.
I know it's early in the morning.
I didn't. I mean, I called a few people like while I was out there, but for some reason, like it like when you call somebody and it just like it just says like connecting or whatever it's doing, and it doesn't like start to actually ring until the seconds start to come up like 1, 2, 3.
Right.
But it just kept like said dialing or it just.
And who were you trying to call while
I
you were out
was trying to call Cody Roberts, trying to call Troy and Chad.
And none of those went through?
No, they were trying to call me and it said the number you have dialed cannot be completed as dialed or something like that.
Okay. Did you make any other phone calls?
That was it. Like I texted them.
Texted Cody and
Yeah.
them?
Yeah.
And you texted
And then I got a hold of Luke. I think I finally got either from this phone or this phone and told him like, hey, I'm out here.
Like a phone call?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
And why did you, is that normal that you would?
Well, I was just telling because like, it seemed because I think Troy or Chad told him like, yeah, we were trying to get a hold of you. And like nothing, every time it said like the phone number cannot complete it as dialed. And like, I was like, okay, I'll call him and let him know like, hey, you know, I'm not sure what's going on with his phone.
Weird.
Yeah, because that place sometimes you get hit, and the oil field in general is hit and miss as far as like, because sometimes you got like a radio tower here and there that just knocks out everything.
Okay. And you said you tried earlier that you tried to call Shanann, is that right?
I texted her at like 7:40.
Sorry, I just didn't see that on the line. You texted her when?
7:40 in the morning.
Okay. And then, did you ever try and call her during the day?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm not sure what time of that. I can't get that far on my phone now.
Did that go through, that
Yeah.
call? And
I did it from this phone.
And did she just not answer it?
Yeah,
or?
I just went to voicemail.
Okay. Okay. And then, did you call anyone else?
Mm-hmm.
Did you call the police department? Did you call Nicole? I can't remember.
Oh, like from like right after I couldn't get a hold of her.
Yeah.
So like at 12, I texted her, or I called her again, and at 12 I texted her again, like, hey, call me. And then at 12:10, that's when Nicole showed up at the house. So I got a alert saying the doorbell detected a visitor, and that's when I called her about 12:20, like, hey, what's going on? And she said that, you know, Shanann hasn't got a hold of anybody or answered anybody for today since she got home. So.
Okay.
And then I asked her, like, or just like looking at, she said the house or the shoes were laying next to the door and the car was still in the garage.
Is that weird, the shoes thing? Why did she bring up the shoes thing?
Well, because she could see them sitting right there.
I mean, but are they
that's the ones like she was wearing, I guess, in the airport.
Oh.
Type thing.
Are those the ones she wears? Like
she has a couple different flip-flops that she wears, but those are the ones she probably wore from the airport. Because they were sitting next to the door.
Did you find any of her shoes missing?
She had a whole shoe closet.
You wouldn't know. If there were some missing.
I mean, it goes up to the wall.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I thought I heard something, maybe you called Primrose or...
Yeah. No, I asked that. No, I don't know what time that was. I asked if the kids were there.
Oh, okay. Was there any other conversation you had with them, or?
Well, I just told them, like, if that we're more likely going to be putting the house up for sale, and that, like, I'm not sure if they're going to be, like, because we might not be in the area anymore, but I wanted the kids just back on the waiting list if we're not going to be there.
Sure. I know, like, at our daycare, they charge on Mondays for the week. Is that how Primrose works, or how do they do it?
Yeah, because, like, that was going to be their first day back.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they would have charged your card or whatever, $500 or...
Oh, when they showed up, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you were just giving them a heads up.
Yeah. And
did you already know that they weren't going to be there?
No, so I called them just to see, like, if they were there or not, because she said she was going to take the kids to a friend's house. And I was just like, okay. That's why I called. Like, maybe she ended up taking them there.
Oh. Okay.
But, no.
Okay. Any other phone calls to anyone else?
Other than Nicole, like, when she showed up at the house.
That was pretty much it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you can't get a hold of her, Nicole's there, and then that starts that whole process where you end up driving home. Is that right? Did you call anyone on the way home or call anyone on the way home?
I called Luke and let him know, like, hey, I'm going home. I can't find Shanann or the kids. Don't know where they are. And he's okay. Just let me anything.
Okay. He seems like a pretty cool boss.
Yeah.
Pretty understandable.
Yeah.
Understanding, I should say. Okay, so you're driving home, you're calling Luke. Did you call anyone else? Text anyone else?
Mm-hmm.
What route did you take to get home?
The same one, like I-76 west, and then 52 west, and then took that home.
Okay.
That's pretty much 76 to 52. That's runs right.
How big is this area, this branch or whatever that you guys are working on?
Huge.
Like, give me like miles. Is it miles by? Like,
I mean, we're not the only operator out there. There's like Verdad, there's Lost Creek, there's.
But your area that you're responsible for, where the wells are on, like.
So that one, as far as square mileage, maybe 10 to 20 square miles, like as far as width goes. Like because like, yeah, it's huge.
And that would be just your responsibility.
That's our areas. That's Cody's route.
Okay.
Because we have 6 route operators, and they all have individual routes.
So what else is on this land besides
Cattle.
cattle?
Lots and lots of cattle and sheep.
Okay.
And lots of like little irrigation like spots where they eat, and trees and sunflowers and lots and lots.
So
of
like when you're
sunflowers.
driving out to the wells, is there actually a road that you guys made, or is
It's full. Sometimes it's a road. When the cows and everything get on it, it gets really soft and really like shake your truck type thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. As far as your truck goes, obviously it's a work truck, I'm assuming. Are you allowed to have other people in your truck? Like as far as civilians, like your wife, your kids, anything like that?
Oh, they played in my truck a few times because it's Daddy's truck, like they played in there a few times and whatnot.
What about Shanann? Has she ever ridden in your truck before?
Not to work, but she's been in it before.
Okay.
She's just seeing what all I had in there and everything like that, what I take to work and stuff like that. Yeah, she's been in there before.
Okay. But it's not like a regular thing.
Oh, like we're not really allowed to take civilians places in it, but other UntiTitled employees or when I have a trainee and stuff like that, they ride with me.
Okay. And that's totally fine.
Yeah, definitely.
So you get home and obviously you said you open the garage door and go through the house. Tell me all the things that seemed odd about the way the house was.
So
it's odd.
It was the car being there with the car seats. That was odd. The purse, wallet, still being there. Phone's a big thing for me. That's still there.
She seemed like she was pretty attached to her phone.
Well, everybody knows she is. She's very attached to it.
Okay.
And kids' medicine. Those are the odd things.
What about her meds? Does she have medicine that she would take?
Only one she takes regularly is Imitrex, and that was not there. The medicine she had in her purse was for nausea, not Imitrex.
So what is Imitrex for?
Migraines.
And that was gone?
That was not in her purse. The one that they said was in her purse, they thought was Imitrex, no, it was for nausea. Once I read it.
Okay. As far as, do you think it could have been in her luggage that she left there, or?
Not sure. It would have been in her purse.
Okay. Did you go through her luggage?
No.
Looking for clues, or?
I didn't go through her luggage yet.
Okay.
But her Imitrex suspects to have that within hand's grasp.
And you said the kids' beds were pulled back, or how were the kids' beds?
They weren't made.
They weren't made?
No.
Okay. Is that normal?
Pretty normal.
Okay.
For the morning, yeah.
Okay.
Especially because the kids, they just throw everything and just get out of bed.
And what was your bed? What did it look like?
The sheets were off of it.
Okay, tell me about that.
Most of the time when she gets out of, when she gets home from a flight or something, she gets into bed from the airport, she's gonna wash the sheets the next day. So that's what I thought when I got home.
So she had woke up and
she was
stripping the bed or
whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Are those sheets on the bed now, or?
No, I don't think so.
Are they still in the piles or whatever, where she put them?
I think because I put I washed everything and I put different sheets on there.
So where are the sheets? Oh, you washed those sheets. Did you put them away in the closet or something? In the closet?
It should either be right on the pile on the ground or something like that, right there.
In the bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. So you washed the sheets that were on the bed, or you left them there and just put on new sheets?
So I put on I washed those sheets. I washed the sheets that were on there, and they should still be in the room.
Oh, clean, in a pile or whatever? Okay.
Yeah, but I put ones that were in the closet in there. Ones that were already clean, I wanted to just make the bed anyways.
Okay, so the bed's made now?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. So when you slept on the bed Monday night, it had new sheets from you changing it, or?
So Monday, Yeah, like when I slept there Monday night, yeah, there was new sheets on there.
Okay. Because the bed was already stripped
Yeah.
when you got in or whatever. Anything else that was odd? I know you said there were some things missing from the kids' rooms. Or their blankets.
Blankies. Yeah, the blankies.
What do you think about that?
I mean, that's what kids always take with them.
Like, even to go, like, if you
Yeah,
went
like,
to...
like, she wants that Yankee blanket, and Bella, like, wants her blanket, especially if she feels like, you know, we tell her, like, leave it at the house now, she's getting old enough. But
like, if you're going to Target or run errands, like, are they taking their stuff with them?
Bella will, CC definitely will have that Yankee blanket, and sometimes she wants her little, that dog that, like, makes cooing sounds and whatnot.
Okay. And that's gone, is that right?
Yeah.
That dog?
Yeah, but Bella's cat's still there.
Was she as attached to the cat as Cece was to the dog?
Yeah, not as much.
Not as much. Okay. Anything else missing, weird? What about the pajamas that they were in, that you put them in after they showered, the nightgowns or whatever? Yeah. Are those at the house?
I didn't see those. I mean, there's still, there's dirty laundry in there from the kids.
Okay.
But, I didn't see those per se. I didn't see those. And then there's some nightgowns in there, but I didn't see those. Not the ones I described to you.
Okay. Okay. So obviously, you know, you've had a lot of time to think about this stuff and just talking to me. Like, what are your thoughts? Like, what are you thinking right now as far as, you know, what's happened or...
Like the first day I thought she was with somebody. I thought, she's at a friend's house and she's just decompressing, whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But now, after yesterday and now today, it's I feel like she's not safe. So either she is in trouble or somebody has hurt her and the kids and we can't find them. We don't know where they are.
So if I ask you on the polygraph test if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance, can you pass that question?
Yes.
What do you think I mean by that when I'm asking you if you physically caused Shanann's disappearance? What does that mean to you?
If you ask me that, I feel like you're asking me, did I have anything to do with it myself or did I help somebody do it? And I had no part in any of that.
I know it's totally awful to think about, but what are ways, because I need to make sure that you know what I'm talking about, what are ways that you can make someone disappear?
I mean, if you're talking about, what I've seen, on the movies, or, how people, if you read about other people, I mean, you hire somebody.
Like a hitman?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just being honest.
No, that's what I want. Because I want you to go through all of these scenarios in your head, because I want you to know for sure what I'm talking about when I say that, asking you if you physically caused her disappearance.
Okay, you'd hire somebody or you'd have